formation. Well, change now, we go racing for the first time this season. 3 hours of GT action is go.
It's very tight as they come down. Group of cars coming in. This has all got trouble written all over it. This is G3 cars.
Drop downhill, they head towards the Aqua Minerale. Imola, of course. There's another one off through the gravel. As wide as possible as they drop downhill, putting that truck inside line. Yes,
Oh, he did.
Through he goes.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another Apex Online Racing stream. And we are back then with the 10 hours of Nürburgring. We had the Super Bowl earlier today, where this car, number 9, went to pole position and won that shootout. And we are very shortly, in just under 5 minutes' time, going to get underway for the first half of the race. And joining me in the comms box for this first period is going to be Christian Romano. Christian, how are you doing, my good friend?
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and thank you for approaching me for this beautiful and upcoming 10 hours of Nürburgring, which is going to be, I hope, raining, as we are seeing in practice. And expectation cool sea rain, so I really look forward to see some good fighting in the wet track of the German countryside.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It certainly gives us a good bit of excitement when we have the rain, because we can have changing strategies, mixed conditions. It can play havoc when it comes to everybody's stint timer and things like that. So that could be a very interesting side of this race, and as well as so many other factors, those kind of things we were already talking about in the Super Bowl session. The ideas of track limits, consistency. We're just coming up to probably one of the biggest crunch points of this circuit, this final chicane, which is perhaps almost in a way a little bit easier in the wet, because you don't attack those curves anywhere near as hard as you do in the wet conditions. But it's, it upsets some drivers in the Super Bowl, and undoubtedly it's going to be causing some issues for certain cars in the race. And between that, trying to avoid drive-through penalties, trying to keep it clean on the opening laps, it's going to be a really interesting and busy 10 hours for these guys. And Christian, for you, kind of, with some of your own driving that you've been doing on sort of ACC and things, what sort of fan are you of the Nürburgring? Is it one of your favourites? Is it one of your lower favourites? Where does it kind of sit on that spectrum for you?
In my opinion, the German track is very high in the leaderboard of best tracks in Assetto Corsa, especially because it has a lot of different sections for your setups. Like, you have a very technical first sector. The second sector is way more towards the loose rear, so you better perform with a low downforce setup. Even if in Schumacher S you really need a nice downforce setup, but altogether you want to follow a balance. And the first sector is the fastest one, but also the most tricky. As you said, there is the chicane, which in the wet could be actually a good thing that it's wet, because you can kind of go slower. And the problem is the curb. The curb is very slippery. There is a lot of green turf there. Even in the dry, you tend to go in oversteer. So I can't imagine in the wet how much difficult it will be keeping the car in one piece all together into the chicane, especially towards the end, because in the end you really want to use all the track surface, curb included. And that part there, with this weather, is very slippery. And you usually tend to slow down on the curb itself, because you really want to use everything, because there is an hairpin afterwards. In the wet, you really need to adjust your trajectory completely, and I think this that section there will be the most important one of the track in terms, even in qualifying, because all the track can still be usable in the dry line, except that part. That part has a completely different variation in the wet. But also, I want to express the fact that as a driver, I love this track because it has clear brake points. You don't have to search for like a star in the sky or a person in the grandstand to understand where to brake. You have clear brake marks in every single turn, basically. So it's in my opinion, a really great track in endurance, especially because you don't have to stress yourself too much in the braking zones, which is something that, in my opinion, is very important in endurance races. You can do like 10 hours searching for your braking spot. At a certain point, you will just miss it and go 400 kilometers per hour into your braking spot. So this one is possibly the best endurance track, both because of the track characteristics in terms of setup, in terms of different method of taking the track in terms of setup, both, and also because of the brake markers, but also because it's very wide, and but surely some people will encounter a lot of back marker, and this track is very easy to get the back marker situation in your pocket compared to some other tracks.
Yeah, without a doubt, I couldn't agree more on all of that. You know, this track is so dynamic; it's such a challenge for the drivers, and it also gives us a really good mix in terms of what cars we see being competitive around here. And we have made our way into the race session now, so everyone starting up on the grid. And look at that. We have rain for the beginning of this race, at least for the first 30 minutes. We were having a little bit of a debate before we started the stream as to whether we see this, so very happy to see that we've got some rain on the track already. So that's going to be very exciting for the start of all of this, and we shall have a bit of a look through the grid order. So Grantis Karakis in the number 9 car will lead from pole position, that car winning the Super Bowl shootout, with Leonardo Porco doing a fantastic job in the Aston Martin, and maybe that Aston Martin will be quite nice to drive in these wet conditions. Very adaptable car with that one. Then it's over to Vincent Erbrick in the 49 car from Race Anywhere SimSports, and then behind him starting in 4th place is Diego Carlino in the SPQ Racing Team car. And as an actual fact, I've got a couple of different names showing up on my screen. I've got Sonotti on one part of my graphic and I have Diego in the other. So I imagine that that's ACC getting a little bit confused on a couple of aspects, but that should hopefully sort itself out over time. Then we have, again, a little bit of a mix here. I think I'm going to go with the names that are on the main timing board rather than those in the bottom right graphic. I think that's the one that's confused. So we've got Leon Burt in the 444 car starting in 5th place. That car is joint in 1st place in the championship standings at the moment, so important day for him. Then Antonio Fedeli in the 127 car for Jean Alesi Esports Academy, and then followed up behind our other championship leader, Matteo Morano, in the 201 SPQ Racing Team car. And then it's Daniele Riccatelli, the final of the SPQ Racing trio that we have, and the second of the Audis for that car, starts in 8th place. Trafka will start for the number 7 URL team down in P9. Rounding out the top 10 is Yannick Ruoff in the Garage 991 car that's had a little bit of an unfortunate time in the Super Bowl shootout, so they will only start in P10, but that car may start to make its way through the field a little bit. Then we have Hubert Szymanski in the number 1 Honda there with that rather bright pink livery, so we definitely won't be able to miss that one during the race. Adam DeBeal in the 500 Ferrari for the Forza Italia PLE Racing Team. Then behind him we have Pavel Dominiak in the number 8 car starting in P13. Joey Thiessens in the 14th position in the 112 car for DC Sim Racing. Dominic Gultz in the 22, the Revolution Sim Racing car. We've seen that car at the pointy end of the grid previously, so I have to see how he can get on through the field. Jay Fang starts in P16 for the J Team, and another one of our Honda cars. And then we have Christian Cabrera in the number 46 McLaren starting in P17. Rob Jackson starting in the 99 car down in 18th position, with Willem Karsten in the 729 just behind in 19th place. Then rounding out the top 20 is Michelle Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance car. 115. Manuel Rutter starts in the number 5 in 21st place, followed up by Sir Smoggy in that Cracked Racing car. We've got a few of the Cracked Racing Team cars in this grid. Milan Hack in the Race Anywhere SimSport Bentley. That's been a very fast car at times as well, so expect to see that one moving its way through the field. Dylan Goslin in the Beeswax Lawnmower car, the 656 Honda, starts in 24th place. Dakuza in the 728, one of the other Team Hivemind cars, starting in 25th position, with Derek Sun in 26th, starting in the 28 car. Then we have Siran Hendricks in the 660, starting in 27th, with Bartosz Zitek in the 14 car, starting in 28th. Thomas Jack starting in 29th position, with Kiki Mack in the Celtic Bromance 177 Aston Martin to round out the top 30. Then we have Patrick Unidvitz in the 760, starting in 31st place, with Diego Zamora starting in 32nd, and then James Holder, another one of the Cracked Racing Team's cars, starting in 33rd. the 888, driven by Nins for the time being, in one of, I think, 2 Lexuses potentially on this grid. Yes, we have another one down in 37th. That car will start in 34th place. And then we have Yannick Lautenschläger in the 77, starting in 35th. The 999, driven by Tudor Floria. Don't know the team name for that one, that's blank on my screen, but they will be starting in 36th. Lord Nem in the other Lexus, starting in 37th place with the 666. Charles Phillips starting in 38th position in that Flightline GT McLaren. Joris Hutchak in the 27 car will start in 30. Actually, that's just updated at my end, so it's JP McKinley actually was driving that car apparently. Jamie Nuttall all the way down in 40th position. We saw that car absolutely surge through the field at Suzuka last time, so expect to see wonders from Jamie Nuttall, championship winner of Tier 2 in the main sprint series recently, so I expect to see that car fly through the field. Zamfir Rado in the 63 Mercedes starts in 41st, and rounding out the grid is Raining Thunder, and Raining Thunder we have here at Nürburgring indeed. In the 777 will start at the back, so 42 car grid for this race, and by the looks of it, with this weather, we are going to have an absolute cracker.
I'm quite surprised by all the different cars in the first 5 spots. I surely expected a Porsche, and the Audi a lot less, because this track is not really in the hand of the Audi, it's more in the hand of Porsche and Aston Martin, because, well, the Audi is a lot more unstable in power, but I guess these drivers really have put all the power of the Audi out on the wheels to get P3 and P4. Yes, P3 and P4.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really interesting start to this one. The rain is here at the Nürburgring for 10 hours of action. Then it's Grantas Karekas for Beaver Grease Racing that will lead the way, and it's green lights already a drive-through for the 729 car down 90th position, so that's a disaster for their start. We see the BMW 201 Championship leader already trying to make a move up as well, almost 3 wide down in towards turn 1, but it's Karekas still in the lead then as they all fly down in there, trying not to bunch up all too much, keep it clean everybody. Number 9 still leads there, followed by Fidelibus in the number 3, and it looks like it's been a fairly clean start from everybody. A bit of 3 wide action further back with some of the other cars, but so far so good from everybody. But the Grantas Crackers leading the way in exactly the way they would have wanted to start that one.
Clean start by basically every single driver. I didn't see any single contact between all the 49 cars, which is quite unexpected considering the 42 cars, considering the heavy weather and all the different variations. There is an overtake going on. There is a McLaren against, I think, the Audi, so it's Apple on Fedele. Yes, it is the McLaren of Apple going in 5th place with Fedele losing the position on both Apple, and I think even Mancuso wants to give a shot on the Audi. In fact, he goes in the inside of a hairpin, he goes lunge on the brakings, put the inside, and now the bit pushed off of the racing line, but makes the position quite easily. And now the Audi of Fedele is now in 7th.
Yeah, great battles already going on, but fairly cleanly from everyone. Every car almost nose to tail. Great start though by Grantas Crackers. He is 1.2 seconds clear of Fidelibus in the opening start. We've got a yellow flag out for the number 28. Couple of cars involved in all that. See a Mercedes that is spun around. That's Zamfir Rado. Big damage on the front of that car. Another drive-through actually for the 77 of Lautenschläger. And I think, as I'm trying to track them through my graphic as everyone moves around, that is the 728 Honda of Dakusa that is facing the wrong way around on the circuit. So disastrous start for those 2 cars. I have a horrible feeling that someone may have already disconnected from the server because we're down to 41 drivers. So big incidents already going on in portions of the race as they all bow their way through the final chicane for the very first time. It looks like no one has quite fallen victim of that just yet, but Karekas leads away then by 1.3 seconds. Amazing start for the number 9. Pretty large gaps at the front for the top 5, but it is all very much to play for the positions behind.
I think Mancuso wants to get another position on the McLaren of Apple. In fact, he does nearly make contact with the McLaren number 444 of Apple, but Mancuso stays behind there and maintains quite a good gap. I think the BMW has more in the wet. I need to remember that the Audi is very slow compared to the dry surface, so I think that Carlino and Herbich will have a very hard time compared to Apple and Mancuso, who are respectively on the McLaren and the BMW. BMW very stable, especially in these hard conditions. Same goes for the Honda, which is the highest one is in Cooper's hand in 11th.
Sorry to cut you off there, Christian. We have got a moment for one of the Ferraris as Adam DeBeal going side by side with Yannick Goetz, and then just went a little bit wide on the entry to turn 5 there. Now under pressure from Piotr Gavetsky in the Porsche, trying to go around the outside of the Ferrari towards the Dunlop curve. Now side by side with those cars. Dominic Gultz in the Aston Martin almost getting involved in that one as well, but the Ferrari only loses one position in the end. But very tricky in these wet conditions, because you go offline, you get a bit more of that surface water, and it can spell disaster very quickly indeed. We had 2 cars, I think, bail into the pits. Those 2, that's 729 and 28, that had major damage, came into the pits very early to repair that, as we see Dominic Gultz continuing to put pressure on the number 8 car, but unable to do anything for the time being, as also another car is falling down the order a little bit. Ciaran Hendricks in the 660 car, I think lost a couple of positions not too long ago, but still everyone keeping it pretty neat and tidy.
Yeah, I think the Porsche is also playing it a bit more safely, considering that they are competing in the silver class and they are a lot of position ahead of the next silver driver in P20. Oh, there is an overtake going on up ahead. It's 7th against 8th. It's hrs against Fedele. Fedele going a lot wide in the hairpin and possibly making the life easy for hrs, even if hrs had a poorest exit compared to the Audi driver. But the Italian stays on the outside, giving possibly the BMW this chance. No, not really. The BMW can understand that it's not the time yet to make an attack on the Italian.
Yeah, you can see the Audi absolutely roaring down the start-finish straight there, and that really saved him from that overtake. But Oliar's good, smart racing there. He showed his nose where there was an opportunity presented to him, but didn't quite have the grunt in the BMW to make it stick. But maybe as the race goes on, and this weather that certainly looks like it's here to stay for quite a while, maybe that BMW will start to get a bit stronger. So Oliar's keeping his head together in that one. As I see something else going on, we've got Michael Loeffler up against Milan Hack in the Race Anywhere SimSport Bentley. I think McLaren coming out on top of that one. Another swapping position a little bit further behind is Christus Podens that went around the outside of Michele Rizzo in the 115 car, and losing a position in the process. So a few squabbles. We've also got a drag race now between Dylan Goslin and Victor Bowe on the run down towards the Dunlop curve. Victor Bowe in the McLaren trying to side his way through on the entry, gets it done on the brakes. There's nothing that Goslin can do there. So nice few overtakes between each of these cars. And might actually have to check back on with Oliars and Fedele, because that closed up very quickly. But so far so good in terms of these nice clean battles. And I have to see, we've got one other car. Oh, say that! Right as I say that, the commentator's curse. Oliar straight into the gearbox of Fedele in front, loses a couple of positions in the process, just completely misjudged his exit. I think carried so much more momentum out of turn 11 and just tagged the Audi. But thankfully, everyone coming out of that fairly well, all things considered. But I better stop making comments about the clean racing, because as soon as I say it, it's all spiral. We've got a yellow flag out now for a couple of cars, the 760 of Jacob Tarasayuk and Jack Game as well. Further down the order, it's just suddenly all broken out into complete chaos in this grid.
I think the BMW was really keen to making the overtake as soon as possible, because they have more. It's quite clear they have more pace than the Audi, just because, well, they are in a BMW where the Audi struggles a bit in this weather. But I think they were a bit greedy and tried to get a bit too much over the Oh, there is a bit of overtake in the downside of the grid. I think there is a battle for P24. It's a sideways situation. No, it's P19, sorry. P19 is Loeffler in the 46 car, losing the position on the 48 Bentley with Hack on the wheel. And Hack makes the overtake quite clear on the McLaren. There is also the fact that, as I was saying before, they are also battling for class position. So same goes for the Porsche number 8 that was losing some position. They are still battling in class, so they may make the life easier for other class drivers, in this case Pro and IM, but obviously they are all fighting also for an overall spot in the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Jamie Nuttall started down, I think, in 40th position. He's already up to 28, so absolutely storming style. I said this car will be coming through the field, and Jamie Nuttall, Tier 2 champion of this season, doing absolute wonders in that silver class car. So he is already charging up through the field very, very quickly. We've got a battle hotting up a bit at the pointy end of the grid between our first two Audis, the 49 of Vincent Erbrick in the Race Anywhere SimSport car, trying to put some pressure onto Diego Carlino in the 202 SPQ Racing Team car, and that's closed up. Just a tad. Joris Appel and Marco Mancuso not too far back in that either, as Dominic Gault almost into the gearbox of Ryan Cooper on the entry towards the chicane. How does Sam Fleety fare up against Christos Poders, almost pushing him along into the first apex there? As there's further contact just behind in the pictures, 3 cars tagged in that. Dylan Goslin was involved. Victor Bowe's been sent round in the McLaren. Thankfully, I don't think anyone collected him, and I think it was I think I couldn't quite catch which of the other cars it was that was involved in that, but several cars losing time. Jamie Nuttall gaining 2 positions in all of it, continuing his charge through the field for the Crack Racing team, and may even think about a move on the entry to turn 1. No, he's a little bit too far back, but a bit of chaos taking place there, and I think unfortunately, as the Audi in front has actually gone a bit wide, and tiny bit of contact there, but he does make it through and up into 25th position. But squabbles taking place all the way through this field right now.
I think Hendricks may have been the other car being collected in the incidents in the chicane, because he's going a lot slower than his opponents. In fact, you can clearly see that even there is an Olsen going a bit in the countryside. I think it's also Holder. Yeah, Holder losing the position on both Zitek and maybe even Florea. Florea making the outside. He doesn't. Cooper is off. Cooper is in the gravel.
Yeah, we've got a car well off at Dunlop Curve, and I'll see if I can catch that on the replay. What on earth has happened there to Ryan Cooper? That's the Princess Robot Bubblegum car. Had the Revolution Sim Racing car not too far behind. And a major bit of contact there on the entry. Complete misjudgment from Dominic Gault. I believe it was driving that one, and the number 1 car just sent round there, and unfortunately, yeah, that's not the first time that we've seen that sort of incident take place. It can be so tricky to judge your braking point sometimes, but that car losing, I think, well over 10, maybe 12 positions in the process of all of that. But yeah, disappointment there for him.
They were already making very close battle, the Honda and the Aston, so it's by no surprise that something had to come out of the battle. Meanwhile, there is Apple and Mancuso. They were literally looking each other in the mirror, because they are centimeters apart. They were centimeters apart in the chicane. Now they are a little bit further each other. But I really think that Mancuso is on a charge to make as many positions as possible. As Erbrich has made quite a slow lap. He has made a 5.9. So I think he just went a bit. No, okay. He made a 5.9 while Carlino made a 5.4, so he lost half a second in just a lap. I suppose he made a mistake somewhere around, even because now Apple is glued to the rear of the Audi, driven by the 49 lineup.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a slower lap time there. Our current race leader, not actually the fastest car on circuit last time around. That honours went to Diego Carlino in P3, so even though they really absolutely, Grantis Greca's got his eye in very, very quickly in this race and pulled away at the start, the gaps are becoming fairly even. In actual fact, fastest lap, going to this car, the number 7 of Marcin Oliars. It's putting all sorts of pressure now onto the 991 of Yannick Ruoff, and there's probably a little bit of damage on the front end of that number 7 car as well. So who knows, maybe they needed a bit more understeer in their setup to really get that car dialed in. But yeah, we've got a few close battles on circuit. Again, that gap between Mancuso and Joris Appel really closing up. Let's actually go inside the cockpit of this BMW. Look at the spray being kicked up by the McLaren in front. Makes it so difficult to judge your braking point and everything else. In actual fact, Mancuso losing a little bit of time there. In actual fact, we said he was a bit slow on the last lap. It's Erbrick that has closed down the gap to the car in front of him, because Carlino now less than half a second in front. So these gaps really going back and forth, and we could see a move happening within the top 5 very, very soon.
I think that now is everything is all or nothing, because all the 5 cars from Carlino to even Fedele. Yeah, maybe even Fedele is gaining, but you can see three. Is that a back marker? Okay, no, the Mercedes is a back marker. I thought it was a battle for position, but now Mancuso is making all he can to make maybe a position centimeters apart between the bumpers. No contact whatsoever, but the McLaren stays in front with a bit of help from the Mercedes around there. I'm not entirely sure which number is it. I can see it's I think in the last place, but now the BMW in the infield section is looking at the lap times in the sectors. The McLaren is quite a little bit faster in first sector, which is a bit useful considering that it's the part where the BMW struggles the most also. This is in reference to the last lap though, so I'm not entirely sure if this applies for
sorry to cut you off.
Ooh.
Contact in turn 1 between the 760 car and McKinley for Celtic Bromance 27 McLaren there. There was a swapping of position between Nins, and there's a yellow flag out for someone else as well. That's Zitek in the number 14 car. Let's try and see if we can catch what happens to the Honda. I've just missed it by a couple of tenths a second there. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if he lost out on his own on the entry towards turn 3, if he was tagged around.
More contact between the 14 and the 760.
Oh dear!
And also the 666.
Oh damn, that and these Z-Tech having a very difficult time there. So let's actually go back quite a while on this. So we're seeing the same spin again with the 14 car, and then what happens in the following action, because they get going again. They're going to rejoin into the pack on the entry towards turn 4. Oh, we have a bit of a lag spike there, and then just right on the apex there with the 760, one of the other Hondas. Can't quite see the number. I think it might be the 729 car of Carson involved in that one as well. So the 14 car having a very difficult time in that sequence of corners there and losing several positions in the process. So yeah, that is unfortunately the sort of concertina effect that you can have. And that rejoin, I think the rejoin was actually okay from Z-Tech. I think the 760 was just caught a little bit unaware of the Honda having reappeared on that part of the track. Someone else, that's the number 5 car that's been sent around on the final corner. I think he's just lost all of that by himself, and that is a very awkward position in the middle of the racing line. He's trying to spin it around in the pit lane entry. Manuel Rutter, I think, is just about managing to keep it together there. I think he lost it just all by himself, and unfortunately now for that car is under all sorts of pressure from the likes of James Holder and Tudor Floria on the run down towards the first corner. Side by side between Holder and the BMW, the Aston Martin trying to see if he can get done on the brakes. Side by side between Zamora and Floria actually on the run towards there as well, but I think the number 5 car will hold on to that one. James Holder almost getting pushed around by Tudor Floria there. It keeps on getting bunched up between these cars, but that was very unfortunate. I was actually looking originally at the battle between Milan Hack and Jay Fang, and then that number 5 car just spinning around in the process, and that is a sort of unfortunate error that you can make in these tricky conditions.
The 5 needs to take the concentration back again, because they are in wet condition and hot temperature in the tires don't go along with wet tires, so they have to understand the situation, understand that they've made... Oh, there is some contact behind. I think it was Fang. Yeah, no, it's someone is off.
Radu is gone around.
I think he's making contact with
dear
leader car.
That was one of the Hondas. I think that may have been the number 15 if I saw the number correctly, just coming up to the back of them at the Schumacher S's, and unfortunately being sent around there, and they are absolutely in a frenzy at the moment. That's Jamie Nuttall that's gone storming past them and the 656 as they continue their charge. Actually, that was very opportunistic driving from Jamie Nuttall as they made up a position using that back marker, very Max Verstappen-esque from Monaco a few years ago. So, yeah, that's very unfortunate with the back markers. It is tricky sometimes when you have such a stark pace difference between the cars. As Joris Appel, that's between our championship leaders. Mancuso bumped off to the right-hand side on the run-up towards turn 2 there. Joris Appel in the 444, really showing him the shoulder in that one. And I'm sure the BMW won't be best pleased about that one. These two drivers are battling at the pointy end of the championship, and their main rival, I'm trying to remember who that is the Virtual Racing team car. that is their next rival, and I think that is the car currently sitting in second place, if I'm not mistaken it is. So these two cars need to be very mindful about the sort of battle that they have, because if they end up taking each other out, that number 3 car is going to rocket its way up the standings if these two score poorly. So they obviously, it's an important fight, but they need to keep their heads. We're only just over 15 minutes into this race, and there's still 9 3/4 hours left to go. So long way for this battle to continue to squabble.
All the cars from P3 to P9, except Airbridge, have made their personal best, and they are all the same lap time, all in the 5.4 around there. They are talking about plus or less 50 milliseconds. They are lapping the same exact time, and all of them are making personal best. Oh, we lost. Okay. And this lets you understand how much the challenge is on between all these drivers. The gaps are constantly the same, even when they are pushing a lot, and they are pushing, it's quite clear that they are pushing as much as possible because they are making personal best, even if their lap are not close to Caracas and Fidelibus. No, Fidelibus is lapping a bit slow, technically, but Caracas made a mistake. He was lapping 4.5, and now he has made a 6.0, so somebody has made a mistake, I think.
Yeah, big error there actually on that last lap. It must have been from Grekus, because I was going to comment earlier that he really, like I said, kind of his pace seemed to drop off, and then immediately after I said that he did a 2:04. But yeah, 2:06.0, that is well away from what he was previously doing. So maybe he's had a moment at the chicane somewhere and an instant with some traffic. We didn't quite catch that, but he's still got a 4-second lead, so he has enough of a margin to be not massively worried.
3 wide, no, just 2 now, between 18th, 19th and 20th position. Currently the Aston Martin of Podence making inside contact with Loeffler, and now Fleety goes away with possibly 2 free positions. In fact, he does, and makes it for 18th. So now it is the Aston and McLaren behind the Mercedes number 189 in silver class.
Yeah, great opportunistic driving, although he's gone a bit deep there on the entry towards turn 3, side by side again with Christos Podence, who goes all the way around the outside at turn 4. Amazing driving there from the Celtic Bromance car. He's got the inside now on the run up towards turn 5. Who's going to be braver here? Surely the camber's going to favour the Aston Martin, but Sam Fleety really trying to keep his nose there. He's still alongside on the run up towards turn 6. The Aston Martin almost being hung out to drive side by side for so many corners between these two. And Jamie Nuttall's now joined the party, and imagine that McLaren is going to be trying to make his way through very, very quickly, but a drag race now between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin on the run up towards Dunlop Curve. The Mercedes takes a position, and contact behind between Jamie Nuttall and Michael Loeffler, who has now lost several positions in the process. So Jamie Nuttall just tagging the back of the McLaren ever so slightly. Didn't quite see how entirely that took place. Let's see if we can catch how that contact came about there. Trying to go on board with Jamie Nuttall's point of view. Does he just outbrake himself on the run up towards Dunlop Curve? They all just get a little bit bunched up on the apex, and before he knows it, he's got a faceful of McLaren in front of him. So unfortunate stuff there. But that was some great side-by-side action between the Aston Martin and the Mercedes up in front for half a lap almost.
I think Mancuso has enough of the McLaren. They were making... Mancuso was trying the outside after Schumacher S, and now they are trying the inside as the McLaren goes a bit too much on the brakes, a bit wide. The McLaren inside, SPQRS in time contact between the two of them, and I think the Audi will definitely be happy about it, because Fedele now can make a position on Mancuso, who will be struggling a lot with pressure, and in fact the Audi possibly makes the overtake in a bit of an opportunistic move. Covers the inside, not yet because the BMW is still there, and now both SPQRS in team cars are behind the 127 Audi in Fidele's hand, with Mancuso and Dana behind. Oh, Mancuso completely off track, and the Audi, his teammate is approaching the sister car. On the outside he tries, but I think this just helps Ruoff's plan. In fact, the Ruoffs makes contact with the Audi, a bit of contact between the two German cars in the German track, but I think the BMW will stay behind, understanding the fact that they will have another opportunity in the next couple of minutes if anything happens. Meanwhile, with all the hearts just being there, sitting for a mistake by all 3 drivers, with an overtake going on in the backyards, with goals and covers, with goals making the position on covers. So now the Aston Martin 22 is in 11th place, and it's gaining a lot on the drivers in front. In fact, Gold has just made a 5.4 compared to all his opponents in front, who are lapping 3 to 5 times slower, so now goals, if he can wait enough, can be in fight for up to 4th position considering the gaps.
Yeah, absolutely, with so much racing left to go. The 1-1-2 car just went a little
Everyone
bit deep.
inside of Capino.
Oh, they stay as they were. Let's see if we can catch that back on the replay. It's such a dangerous place to try going for an overtake. In that final chicane, yeah, really showed his nose on the entry there, but wisely backs out of that one. Doesn't want to risk anything too early in just the first hour of this race. I think there was also a yellow flag for Victor Bow at some point. Further down the order, unfortunately. That scrap, though, between Yannick Ruoff and Giuseppe Dan on the run towards turn 1 again, side by side. Between those two cars, the BMW really trying to fly around the outside on the entry there. Oh, and there's a tiny bit of contact, front right to left rear. Oliar's rubbing his hands together, seeing if he can get involved in this one. Slightly wide there for the Audi of Dana. Will go on board the diffuser of that car. And you can just see 2 BMWs lurking behind like 2 sharks waiting to pounce. Sharks don't really pounce, but you know my point. And the BMW actually trying to see what they can do in all of this. But I think, in actual fact, it's Giuseppe Nana actually drops back a little bit after making a small mistake. And the gaps keep on going back and forth between these cars. One gap that has actually continued to extend, though, is the gap for our race leader, second place. Back on pace is Grantis Correcus on a 2:04.5. Second clear of anybody else, and that's given him a 6-second lead. Meanwhile, Oliar's showing his nose on the run towards Dunlop Curve, but he's going to be too far back to do anything this time around. Do want to check a bit further down the order, though. Jamie Nuttall down the inside of Podens, came from a long way back there, did the 420 McLaren, but the Cracked Racing team car now up into 19th position, and Jamie Nuttall's charge from 40th on the grid continues as he makes up another place. Brilliant driving so far from the Brit, and apart from that small bit of contact that he had with the other McLaren into that very corner, turn 7, it's been a pretty faultless effort so far from him.
Giuseppe Danna has oddly fallen out of Mancuso's slipstream. He is now 1.8 seconds behind since they were fighting with the sister car. And I'm not really sure why, because they were lapping the same exact lap time with all the other drivers in.
We have a yellow flag out again for Zanfirado, exactly the same place. The Mercedes has gone round at the top of the Schumacher S's, now having a very torrid time trying to rejoin the pack. I'll see if we can catch on the replay. It was close on circuit with one of the McLarens. Just on the run up towards the Schumacher S's now. Oh, and he just loses the car all by himself. The Mercedes clearly really not liking that section of the track, and despite all of the aero rework that car has had, really did not enjoy that one bit with the Mercedes there. And it's just such an awkward place. He's just seeing all the cars go by. I'm seeing another yellow
Jackson
flag.
Inside of Nuttall for 17th place, but Jackson went completely out. No, the McLaren of Nuttall went completely out. With the Mercedes there. Whew.
Yeah, Podens almost losing the car completely on the run out of that corner. Jamie Nuttall, losing one of his positions, so really bouncing back actually between these cars then. So Nuttall had previously got the job done. In actual fact, the Aston Martin, he's gained 2 positions back in that process, so he's got his head down and regained some of those. I also saw a yellow flag pop out someone else as Massier in the 340 car, I think, may have just lost the position to Victor Bow. We have a white flag out for McKinley. I think that's just the game being a little bit overly sensitive. Gap between Mancuso and Fedeli has come down again a little bit. It's just under half a second, but the main scrap that we have going on right now is definitely the 3-way fight for 18th position, with Jamie Nuttall's charge for the first time this race being put to a little bit of a stop, with Aston Martin fighting back.
Oh, the Mercedes offline! Oh, nearly drifting there.
Just about backed out the throttle enough for that, didn't he? Oh, it's Podens now trying to make a move on Rob Jackson in the 99 car, just in front, trying to go all the way around the outside in towards the next corner. He's sent off wide. That's going to be that is very difficult for those cars. Jamie Nuttall swoops on by. We've got yellow flag out for the 135.
It's also Rizzo in the 115. He went completely sideways, going, I think, 80 kilometers per hour over the the usual speed completely sideways. I think he made huge contact with someone else. I'm not entirely sure because he was going completely sideways at abnormal speed. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. With Dana making a position, or maybe losing the position on Ruoff, side by side between the two of them. And Ruoff makes the position on the 203 SPQ Racing team car. With Dana not entirely happy about the situation and maybe trying to fight back, but it's now hrs who wants to make himself a cake with the Audi and trying to get the position too.
Yeah, lots of scrapping going on. This three-way fight also still for 18th position. Now it's become a four-way fight, actually, with the likes of Rob Jackson, Jamie Nuttall, or as Ryan Cooper and Dylan Gosling has swapped position as Gosling gets a huge tank slapper there. Jamie Nuttall trying to go around the outside of the 99 car. That didn't work. In actual fact, that may leave him vulnerable on the exit there to Podens as the Mercedes has a huge wiggle in the background there. McLaren versus Aston Martin, absolutely nothing between them on the run up towards turn 5 there. Jamie Nuttall trying to hold that inside line, use the camera to his advantage. It's a little bit like turn 2 at Bathurst, trying to pass around the outside there is an absolute nightmare, and the 420 car does hold on to what is now 18th position. Meanwhile, Oliars really close up to the back of Giuseppe Duana now in all of that battling that has been going on around the tail end of the top 10. This number 7 car that has looked pretty racy at times is very much there, as is the likes of Vincent Erbrick versus Diego Carlino. So a few battles once again forming inside these top 10 positions.
A lot of battling going on in the upside of the grid, especially since hrs is now glued to the SPQR Racing Team Audi, and I think Dana is actually in a bit of a problems in terms of either tires or some other thing, because he is lapping 206.0 since well, for the last 3 laps at least. And in fact he was completely wide in turn 1, and I think we'll lose possibly the position on hrs with a more inside turn, nearly contact between the two of them, with hrs avoiding the touch at the very last moment. But as I was saying, I think Dana is having some problems compared to his opponents who are lapping 5.0 to 5.4, and he is lapping 6.0 for a couple of laps since since I started checking it. So either it's a problem in concentration or in tire management. We will see in the next 30 minutes as the pit stop will come I suppose in the next 30 minutes, if they don't want to make an undercut. Otherwise we will see them making the move as soon as possible.
Yeah, these other scraps still going on as well. Jamie Nuttall was looking very racy. We also saw a swapping of position between Yannick Coates and Piotr Javitsky, and the Porsche coming out. Oh, he's just made contact with the 112 car in all of that sent off out the Dunlop curve. There is Yannick, and Jay Fang in the Honda getting a little bit bunched up into all of that as well. But that swapping of position, well, that comes to an end very abruptly as the Porsche makes contact there with the rear of the BMW through that corner. The DC Sim Racing car sent down several positions. So very unfortunate stuff between them. I do need to check though a little bit further down the order, because once again Jamie Nuttall all over the gearbox of the BMW and around the outside of Schumacher is capitalising on a mistake from Rob Jackson. Now we've got Sam Fleety trying to go around the outside of Podens. Podens got a terrible run through there. Mercedes gains a position, as does Ryan Cooper, as they recover time in that number 1 Princess Rebel bubblegum car. Here comes the Mercedes of Fleety, almost down the inside at turn 11, but can't quite do it. But Jamie Nuttall then finally managing to make his way through. And look at this 5-way train, but all the way from 18th position now down to I think 22nd place as they all try to squabble for track. They're all going to stay line astern on the run up towards the final chicane there. Does anyone get a better run over another? Podens almost pushing along the Honda through there, and contact between the 99 and the Mercedes. The 189 going wide there, and further contact going on as the 99 car tried to rejoin into the circuit, and then nothing that they could do. The Honda of the number 1 pulls ahead there, and Podens now side by side with Gosling. Fleety losing several positions in all of that.
Contact up ahead! 8 places off. Ruoff is completely off track because he's been touched by Dana. I think Dana did a sort of pit maneuver with Ruoff.
Oh
and now
dear!
Ruoff is into the barrier.
Oh dear, I've just looked at that on the replay. Yeah, that was... Oh, that is... I'm sure that there'll be arguments either way over that about who moved across who there, but that is disastrous there for the 991 car. I think it was mostly caught on the side, so it might not be too awful. The front end of that car is looking relatively intact, but I'm sure there are going to be a lot of words said between those two cars. Very unusual incident between those, and all of that clean racing that we had in the first 10 minutes has just seemingly spiraled ever since that point. And as everyone starts to get a little bit more pushy with how they try to make overtakes and things like that happen. That's a very unfortunate incident between those two in the top 10 battle.
In all these battles, there were also the battle for 12th position. It was Fang meeting the position on Gajewski, and then Gajewski losing the position on Dubiel on the chicane, as the Ferrari had been a bit of there has been a bit of contact between the Porsche and the Ferrari, but then the Ferrari made an overtake in a quite clean way in turn 1. As I was seeing the battle there are multiple battles going on at the moment. I'm not entirely sure which one to pick. I think Fleet is the next. No, it's actually Rutter making a position on Rizzo.
Yeah, Rutter, I think Rutter was holding on to that position. I'll double check on the replay, see if we can gather. I'm not sure, yeah, it could have been that the 115 actually got a little bit of a poor run on the exit for Schumacher S's, and that's allowed Rutter through. And number 5 car has had a bit of a troublesome day already. Sam Fleety very close up to the back of the McLaren of Michael Loeffler in front of him. Let's go on board with Fleety in this big back Mercedes V8 in the front of that car, roaring away to its heart's content, and see what is the speed difference between these cars down start finish straight. Very different lines actually on the exit of turn 15. The Mercedes choosing to stay much further to the right hand side and not risk getting out on that exit curb. I might have to come out of this view though, because we've got Dylan Gosling sending it down the inside of turn 1 on Christopher Podens. Podens trying to fight back though, but he's got a Honda in the way on the exit. And that 177 car really seems to be going back and forth and having trouble at having consistent pace. Has some wondrous moments at times, then drops back. But the Honda making up a position in the process of that, as Sam Fleety has to stay back himself in 23rd place. And yeah, another battle that keeps on going back and forth a bit is around 3rd and 4th position. Carlino closes up to Fidelibus, but then drops back a bit. That brings Ulbrich into the battle as well. So the podium positions very much still up for contention at the moment. As always, what's going down on further down the order? We've got Massier versus Nins through the opening sector. There's been a swapping of position between them, as well as I think Raining Thunder and Ciara and Hendrick. Oh, as Raining Thunder has... I think Raining Thunder has a major technical problem. They have just speared themselves in towards the wall on the exit of turn 3 there. I have a horrible feeling that's either a screen freeze or that is a wheel disconnect of some sorts, because the 777 car has unfortunately gone straight into the wall there. So that's very, very disappointing for them after a fairly smooth and easygoing beginning of the race for them. So that is disastrous stuff.
Looking at the Hollards on Fedele, they are one after the other, and I think Hollards wants to make the move as soon as possible. In fact, he goes into the inside in turn 1. Fedele leaving a bit of space. Never mind what I said, because now Fedele is trying to cover the outside, with Hollards making the move from the inside of turn 1 to the outside of turn 2. No contact in turn 2, but Hollards has made it completely, covered the inside with Fedele just there, and there's all the contact between the two Italians, and Dan is off! Dan is off track, spinning around in the track, and now Dan has lost the position on goals, with Fedele just there, without fault obviously, and I think it was on Dana, a bit of a shoot in the braking, and us losing the position on goals.
Yeah, Giuseppe Tanner, I think we were
the
looking at...
The 8 is off! The number 8...
Number 8 car, where is... that is Piotr Kujeski. What on earth happened there for number 8? So, trying to see what happened there. Through the opening couple of corners they were okay. In towards turn 2. And then, is it on the run towards turn 3? Oh, big tank slapper for the Porsche as they come off the exit curb and just about managed to get out of the way of the 112 car. I think there might be something else, though, while I'm looking at the replay for this very same car. They have plummeted down the order, so I have to try to catch this one on the replay as well. Although Podens trying to make an overtake on Dylan Gosling on the run in towards the Dunlop curve. Not sure if he's going to get that one done. The Honda sent towards the outside, so it will go towards the Aston Martin. See if we can catch what happened to Piotr. Oh, Piotr just completely in the barrier. So unfortunately on the replay, haven't caught exactly how that took place initially. But yeah, Piotr having a big mode. It's a very awkward mode as well. I think that's so they've maybe lost the back of the car on the exit of turn 5 and then gone over to the left-hand side of the circuit and caught the barrier there. But that was very unfortunate and unusual for that car, as we see again the 656 losing a bit of ground on the outside of the hairpin. As
there is low flare against Jackson. One trying to move on the outside, but the other covering it. And now the contact between two of them. Huge contact between the BMW and the McLaren, and the BMW is off.
Oh, Rob Jackson, he really goes straight into the chicane and he takes 2 cars out in the process. The Sam Fleety, huge unfortunate victim there, and that is an absolutely massive crash. Jackson straight into the pits there, and let's see what happens there. We'll go on board with his rear wing. You see the McLaren just behind was trying to find a way through, has the slipstream on the run up the hill, just tags the back of the BMW, makes further contact there. And as he goes flying across into... Oh, I've just clicked onto the wrong car. I'm so sorry, everybody. And then the Mercedes of Fleety being caught up in that completely innocently as well, as an absolutely massive incident. A very unusual one as well. And a big, big disaster for those cars.
It's been the second incident where a car was flying off the track. There has been the same with, I think it was the... Oh, someone is off. 340 is off. He is facing the wrong way into the racing line.
That is Massier for the Flightline GT team. See if we can catch what happened to them. Or I think there's maybe been a little bit of contact on the exit of turn 1 that has sent around that McLaren. So unfortunate stuff for them. I also do believe there was a swapping of position not too long ago between Tudor, Floria and Carsten. I think it was Carsten that was maybe losing out the position. I think unfortunately we have missed that in the opening sector, the BMW gaining the position on the Honda. But after such a clean opening few laps, there have been some major incidents between certain cars, as Jack Game and Dakuza battling side by side through the opening sector. The Lexus coming out on top in all of that, and the 666 maintaining their position. There's also a little bit of a drag race between Zetec and Massier, that car that just went around not too long ago. Oh, it was a drive-through for Jackson as well. So I think, I could be wrong here, but the drive-through penalty surely must be for track limits. That was the car that was sent around by the McLaren. And I have a horrible feeling that during them flying across the circuit, that they may have actually been given a track limit warning by the game as they aquaplaned across the grass and cut the circuit as far as ACC has interpreted it. So that 99's day goes from bad to worse, and yeah, that really was a massive, massive crash between those cars, and a very unfortunate bit of timing on the rejoin as well into the main circuit.
I'm looking at some battles. There is currently a battle for I think it is 26th for against Karsten, with Karsten very close to making a move on the... Oh, someone is off! 656 is off in 19th place. Sideways completely on the infield and getting overtaken by the 8. On the outside he goes easily. No, never mind, not easily, because... No, okay, he makes the position. And Gosselin is now in 20th, maybe trying to get back the position he has just lost from the outside. He tries, and the Porsche stays on inside, so it makes it quite difficult for the other driver to make it from the outside. You can see the rainy track. Meanwhile, there is, I think, the overtake for third. No, never mind, it's Serbridge trying the inside, but the chicane, so it's a bit of a difficult situation for both Audi to make it clean and without any possible problem afterwards. But I don't think Serbridge will end the attack here. He has been trying to attack the SPQR Racing Team Audi since I think lap 5, and they are lapping basically the same as they have lapped the same as lap time, 5.87 for both drivers, nearly on the millisecond, just 5 milliseconds apart from each other. So they are definitely battling hard for making a position, but they are also doing the same race pace, so it's a bit difficult for one of them to outcome the other.
Yeah, especially because they're in equal cars, so they're both kind of quick in the same parts of the circuit, which makes it very, very difficult. We did catch that moment for Gosling. It was on the run down towards turn 3, very similar to what happened to the number 8 Porsche, just caught too much of the AstroTurf on the entry. Meanwhile, looking at the 729 of Willem Castle again, trying to make a move on Tudor Florio. He's closing up on the run towards the top of the hill into the chicane there. Honda very, very quick in a straight line, maybe even close enough for a move in towards the final corner. Carsten shows the dummy. The BMW's gone slightly wide there. It's going to be a drag race between the pair of them on the run towards turn 1. As just quickly check up at the end of that same straight, Dylan Gosling and the number 8 car battling very closely with the number 5 BMW. They've swapped positions. Now it's Carsten again back on the attack with the 999, excuse me, BMW on the run towards turn 1.
Contact between the 8 and the 5 as Rotter makes the position on the 8, but they were both sideways.
Oh dear! Big moment, yeah, big moment for the Porsche on the entry, turn 3 again, and they just came completely across the circuit, and that number 5 car of Manuel Rutter just absolutely nowhere that he could go in all of that. That was very, very unfortunate there. As meanwhile, again, Vince Nürburgring at the front of the field, close to the back of Diego Carlino, is driving exceptionally well with the pressure he is being put under. And it just seems that those two cars just are strong in slightly different places. Vincent closes up at the tail end of the lap, and the gap extends at the beginning. Someone else is getting close, 2 Audis again, Giuseppe Dana and Antonio Fedeli, very close on circuit. A little bit of lag for Fedeli in the 127 car, and there could potentially be a move on the run up towards turn 1 because Fedeli is in the slipstream, although not gaining a great deal there. In actual fact, I don't think he's going to be close enough to do anything on the run up towards turn 1 there, so the battle of the Italians stay as they were, unless he can get a monstrous cutback. Not for the time being, so they stay as they were not too long ago. But my goodness, several squabbles going on, because that's battle further down for 21st position still going on with Piotr, and then just behind we've got Michele Rizzo in the 115 car. There's a bit of a 3-way fight for Fleety, which is running a little bit wounded in that car after being collected in some of that other contact. But yeah, 45 minutes into this race, we will be approaching pit window territory fairly shortly, and yeah, these battles are just continuing to rage on up and down the field non-stop.
Since I said that Giuseppe Danna was going a bit slower than the rest of the pack, he has been phenomenal. He is lapping faster than anyone but Caracas. He is lapping a lot quicker than all other drivers among them and around them, especially compared to Fedele. Fedele has been lapping 5.7 while Dan has been lapping 5.1, and all the other drivers in front and behind are lapping slower than the number 203. So now I really think it's the time to make as many positions back as possible, as they were involved in some incident towards the...
Oh, sorry to cut you off there. There's several things going on at the tail end of the field. Hendricks has gone around at turn 3. I think turn 2, excuse me, just a major tank slapper all by himself. And just in front of them, there was a 3-way fight with the likes of Florio, Victor Bow, and I think Diego Zamora is squabbling with James Holder a bit further up. We didn't quite catch how all of that played out, but yeah, several moves going on further down the field. And also Vincent Nürburgring again very close to the back of Carlino at the run towards turn 1. It's the closest he's been for a while at this part of the lap, but again, Diego in that SPQ Racing team car doing just enough to hold off the 49 Audi. And also something else I have just noticed that is worth a mention. Jamie Nuttall in the 420 car has gone from 40th on the grid up to 16th in the opening three quarters an hour of this race, and he is now the silver class leader with a total of 5 cars between him and Sam Fleety, the next silver class runner. So an absolutely monstrous stint from Jamie Nuttall, and doing once again exactly what we saw him do at Suzuka, where he powered his way through the field there as well.
So talking about the 420, they are lapping 5.7, 5.6, which is about the same lap times that P11 and Dan Wars are doing. So they are definitely on a run to make it even up to top 10 if they continue with this rhythm. Astonishing how they have made so many positions just by making a constant but steady run and this had paid off as a 5-second penalty for the number 5.
10 seconds. So yeah, so these penalties do have some live stewarding in this event. So we may have a change of position with Giuseppe Dana and Antonio Fedeli. It was a wonky line there for Fedeli. Contact on the exit for Schumacher S's. Giuseppe Dana, I think, now has the inside line down in towards turn 10 there, with the extra camber on the inside of that corner. The SPQ Racing Team car does manage to get past the Jean Alesi Esports Academy car. So mistake for Fedeli on the run through the S's. Maybe as those tyres are starting to degrade, maybe it's the concentration is starting to degrade. And Giuseppe Dana waiting no time at all and making up a position in the process and getting up into 9th place.
I can't understand why Giuseppe Dana is every time making it's not been the first time he has made contact while doing the overtake with a side-by-side situation. I think it's been the third time they have made contact with Carlino and Ebrich are switching position. Ebrich went with the launch in turn 1 and Ebrich has made a position as far as he could, and the shot paid off. They are now in 3rd position, so Ebrich for the race anywhere number 49 lineup makes it for the podium, and now they have clean air to reach Fidelibus, who is lapping quite slow compared to the rest of the pack. 5.9 for Fidelibus, 5.3 and around there for all the rest of the pack behind the number 3 lineup in the Virtual Racing Team car. And also there is a 10-second penalty for the number 112, and I will check the reason why instantly. It is for contact with the number 8. 10-second penalty for the 112 plus a license point of penalty.
I'm surprised about that because I could be wrong, but because the 112 car, that's the BMW of DC Sim Racing, and I could have sworn, if my memory serves correct, it was the number 8 car of Piotr that actually pushed that car around at the Dunlop curve. So I'm a little bit surprised that the penalty seems to be handed the way of the 112 car. Unless that's for another incident. As I look at Piotr for a moment, he has a huge tank slapper on the exit of turn 6 there, and that's going to allow, turn 4, and that's going to allow the 115 of McKenny Rizzo to go past as more penalties are flying in. There's a 5-second penalty for the 177 of Christos Podens. But yeah, perhaps maybe that's for an incident a bit earlier on that we didn't see, as stewards undoubtedly having to make their way through a lot of inquiries, and maybe those two had a separate incident that we didn't quite catch on camera, because yes, I do believe it was the Porsche that sent the BMW, the 112 car, around at the Dunlop
the 10 second is for lap 1.
Ah, there we go there. So yeah, so there was obviously a bit of a return then from the Porsche later on in the race, and I'm sure that will be looked into in due course there. The stewards having to manage so many things at so many times, and lap 1 is always such a mental thing, especially with what was when we started a 42 car grid. We're down to 41. We've had just one retirement in the opening 50 minutes of this race, which is great news. And everyone has mostly been able to keep themselves out of major incidents. We've had a few spins every now and again, but nothing that has been too horrifically race-ending for most drivers. As closest battle on circuit, I think, is Nins and Jacob Tarasayuk. I have a feeling there may have been a swapping of position there through the Schumacher S's, maybe a moment for the Lexus of Nins. We'll go on board with him. Lovely sound of that V8 roaring its way up the hill, but as he goes in towards the Schumacher S's, just runs a little bit wide through there, and that's going to allow the Aston Martin to close up and sweep around the outside and go in front of him. So that is how Nins lost that position. As meanwhile, our closest battle on circuit, actually one that's just emerged, is Joris Appel, the 444 car, trying to make some progress further up the order, as Carlino, after losing the position to Vince Nürburgring, has really lost a bit of pace over the last couple of laps, and has now got the McLaren for company as well. So the 202 car, after being in 3rd place for so long, is looking now to just hold on to the top 5 as Joris Appel straight across the chicane, and this could be hugely crucial for the championship, because that is the 2 championship leaders jointly on 88 points each. The 201 car in technically in first place with the better, highest race position, as they are now locked into the slipstream on the run down towards turn 1. Joris Appel going defensive more and more to the right-hand side. Almost contact between the pair of them on the run down there. The BMW now sent towards the outside line. 444 holds the inside. There's a little bit of contact in the middle of the apex there, and I think the 444 is going to hold on to the position there. So they go from being the hunter to the hunted, and that gives Carlino a little bit of a breather. But that is a squabble that is immediately now taking place between our championship leaders, and I'm sure undoubtedly will continue on in the upcoming laps and probably the upcoming stints as well.
Someone we have not talked about is the leader, who has made an 18 seconds gap in the Beverly Racing UKR number 9. Is lapping constantly like a hammer in the mid to high 04. No one in the field has managed to do it so constantly. There are some 04 happening just now in a lot of places, but no one has been a hammer so much as the number 9, who is now with 17.3 second of gap. As there is a penalty with the number 22, it is Golds gaining a 10-second penalty for and 2 license points for contact with the number 1 on lap 4.
Yes, that was the Pink Princess Robot Bubblegum. It's a very hard team name to say. That's the Honda that was sent around. I think that was at the very corner that we were just looking at there a moment. I think actually it might have been turn 4. I think it was the exit at turn 4 where that car was unfortunately sent around. So yeah, Dominic Goltz has made tremendous progress through the field, but unfortunately with the cost of a little bit of contact there, and hence the penalty we just see as another 10-second penalty, I think, has just come in for the number 5 car further down the order. But looking at Joris Appel as he made his way through the chicane that time around, that car really not enjoying going over the curbs there whatsoever. McLaren, a little bit like the Ferrari, not quite as bad, but really does not like to be thrown around by those big curves. Now here comes the BMW on a huge lunge down the inside towards turn 1 there. That is very deep on the brakes. I think it might be too far because the 444 says thank you very much and immediately takes the position back. So a big dive there from Marco Mancuso at the tail end of his stint, and the first stint for all of these drivers. But the 2 championship protagonists staying as they were. I say 2 championship protagonists. The third one that is very much in a strong position is that number 3 car currently sitting in 2nd place, because they are only 9 points adrift in the standings at the moment. And I'll have to do a little bit of maths. I tried to do some maths in the Tier 2 race the other day, which didn't serve me very well. Oh, that's a very wide moment for Carlino, who now is under all sorts of pressure from Joris Appel on the run down towards Dunlop curve. So this immediately now starts to throw a bit of a spanner in the works for the squabble that's going on between our 2 championship leaders, as the 202 car had a bit of a wonky moment through turn 5 and 6, and now has got his rearview mirrors all full of that blue McLaren.
I think Carlino is getting back in the zone of struggling, because he seems to be a bit slower under pressure. As soon as the McLaren went a bit more further, the number 202 was lapping steady lap time, even compared to the front of the field. He was lapping. He just lapped a 4.6 fastest personal best, and then all of a sudden, as the McLaren went back into the mirror, the Audi went a bit slower. Now the BMW maybe tries the inside in the chicane. I don't think it's going to be the case. In fact, he doesn't do anything. He just shows himself in the mirror. The curb he goes, and nearly losing the car there. And the McLaren can.
Oh, so yellow flag. Sorry, as a yellow flag for the 48 cars. Milan Hack in the Bentley there. Oh, as he's just gone sideways straight in the Schumacher S's. And the Bentley unfortunately coming unstuck there and going straight into the gravel trap. So disappointment stuff for the Race Anywhere SimSport car. There's actually a little bit of a battle just right behind that Bentley, where they've emerged out now between Christos Podens and the number 1 car of Ryan Cooper, as the rest of the timing board sets to update. But those gaps around Carlino, Appel and Mancuso have just opened up a little bit once again. But someone else points in the chat as Mini Simeon, as ever, our most dedicated viewer, Jamie Nuttall, benefiting from that very nicely and making his way up into the top 15, which is an extraordinary feat from the 420 car that now puts another car between himself and the next silver class competitor.
420 is, in my opinion, about the time I'm looking at, definitely in contention for a P12 without any possible difficulty. Meanwhile, I think, looking at the lap times, somehow Carragher's still in the 4, and which is now close to Fidelibus. He has gained, Airbridge has gained about 7 tenths in just one lap, with Aston Martin struggling a lot compared to the Audi driver in the 49. I also think that the track is starting to dry up a little bit, just a little bit, because the lap time are definitely slower than some laps ago, but it's nothing to lighter rain condition yet. And all the battles in the top 5 are sparkling as the pit timer is ticking down, and I think some of the drivers may want to go for an undercut in the next couple of minutes, as Airbridge is very close to Fidelibus, but also Apel is very close to Carlino, who is being attacked by Mancuso. And I'm not entirely sure which battle I want to check now, because all 2 battles may spark in a second.
Oh, so one of the things that's just kicked off is Podens versus Ryan Cooper. I think, were they... Oh, that was a huge kick of oversteer for Cooper through the Schumacher S's there. The Aston Martin then tried to go around the outside, caught the gravel trap instead. So they all stayed as they were. And yeah, the Aston Martin losing out in all of that. Thought he'd gained the position and loses it in the end. Sam Fleety under pressure now from Michele Rizzo, who goes flying on by in the 115 car. That Mercedes a little bit battered and bruised. You can see, actually, if we go on board the rear wing of that Audi, the bonnet on that Mercedes is just a little bit crooked and has had a bit of a facial rework, and not in a good way, on that car.
Podens nearly sideways on Cooper. Well, not on Cooper, but outside of Cooper. He tried to make it a bit of a lounge on the outside, and Podens nearly lost everything in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, we just called out on the replay. Yeah, through a final corner, good reactions to hold on to that one. I think there was also a swapping of position between James Holder and Diego Zamora as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it's a little bit too far back, unfortunately, on the replay to catch it. Once again, Urbrick taking out tenths from Fidelibus, and also still fastest car on circuit again, so consistently quicker than our race leader as well, which hasn't been the main story so far this race, as Mancuso has had a very strong middle sector there and is close up to the back of Joris Lepel once more.
Yellow flag. It's a 55.
Where's
55
the
off track.
55 car? That is Diego Zamora, so that is the car that was battling with James Holden not too long ago. So has he gone deep on the brakes at turn 1, or has he lost it? He was pretty isolated from the Aston Martin front on the entry there, on the braking zone. It's all fairly neat and tidy so far. And then, oh dear, just completely... That's a very unfortunate moment for 55. Does manage to keep it roughly pointing in a straight line. Just drives very optimistically wide on the exit there. I think was pushing a bit too hard to set up something for turn 2, and catches the grass and then almost gets sent around, sent into more of a half spin, but does thankfully manage to gather that one together. As again, Urbrick really now close to the back of Fidelibus, who's been running around by themselves for a long time, and again 4 tenths of a second in favour of the Audi. And this 49 car, the car that's only done 1 race so far this season, they finished that race in 3rd place. That's where they sit at the moment, really confident on the entry there towards Anne's corner. Oh, 999! It's brought out a yellow flag. That's Tudor Floria. That's on the exit of the Schumacher S's there. Oh dear, unfortunately I've just caught that a little bit too late there, so I didn't quite see if they were sent round or if they did that one all by themselves. But yeah, Tudor Floria coming out of that one not too well, but this battle for P2 is definitely on right now.
Yeah, P2 is now a hot zone because Airbridge has the pace to make it over Fidelibus by quite a lot, considering the lap times. The number 3 is struggling to get even in the 0-4, while Airbridge is lapping constantly 0-4, so it's just a matter of time. In fact, maybe he may be thinking about a move here, not entirely optimistic about that, and in fact he stays behind, but I really think that now is strategy time. He needs to understand where to overtake and where to do it safely, because we are in the rain and it doesn't mean you can overtake wherever you want. You have to have it a bit more steady and you can't risk all. I think he may go for turn 1 again, as he already did.
Chunk of curb though through the chicane. That's lost Ulrich a huge amount of time.
As I said it. The second I said, oh, Mancuso on the inside of Apple. Mancuso really trying to make the overtake on a sheet of paper, and somehow he makes it at the beginning, but the McLaren has more, possibly, considering the BMW has a low top speed end compared to the McLaren, but it is enough for the BMW to make it on the brakings, and the answer is possibly yes, as the BMW goes absolutely wide on turn 1, and the McLaren makes back the position on the BMWs of Mancuso.
An almost contact there through turn 2. Joris Appel firmly shutting the door. Mancuso again looking down the inside towards turn 3. Hasn't got anywhere to go there. And yeah, I think that all started with the McLaren once again having a poor exit through the final chicane. And then that allowed Mancuso very opportunistically to go up the inside in towards the final corner. But again, missing his braking point on the entry to turn 1. That allowed Joris Appel to slot back in to that P4 position. Sorry, P5, excuse me, as the time board will update in just a moment. But this is actually our closest battle on circuit. We're about 10 minutes away from pit stop time. We might see some drivers going in a little bit earlier than others. 75-minute pit timer for this race. So that will be
5 seconds more for the 112.
No dear.
And it is for incident with the 500 on lap 9. That's the reason for the 5-second penalty. And also 30-second penalty for the car 28 for making multiple contacts with multiple cars on turn 1, plus 3 license points of penalty. And the 28 is in
41st position, unfortunately. So their day really goes from bad to worse for the cracked racing. Well, unfortunately, the Cracked Racing Plough Driving Academy team, and unfortunately, it does sound like they rather ploughed through some of the other cars on the circuit, hence the penalty. So, unfortunate stuff between some of those cars. As yeah, we're going to be catching up on penalties for quite a while, because stewards' inquiries, particularly in the early stages of the race, where more of these incidents do occur, because the more cars are closer on circuit, that they will be reviewing those. Now, very interesting stage of this race coming up, because we do have, as I previously mentioned, the pit stops coming up soon, and also look at the weather tracker. 30 minutes time and the rain is going to be lessening off. Now, I think that actually appeared a few laps ago, so it's a little bit of a shorter time period than that. It's not quite exactly at the 10-minute mark. But these drivers then, they'll be probably looking to adjust their tyre pressures and things accordingly, as Poden's putting pressure onto the number 1 car of Ryan Cooper again into the final corner. Has to look around the outside, but can't make anything stick just yet in that car.
Penalty. 203, 15 seconds penalty, and I suppose it's for the incident with the 991 on lap 16, plus 2 license points. That's for the 203 in 9th position.
Oh dear, so that is one of the SBQ Racing Team cars that has got a penalty. The battle for the podium has, or the second place in this race, has started up once again. Vincent Obrick gaining some time on the last lap. Fideli putting a lot of pressure onto Yannick Ruoff, so that is a battle for the top 10, so that could be happening very shortly. But yeah, these drivers and teams are going to be looking to try to get their tyres and pressures sorted as best possible for this next stint. It's still going to take quite a while for the track to dry out, but so wet tyres will still very much be the way, but they will be looking to adjust their pressures, I would imagine, accordingly, so that the next stint is as least compromised as possible. Because if it does follow a bit of a trend of drying up, then perhaps when it comes around to the next batch of scheduled pit stops, the teams may be thinking about going for some dry tyres. As Dominic Gortz also very close to the back of the BMW of Martin Oliard, who's getting a little bit held up from the BMW, sorry, excuse me, the Mercedes in front. Blue flags being waved for that car that is in front of the number 7. That's the 63, who does look to pull over to the left-hand side of the circuit and lets both cars through on the entry towards turn 1. That's allowed Dominic Gultz to get a bit of a run alongside towards turn 2, but I don't think he's quite close enough unless he can set up a switchback almost into the gearbox of the number 7 car in front, but thankfully manages to keep away from the rear diffuser of that BMW, but getting a little bit intimate and close for comfort in the battle for 7th place position. But
oh, Fidel is off! Fidel is off! And
oh,
I think
dear.
it is turn 3. Is it turn 3?
oh, and all by himself as well. It's the same mistake that we've seen a few drivers make, just trying to open up that corner a bit too much, taking the sort of the dry line approach to that corner and using that AstroTurf and the exit curb from turn 2 to his advantage. When I say to his advantage, unfortunately it ends up being to his demise really, and spinning out in the process. I think he's actually stayed in the same position he was in not too long ago, but yeah, that's an unfortunate mistake for the 127 cars again. Oh, so that's a yellow flag out for 27. That is McKinley, who is just to the side of the main racing line down at turn 3, and I think it's exactly the same mistake again for the 27, who got a little bit of a biff from one of the Lexuses that drove on past. So we didn't quite catch the beginning of the spin, but it did look very much the same as what we've seen some of the other cars suffer with. So potentially, particularly with those tyres wearing down, it's a very tricky part of the circuit where the rear just doesn't quite have the same level of grip that it started with. As Nürburgring now almost pushing Fidelibus along in the final corner, and could we now see a run from Vincent Nürburgring in the Race Anywhere SimSport car to try and displace the number 3, and these are important positions because right now as Diego Carlino comes into the pits just behind, these are important positions because this could change the championship leader after this race, and the Aston Martin I don't think has got anything to fight back with, and Fidelibus, after holding on to that second place for so long in this race, has to relinquish the position and drop down to 3rd. And I will do a bit of another maths check, but I think if they were to finish like so, obviously a very long way to go in this race, but just to give an idea of kind of the cruciality of these points, that would change the virtual racing team from finishing ahead in the championship after this race and take the championship lead to being just 1 point behind the triple 4 car and a couple points ahead, I think, of the 201.
Oh,
so
Fidel is
very
off
close.
again! Same spot! Exactly
Oh,
the
dear.
same spot! Turn 3.
Antonio Frideli really not liking that part of the circuit then. Again, yeah, mirror image of the previous mistakes. So those tyres really giving out for that car, and that is disaster for the 127.
Who has now lost the position on the car number 69. So the Genius Esports Academy 127 is now in 11th place. And I'll be honest, as a driver, I want to say my word because I can't understand why some of these drivers haven't pit, especially Airbridge, because Airbridge was losing about a second per lap, and I'm not exaggerating. Airbridge was literally losing a second per lap compared to his usual lap times, and now we are in the last 4 minutes of their stint timers, so I'm not understanding why Airbridge didn't pit earlier to make an undercut and to make as many seconds as possible.
I can only imagine that it might be to do with fuel. The drivers may be a little bit concerned about particularly... Oh, it's just a huge moment for Dominic Gultz. Oh dear, is that saying? Oh, it's just gone from bad to worse. And he's now almost taken out one of the SPQ Racing team cars in the entry to the pit lane. Dominic Gultz having a huge moment through the chicane, and then all spiralling down from there. Let's see if we can go on board with Dominic Gultz. He caught the curb through the chicane, then ended up being a bit straddled across the exit of, you can see here, so he clatters the curb, runs wide, has a huge kick of oversteer, then gets it all together, catches the curb on the entry to the pit lane, tries to spin it around. There's the SPQ Racing team car that almost gets collected in the process. Thankfully, no one catching the Revolution Sim Racing car, 22, but a very big and costly mistake there from Dominic Gultz in the 22. But yeah, just to finish off what we were talking about with the stints that it could be that the Audi is a bit of a greedy car when it comes to fuel consumption, and if you pit a little bit too early, and then depending on kind of what the weather conditions do during the race, you can sometimes find yourself in a very awkward place later on, and these guys won't want to make another pit stop, so they may look to try to sacrifice, you know, maybe 1, 2, 3 seconds worth of lap time and track time now, so that then they don't have to be in such a compromised position later on and perhaps having to do a splash and dash at the end. So that could be answering that.
Now there is a problem. Everyone will pit. They are obliged to do so because they don't have the time to make another... no, wait. They have just 1 lap if they want. Because the last very moment will be the fourth... No, okay. They will not have another lap. In fact, Caracas is the only one that had a chance to make another lap. But each and any driver that haven't made a pit yet will go into the pits. So this goes for P1 to P20. So there is going to be 20, no, more than 20. I think there is going to be about 25 cars going into the pits in the same lap, which is going to be massive traffic
we can
in
see,
there.
Yeah, we can see everyone going in. Crucially, 2 cars obviously were quite close on circuit, were Vincent Nürburgring and Francesco Fidelba. So Vincent Nürburgring going for a double stint then in the opening part of the race. The Aston Martin just coming in now, but yeah, you can see...
Oh, Aston Martin again off! And the BMW is off! The BMW is off onto the barrier and they can't do another lap because otherwise they will go over the stint timer. So the BMW has to reverse, Ruoff has to reverse and go into the pit with basically a parking maneuver, and loses the position on Golds and nearly loses the same position on Funk, number 69. So now everyone into the pits, diving, and I think someone has made a mistake, or they already went to the pits. I saw a car going past everyone.
Oh dear! Oh, that all got very complicated indeed. The pair of them, Dominic Gauls and Yannick Ruoff. Dominic Gauls actually almost doing exactly the same thing he did last lap, just about managing to gather up a little bit better. I think he was almost following Yannick Ruoff's braking point on the entry towards the pits, and then Yannick Ruoff didn't quite gather up in the same way. So those 2 cars really struggling with the pit entry here. It is an awkward one, but yeah, you can see the absolute sea of cars that are making their way through the pits at the moment. Grantis Caracas has come back out of the pits in the lead, 30 seconds almost clear of Fidelibus, who has just come out of the pits marginally in front of Vince Nürburgring. So in actual fact, the Audi that pitted first and got the position made has actually lost the position once again. So the Aston Martin of Leonardo are now in the hands of... Oh, I've got a bit of a disagreement here going on with the graphics between Fidelibus and Porco. I'll have to see how all of that updates in a moment. But the virtual racing team car, number 3, after all of that, has come out back in front of the Audi that overtook him not too long ago, who almost goes storming into the gearbox. Massively more confident under braking at the moment because those tyres are, of course, up to pressure a little bit better than the Aston Martin is. But that was almost straight into the back there, as I also see a 5-second penalty for the 420 car. Not a massive change in terms of their class position, but potentially a change in terms of their overall position once they've served that. Again, Vince Nürburgring absolutely all over the back of Leonardo Porco. It is in the Aston Martin in front, and we could very quickly see a change of position between these 2 cars once more.
A huge slap in the face for the 49 lineup, as they've struggled so much to make a position, and now they have to make the same work back again with a car that is slower, not only in terms of lap time, but is slower just because of the tires. They are on cold tires, and in fact Pishman in the 444 is gaining a lot by this situation, with the 2 cars in front of them getting very slow into the track. And I was looking at the various pit changes in terms of positions. The number 7 of Olehars has made 3 positions in the pits. No, just... because, okay, yes, after the penalty, obviously. That's why I was a bit confused. Olehars is now in 6th, he was in 9th before the penalty and the pit stop were applied. So a huge amount of position being gained by the 7.
Sorry, Vince Nürburgring. You go for it.
Okay. Erlich nearly going into the side of the Aston Martin, trying all he could to make the position back, but he overshot the braking zone, and unfortunately it means that the Aston is back in front. It is a nightmare for the 49 lineup, who is about to draw the rear of the Aston Martin on a huge piece of paper and say, please let me pass as the time passes by. We now 42 minutes until nearly cross to the rear of the Aston Martin. On the inside he tries, and again the Aston Martin closes the door, and Pishman is just there with popcorn in one hand and the wheel in the other, trying to make as much time as possible in a bit of an opportunity move, and maybe making not only one but two positions out of this battle.
Yeah, and Tim Peachman will be rubbing his hands together with this one. The 444 currently joint leaders in the championship. They're the only championship contender that haven't won a race so far. Leonardo Porco in that number 3 car, that team currently sits 3rd place in the standings, although would be in where they are right now position take the lead, but with the likes of Vince Nürburgring now trying to go around the outside. Whoa! Almost going towards the inside again, and he's sent it down the inside. Major contact between those two, and here comes Peachman trying to now go around the outside of the pair of them, and he's been shunted off onto the grass. Oh dear, that's going to be a lot of incidents reviewed, I imagine. The 666 has brought out the yellow flag further down the order as well, but Vincent Nürburgring will say he was left no room on the inside. Tim Peachman will say he was shoved towards the outside of the circuit there. But all of that squabbling, they all stay in the positions they were in. But my goodness, that got very close to having a major effect on the race and the championship as the Aston Martin's off.
And the free's off. Down the inside he goes. Tries
very wide.
More contact
as well.
Possibly. No, not more contact, but Erbich takes the position finally after 30 minutes and more of chasing, and now Pishman wants to make the same move on the same Aston Martin, who is struggling a lot compared to the other two opponents, with the McLaren maybe trying an inside move. Just at the final moment he decides to stick to the racing line, and now the Audi has clean air to make it, well, as much as possible to try to gain back the 32 seconds of gap to Caracas, with Porco now who has to defend as much as possible against Pishman in 444. Centimeters apart from the diffuser and the front bumper, and I really think that now it is a nightmare for the Aston Martin lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Another battle that is very quickly hotting up is Oliars versus Langford. Langford has stepped into the 201 SPQ Racing Team car. It's another one of our championship protagonists, and they are coming under major pressure from the number 7, who's continuing to try to recover positions through the fields. We'll have to see how all of that plays out. We've also got a battle between Tobias Mardl and Samuele Spoto of the 127 car and the 991. Manuel Rutter further down the order is having a bit of a scrap with Lucas Ziga in the number 1 Honda, and they are all of our main 3 fights at the moment.
Ooh, Langford a bit wide on the S. Schumacher, and Hollehars has the chance. Meanwhile, even Pishman making a move on the outside after the Schumacher S, trying whatever is possible. More contact between Aston Martin and the McLaren. The McLaren trying a move on the outside again and again. It gets some scratch of paint by doing so. Goes a bit on the gravel, flashes the light, saying obviously my position is there, you have it. And now I think that goes even in Langford's mill, because they are also gaining on the duo, battling a lot. And considering that possibly Pishman is a bit angry on Porco's moves, he wants the position in the most fastest way, and I don't think clean manners are on the list of possible ways.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting a little bit desperate now for trying to find their positions. We're less than an hour and a half into this 10-hour race, but they've been battling it out non-stop like it's been a 60-minute sprint. And yeah, I think so far Tim Peachman, that 444, I haven't really seen that car really put a foot wrong in terms of these battles, and they'll be a bit miffed out of the way that they've been shoved from side to side by the number 3, so there may be words going on between those cars.
Spot is off!
Oh dear! The final corner, that's an unusual place. Let's try to see what happened there for the 127 car. Oh, big oversteer moment in that car. Fideli was struggling with oversteer on the entry towards turn 3, and it's almost a mirror image mistake on the run towards turn 15. That's given the position to the Honda that's trying to get past. That is Ada Willspin, but now the 127 car now going back through on the run up towards turn 1, so they regain that position over the 69 car. But my goodness, that Audi seems... Oh, is the Honda almost into the rear diffuser? But thankfully manages to gather it up. But that Audi seems very, very nose biased. That car may be set up more for the dry conditions than the wet. And Samuele Spoto and Antonio Fideli both seemingly struggling to contend with that part of the car's setup.
I really think that the number 3 has a lot of problems in terms of setup, because they are going absolutely completely slower than the rest of the packet they are in. Taking comparison, Herbich is doing 5.1 and Porco did 6.5. And the battle behind them, oh, there is overtake 69 on 127. On the outside it tries, but 127 resists on the inside and doesn't lose the position on the Honda lineup in the J team number 69. So it is still like this for now. But as I was saying, the duo of Langford Olehart is lapping 5.9 even with the battle. So this really puts in perspective how much the number 3 is losing compared to the rest. Now they've just did a 5.2, so they may be back in racing times, even if Herbich made a 4.6, but Pishman made a 5.1, a bit into, no, he just thinks about it, Olehart. So nothing has been made, but the battle will probably spark in the next couple of minutes if everything goes like this.
Yeah, without a doubt. You can see the Aston Martin there of Leonardo Porco, far more confident on the entry towards turn 3 to use that exit curb from turn 2, as Ben Langford getting a little bit stuck there by the back marker. Flashing of the lights there from Olehart to say, get out of the way, we've got a battle on our hands. That was one of the other BMWs, a little bit of a, I think that was more of a lag spike than anything for Langford there. Again, Novi scrapping.
Will's been making the move on spot again. Turn 1, switch of position back for the 69 lineup. It's a switch of position for the last 3 laps has been so, with also turn 1 being a hot spot for them, switching back their position for the Honda lineup.
Yeah, the Honda making use of its straight line speed and acceleration out of the final corner there to get that one set up. Yeah, meanwhile, the battle out the tail end of the podium is still raging on. Peachman showing his nose up the inside again on the run out towards turn 10, but he can't quite find a way through there. Leonardo Porco holding on to that one for the time being. Marcin Olejars almost pushing the 201 of Ben Langford round at this point. I think Marcin Olejars clearly has the pace advantage. How do they all fare on this run up towards the hill? Peachman versus the Aston Martin Porco staying as they were, but Olejars really putting pressure on the 201 towards the chicane. Surely doesn't think about anything on the run up there, and he doesn't. He stays behind for the time being, and in actual fact gets a little bit of a poorer line through there, and I think will drop back in the process unless he gets an absolutely monstrous exit from the final corner. It's a pretty good exit from Olejars. He has certainly regained the time. In actual fact, Slipstream is actually a little bit of rubber banding, but it's going to be difficult if he wants to try to make a dive towards turn 1. I think he's too far back.
Between backmarker and the number 3, and backmarker is, I think it was the BMW number 999. In fact, it was Van der Linden in 999 who has been spun by the 3. So now the 3 has a lot of enemies in the track in terms of contacts, with Pishman maybe gaining a bit from it, because the Aston will possibly have some damage in the first spot. Is off again in the last corner again.
Oh dear. Oh, we'll have to catch the 127s in a second. Yeah, we're just having a look on the replay at Leonardo Porco down towards turn 1. A bit of a miscommunication between those two cars, and unfortunately the BMW been sent around in the process. Peachman right on the gearbox once again to the Aston Martin. But yeah, the 127 car having an absolutely torrid time. Down in 13th place now, has lost several seconds to the Honda of the 69 team. And that is definitely... Oh, it's Tim Peachman pass on Leonardo Porco. So Porco on the run down towards Dunlop Curve, very wide on the entry there. Little bit of shoulder barging, and we said it might not be the cleanest. And I'm sure that Peachman, after the way that he was pushed off a couple of times, they will feel he was entitled to that. Now Ben Langford going down the inside on the run towards turn 10. The 201 car, crucial positions on the Aston Martin. Tiny bit of contact on the exit there on Olejars, maybe looking to follow through on the Aston Martin as well. And there's further contact, and the number 3 sent into an oversteer moment, just about gathers it together, but Olejars then stays in 6th place. Langford gains 1, and Leonardo Porco goes from 3rd to 5th. All transpired from that mistake down at Dunlop Curve.
I really think that 3 has had all the contacts he has been making back compared to what happened at the start. This is definitely not the clearest of the battles, but the 3 is now striking a lot to keep the position. I really think that they have some damage to deal with, and now Holiars wants to make the position on Porco because all of this battle has been paid in terms of time. In the 2 seconds mark, trying outside the Pishman with a 5-second penalty. I don't think it's for the contact with the free, but it's definitely being acknowledged by the stewards. Meanwhile, Holiars still trying to make a move, possibly now trying the inside. He's close, but he's not close enough. With Porco going a bit off the apex, Holiars a bit more closer to the curb, and I think it will stay like this for just a little bit. Meanwhile, I think the triple, the 991 and Jarzowski are making contact near bump to bump in turn 1 for the BMW and Ferrari lineup, battling for 10th position.
I think also the Lexus of the AAA may have just lost a couple of positions, if I'm not mistaken. I've just run it back on the replay, as I think in the meantime they've come under a bit of pressure from the 999. I've got a horrible feeling they may be making a similar mistake. Oh, just aquaplaning completely on the entry curve towards turn 3 there. Not quite going around and having the oversteer moment that we've seen the 127 car and the 8 and a couple of others suffer with through there, but the Lexus just being completely caught on that curb under braking, locking up and going straight on there and losing 2 positions in the process. Another battle that is closing up is the likes of the 46 versus the 8 down in 27th position. But at the pointier end of the field, it is definitely all about Marcin Holiars for the URL car. Once again putting pressure onto the Aston Martin head, looking up towards the inside of the chicane, choosing to stay behind for the time being. Look how difficult it is to follow in this spray, but the BMW looking far more comfortable at this point of the race. Maybe the tyre pressures for the number 3 car set up more for when the rain falls off. It must only be about 15 minutes or so away. They are really struggling at this stage of the race. Holiars again snaking down the start-finish straight, getting the toe off the car in front. You can see in the cockpit making adjustments that are likely to be his brake bias as he gets a bit squeezed towards the left-hand side of the circuit. Number 3 car moving across a little bit on the lines on the entry to the braking, and that gave Holiars a little bit of a scare, caught the curb on the entry and then losing time in the process. Number 3 car, let's be careful, may come under review for a few things. We won't find out probably for quite a while. And yeah, flashing of the lights there from the number 7 car, so clearly not happy about that.
Inside the contact with the Ferrari in turn 1.
Oh,
And just
down the inside.
Wide. With the 991 making the position in a bit of a, let's say he made the move, literally, he created the move, and now the 991 lineup in the garage 991 is chasing Daniel Riccitelli in the 203. It is for 9th at this point because Medal is now in 10th. As I was saying, the 444 penalty comes from a contact with the 201 in lap 10. So we are now in lap 42. So this tells you how many incidents they have to review in the steward's room. As Holiars is very close to the Aston Martin in front of him. Now the free with a very poor exit from Schumacher, but a very good speed towards, I think it's going to be, yes, oh, the free, not a steer! Out of opposite for the number 3, and now it's time for the 7 to make possibly a position up ahead.
Oh, that's so tricky on the run through turn 12 there. Don't want to make contact. We saw it all go wrong for the 99 earlier. Holiars again, though, very patient from the number 7 car, staying behind the number 3, but clearly this BMW is in a happier place right now, as again a little bit wide for the Aston Martin. Does bring it back though towards the apex, but the number 7 car does seem to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to the straight line speed performance when they've got the slipstream. The Aston Martin is quick, but this BMW is quicker, and the run up towards turn 1 again. Holiars sent towards the outside of contact on the entry to the braking zone again. Number 3 moving over to the left hand side when the number 7 has committed to the corner, and that is again, I'm sure, something that the BMW is going to be very frustrated about, as is it my imagination or on my screen that during the replay, I'll be interested to see what it goes back to. Yeah, so during the replay, the livery on the number 7 car completely changed, which completely baffled me. Is this contact further down? I can see it in the screens. Yellow flags for the 77 and the 14 car. what's happened between those two. Oh dear, the 14. Sorry, the 77 had already gone around. Bunched up was the 760 of Jacob Tarasayuk, and then coming into that was the 14 car that had nowhere to go and made a bit of further contact there, and is actually about to be lapped by Dominic Galt. 77 going wide at turn 3, losing a position to the 340 car as well, and Olfenson dropping a few positions over the last sequence of corners. And now with our next closest battle on circuit between Michele Rizzo in the 115 and Manuel Rutter in the number 5 car, battling for 20th place.
It is definitely a battle of people that doesn't belong there, because both Rizzo and Rutter have been involved in some incidents, and in fact they are lapping quite fast compared to the rest of the field where they are currently. They are lapping 6.0, with Rutter being lapping basically the same lap time as his opponent in front, and I think it is basically the same lap time is now 5 tenths between the BMW and the Audi.
Yeah, one of many BMW versus Audi battles that we've had raging on today. Is one that's kicking off is Ben Langford now, who's got a little bit of a spring in his step and is now putting some pressure onto Tim Peachman, who may be running a little bit wounded in that McLaren, as they've been involved in a few scraps. You can see Leonardo Porco now well behind, 4.5 seconds adrift of Langford, with Oliars now 2 seconds back. Oh, it's the 660 car, I think, just brought out the yellow flag. Actually, I think it's 666. Excuse me, getting a little bit confused on the graphic, and there's further contact with the 760 there as they try to make their way around through turn 2. So what happened to the Lexus? So they've let one car go by under blue flag conditions, and then they're going to arrive at turn 1 and just catches the grass. Oh, they're going to take out the Audi. Amazing evasive action there from the Audi that they were alongside. Sees the Lexus making a huge mistake on the entry, and thankfully manages to avoid contact. A bit unfortunate between the 760 and the 666 in the following corner, but overall everyone managing to escape that one fairly well, as Daniel van der Linden now very close with the likes of Chris Sabia, but having to back off and drop back a little bit to allow the Revolution sim racing car by. But another scrap that's actually just started to kick off again is Tobias Mardel versus Jarzembowski, who those two have swapped around, because we saw the 991 not too long ago make up a position, so they swapped back around at some point over the last couple of laps, maybe a bit of traffic or a mistake somewhere. And also Jamie Nuttall in the 420 car now aiming for 14th place with the 48 Race Anywhere SimSport car just up ahead. So, oh, there's a yellow flag for Porco! Yellow flag for Porco, the number 3 car. That is absolutely huge for the championship. Through the chicane there, what's happened? Oh dear, a back marker that went sky high on the second apex of the final chicane there, clattering into the side of the Aston Martin, and the number 3 car then losing positions in the process. That's allowed the 202 SBQ Racing Team car to go by, and the Aston Martin, the car that was in second place for so long in this race, their day continues to go from bad to worse.
I think my statement of this is an easy track to overtake back market really has fallen completely on his knees.
It hasn't stayed the most true statement, unfortunately. It's
I'll be honest.
It's
Medal on Jarzembowski on turn 1 with a lot of traffic up ahead, so it's a huge opportunity for nearly spinning, because the rear right was not on the tarmac anymore, and there is a 4-way situation up ahead. I think it is the battle for 32nd position. In fact, it's Sabia against Van der Linde, with Van der Linde trying whatever is possible to make the move on the Lexus, but it's a problem because now Rutter, I confused the cars. Jarzembowski and Madel are about to arrive at the very same spot, and Richie Terli is there just waiting for himself to pass, as the two cars in front of him are battling, and Jarzembowski is in close proximity to the Audi, and the BMW is in close proximity of the Ferrari, so now it's a triple-way battle back again for 9th position, with Jarzembowski very, very closer to the Audi compared to what the BMW is close to the Ferrari in front. With Richie Terli, oh, the BMW is just there, you can't do anything with the other BMW. and I think Medal will be quite frustrated by the fact that the Ferrari has he may have gained some gap, the Audi making it on the Lexus, and the Ferrari, and the BMW is a bit off gravel, he loses some temps, so now the real battle is against Riccitelli and Jarbowski, with Jarbowski making a lot of meters making back a lot of meters of gap compared to Daniele Riccitelli in the Audi number 203.
My goodness, going up and down the leaderboard trying to find which cars to pick. In all of that, we've got them separated all overall by about 2 laps, I think, with some of those cars. But absolute chaos there with some of the traffic. Meanwhile, Jamie Nuttall again really putting pressure now onto Milan Hack in the Race Anywhere SimSport. Bentley, who's having a little bit of a squirrely exit through turn 5 and 6 then, as several battles taking place. We've got all swapping positions.
Riccitelli is off! I think he's made contact with the back markers, and Madl and Jarbowski have made a position back up, and now Riccitelli will be quite frustrated by the fact that he is 2 seconds behind both Medal and 4 seconds behind Jarbowski.
Yeah, absolute chaos taking place there. The 999 also got squeezed on the exit. Oh, that's one of the Hondas. I'm not sure who that is. That is Zetec that has just gone off on the exit of, the entry to turn 1 there. The 999 now also having a huge oversteer moment through turn 2 there, but just about managing to keep it all together. An absolute chaos as the faster cars trying to make their way through this part of the pack. As also Jamie Nuttall has dropped back a little bit away from Minal Hack. That gap has gone up to a second. Meanwhile, one that has come down over the last couple of laps with everything else that's been kicking off is Diego Zamora versus Martin Blankensteiner in the 169 versus the 55 cars. So the 2 Aston Martins now looking to have a scrap of their own on circuit. And just keeping an eye on the weather conditions. 10 minutes time is where the rain is going to start lightening off, so it's going to start to get a bit thinner with the rainfall on the ground. It'd be really interesting to see who has their car adapted in terms of both setup and tyre pressures to best get them to suit those conditions. There's a bit of a wiggle on the exit for Zamora, but gathering it all up okay in the end.
I really think that Langford making the position on Pishman. And Pishman is now in 4th.
Oh my goodness, so it has. So what has happened there with those cars? So there was quite a big, I think that Peachman has had a moment through the final chicane by the looks of it, because there was about a second between them on the run up towards the chicane. We'll stay on board having a look at the 444 car. This is another car that is involved. Well, this is actually very crucial for the championship. Oh, very similar to what happened to the Celtic Bromance McLaren. Just completely rocket sky high over the second apex there at the chicane, and unfortunately losing the position in the process. And that is crucial for the championship, because those 2 drivers now, they are your joint championship leaders. The number 3 car has fallen all the way down to 7th place.
420 inside of the Bentley on the back straight. The Bentley trying to keep the outside, and even if it's way wetter than inside, it keeps the line correctly, and the McLaren has to stay behind the Bentley driver. And this is Hack maintaining the 420 behind. Meanwhile, I have to apologize to the back markers, because I went back to see what happened to Riccitelli, and Riccitelli lost it on his own on the last corner, right on the curb, on the inside curb, directing to the pit lane, and basically jumped the whole track going into the gravel. But meanwhile, the McLaren makes a possible inside move, nearly contact with the Bentley, not nearly, basically nothing between the 2 of them, with just thin air passing through. But the McLaren makes the position in turn 1, and the 420 is now not only the silver fastest driver, but he's also in 14th position, now aiming for spot in the 127 as his next target. Meanwhile, Samin is very close to Hack as the battle was ramping up between the 420 and the 48. The 112 of Samin is in the rear view mirror of the 48. And the Bentley has now become the chaser of the 420, even if the 48 Race Anywhere SimSport lineup has to defend from the BMW behind them.
Yeah, these guys, every time they start to get into a bit of a battle, starts to lose some time. Big kick of oversteer on the exit from the Dunlop curve there. The AstroTurf still very, very slippery, even in these drying conditions. And that's allowing Jamie Nuttall to run away and to get a bit of breathing space for himself. The gap between Blankensteiner and Zamora is very close because those two cars have swapped positions off our screens, as Leonardo Porco actually very close up to the back of Luca Alfarano after the incident that they were caught up in that was really through no fault of their own. Number 3 has had quite a busy race so far, but definitely the incident with the back marker through the final chicane, they were an innocent victim in all of that, but they've regained their heads, they've regained a bit of pace, and they are now starting to put pressure onto the 202 car just up ahead of them, but unable to do anything so far. We've also got Manuel Rutter in the number 5, who's been putting pressure on the 115 of Michele Rizzo for quite a while now, but still unable to make any sorts of position. And we've also got the 3-way fight now developing with the... Oh, it's going to get busy with Zamora's coming onto a back marker. That's a Mercedes. It's getting in away and all. And Lothar, huge send on the inside of Blankensteiner there, who's left out to drive. Victor Bow is going to capitalise on all of that in the number 13 car. And he ends up taking a freebie in the process and says, thank you very much. But Blankensteiner then losing 3 positions in just a couple of laps. And that last one definitely was rather forceful from the McLaren. Not even sure if he particularly intended to make a move there, but yeah, very unfortunate stuff there for him. And also up at the front, Tim Peachman has not let go of that podium place against their championship rival, putting pressure on the BMW. He takes a huge chunk of curb through the chicane. That was how the 444 lost the position not too long ago, but Peachman looking very racy and looking to try to retake that one as soon as possible.
I'm also looking at, there are too many battles going on. I have to use like 6 eyes to look at each and any. And it was, I was looking especially at 115 and the number 5 of Rutter. They nearly made contact in turn 1. So now Rutter is very close to the 115. The battle is going on since I think lap, if I remember correctly, it was lap 36. But now there are a lot of battles going on with, also looking at the times. And going a bit more up in the leaderboard, it's Porco very close to Alfarano. Alfarano, who has lost a whole second and a half in 1 lap earlier on. That's why Porco is now so close to the Audi. The reason is to the Audi going a bit wide. Oh, the Porco completely off the brakes, nearly makes contact with the Audi in front of him, and just by literally nothing between the two of them. There has not been any contact whatsoever, so now it is the battle for 6 still ramping up with Porco very faster, a lot faster compared to earlier on. They were, before Alfarano was a problem in their view, they were lapping 4.8, so I really think the tire pressure was the problem there, because all of a sudden the free lineup has come back on good racing speed.
Yeah, we've already seen a few drivers start pulling over off the racing line. That is to cool down their tyres and try to put those tyres in a bit of extra thicker surface water where there is more water on the track, and allow them to cool them down just a bit and bring pressures down. Oh dear! Muzzled down the inside of the Ferrari of Jarzabowski in towards the Dunlop curve there. That looked like they sort of muscled their way through a little bit. Oh, it was the Ferrari went deep on the brakes, and then Marvel actually sneaking up the inside there. So it's not quite as forceful as it first looked when we caught it. But yeah, the 991 car then allowing themselves to get up towards P9 and immediately actually putting a fairly sizable gap between themselves and the Ferrari behind. Back again with the battle with Porco and Alfarano, as Porco goes very deep in towards the final corner. They've got a huge drive, admittedly, out of turn 15, but I think they're going to be too far adrift. They went into the final chicane 3 tenths behind the Audi, and it now has gone up to 7 tenths, so cleaning up the fastest way through that series of corners. But yeah, the number 3
420 is off! 420 into the wall! 420 is completely into the wall in the final sector.
That's huge damage on the McLaren. So the McLaren of Jamie Nuttall, that has been driving so brilliantly and has fought their way up to the silver class lead in 14th position. What has happened there through the Schumacher S's? Comes off the second curb everything's fine at that point. So they're now on the run up towards turn 10 then. I think we saw one car have an issue here earlier, and it's exactly the same thing off the exit curb there, and just loses traction straight into the barrier, and it has a huge amount of damage on the front of that car, and that, they're coming straight into the pits for that one. But that is a disaster for your silver class leader. They do have quite a chunk of time over the next silver class team, but I think there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done on that car for repairs, and a lot of hard work from the team to try to get themselves back in the running, because the timing of that is very awkward as well. Only about a third of the way into the second stint in this race, and that could see them run into a bit of trouble later on if they have to make an extra pit stop. So big disaster, an unusual mistake there from the man that is usually so unflappable. And Jamie Nuttall there, unfortunately, making big contact with the wall on the exit of turn 10.
It may have happened just in the right spot to avoid any possible extra pit, because we are on, well, 12 minutes away from the hour mark, and all things together, they just had to make another about 20-30 minutes, so it's all time that can be recovered quite easily in terms of, oh, Alfa Romeo, sorry, is off, nearly off in oversteer, and Forco for a couple of millimeters didn't touch the Audi, but Alfa Romeo was really on a way to go into the curb and become one of SpaceX's employees. It didn't happen, and now Porco maybe tries the inside. In fact, not only tries, he makes the inside contact with the Audi, and the Aston makes the position, possibly in a quite polemic way for the Audi lineup, as the Audi lineup in the 202 will not be so happy about the free lineup decision in turn 1. Again, overtake being done with a contact, and now Porco has been facing a penalty. It's a 10-second penalty, and the reason is for contact with the 999 in lap 40, and 10-second penalty for the number 3, and in fact it was the contact with Ishman we have.
Oh, there's another yellow flag out. Sorry, there's been, it's Chris Xavier again. Oh, in the final corner, that's a very awkward spot for the Lexus to be caught out. We saw he'd made a mistake. That's the race leader, just went flying it by on your screen, having a lonely race, and thankfully not being collected by the Lexus. We saw that car have an incident down in towards the Dunlop curve, caught the brakes, caught lock up on the brakes there, and again it's an oversteer moan on the entry to the corner, and that sent the Triple Eight around. Thankfully, I think managed to sort of tuck themselves into the barrier and avoid any further contact, but difficult stuff for the Lexus over the last couple of laps. And yeah, that number 3 car making that move rather muscled their way past on the entry towards turn 1, and you know, I have a feeling that there may be quite the flurry of penalties for that car, because they've been involved in quite a lot of things so far this race, and yeah, that almost feels a little bit like the icing on the cake. So they could be facing a further few penalties, I think, in the upcoming laps when the stewards make their way to some of those inquiries. Battle that's continuing to rage on at the moment is the 5 versus the 115 again. Manuel Rutter, the closest he has been in quite a long time, only a couple of tenths behind. That Audi has been staring at the back of that car. Again, a small mistake on the run up towards turn 6 there, and then that gap opens up again, and he will have to start doing all of that hard work once more, making our closest fight actually now between Zetec and Van der Linde for the battle for 32nd place.
I expect the battle in 19th position to sparkle as soon as possible, because Rutter has been behind the Audi for a lot of laps, and in the last lap the 5 lineup made their personal best, 5.1 for Rutter, 5.7 for Rizzo. So this is clearly a sign of the fact that the Rutter is quicker than the 115. The problem is making the overtake as soon as possible. It's 3 tenths now between the 2 cars, but I really think the opportunity needs to be created more than searching for it, because at this point the BMW is really being slowed down by the Audi, as Luka Zic is just going up ahead. So if the 5 can make this overtake as soon as possible, they can go for the number 1 and then all the position in front as quickly as possible. As now they have lapped 6.0 because Rizzo has lapped in 5.8, so this really gives you an idea of how the BMW is slower compared to is faster compared to the Audi, which is slower, and really hard defending by the Italian driver. But I'm sure, well, now the pit stops may arrive, maybe someone undercutting completely the strategy, which is still possible. Some people may go for the whole 75-minute stint, while some people may go for a more conservative stint and going as quick as possible, trying the outside, maybe the inside, not one of the two. In fact, the BMW stays behind the Audi, but it's quite clear that the 5 wants to pass as soon as possible.
Yeah, Manuel Rossi putting huge amounts of pressure right now over the 115, and this is the closest he's been for a while. Maybe a dive heading towards Dunlop curve. Can he finally get the move done? He's alongside on the entry, a little bit deep on the brakes though. The Audi gives him room, and they just about managed to make their way through there safe. I have to say, huge kudos there to Rizzo, who I think really did open up the steering angle quite a bit there to make sure they did not make contact. And Manuel Rossi, after being behind that Audi for so long, finally makes his way through. Someone else that's trying to get through at the moment is Christoph Samin. Oh, in the 112 has gone very wide on the exit of the chicane. He was getting very close up to the back of Milan Hack, and in the process he has he's made a bit of an error on the exit of the final chicane there and has dropped back, but by the looks of it, with the pace difference, may close up fairly soon. Interestingly, just keeping an eye on Jamie Nuttall, obviously was the silver class leader. He's now down in 30th position, and you can see that puts him now 8th in class. So current honours for silver class lead is in the hands of Dorr in 21st place in the 729 Honda, with only 0.8 of a second of second place in the silver class, the Mercedes driven by Sir Smoggy at the moment. So silver class now battle once again very much on.
Something inside he goes, doesn't really go. He tries the inside because Hack went a bit on the AstroTurf, and by doing so he lost a lot of speed, but BMW can't really make the overtake happen.
Yeah, BMW really trying to find any way through. Definitely, though, seems to have the pace at this point in the race. Maybe, you know, the Bentley is a car that kind of struggles a bit with oversteer and sometimes lights up its rear tyres quite a bit. We saw Milan Hack having some oversteer moments on the exits, certain corners previously. Almost graceful of TC systems in that car, although the 112 straight off into the gravel and the Schumacher S's, and that sort of puts a bit of a pay to that battle, although in fact we're going to get one immediately after, because Dylan Gosling in the Honda now trying to go around the outside in the 656. It's going to turn to the inside because the 112's gone wide again. Huge oversteer moment, and Dylan Gosling says thank you very much and finds his way into 15th position. So Christoph Samin goes from being the attacker to losing several seconds of time and a position in the process. So not how that car would have been wanting that to play out.
While the battle were happening, the 991 in Maddel's hand has received a 5-second penalty for making contact with the 500 of Jarbowski. That was the contact possibly in turn 1, I suppose, and 0 license points, so just a 5-second penalty for the BMW lineup. And I don't see any penalty up front. There has been a lot of penalty in the back of the field though, and the list is quite long. But meanwhile, I think it's Kusko in the number 8 trying the overtake on Blankensteiner on the 169. The 8 facing a lot of difficulties since the start of the race, as they were starting a lot higher in position. They were starting in 13th position, now they are in 27th. So a huge loss of position for the 8 lineup, who needs to make back all the position, at least some of the position the 8 lineup has lost.
Yeah, a little bit of a difficult middle section for them there, because they were only 3 tenths behind the 169 car, and then that gap opened up to almost a second. They'll probably gain a little bit through this final part here, is where the Porsche is very agile, though that agility sometimes maybe not in favour of the drivers for controllability in these rainy conditions. But yeah, Simon then is able to reel in the Aston Martin of Blankenstein just a bit in some of these sectors, particularly Sector 1 is going to be where that Porsche is a huge chunk of curb on the entry to Sector 1. They're absolutely dropping the car over the apex. I imagine if you were sitting in a motion rig, then that would be quite the shock through your spine if you were to do that. But most of these guys usually are only extending up to VR with these. I don't actually think we have too many competitors that drive in a motion rig. Oh, there's a door now right on the back of Michele Rizzo in the 115 car. So, and the 115 has come under pressure now from another car. That's the Silver Class leader, who's trying to get themselves, importantly, a car between them and the next Silver Class car. Door has a huge run on the way up towards the hill, trying to use all of our Honda VTEC power, now looking towards the outside of the 115 on the outside under braking towards turn 10 there, being shown the curb, but space being left by the 115. Very respectful racing from Rizzo once more, and Dawn in the 729 does make his way up into 20th position, and the Silver Class leader puts a car between himself and Sosmoggy in the 189 car, as Samin again now is trying to make a position back on Goslin after their mistake. Contact on the run up towards turn 1 there, just about all keeping in a straight line. Goslin, huge amounts of left and right steering input to keep it going there, and the BMW does get through, but I imagine the 656 team will be very frustrated with that, and maybe a penalty going in the direction of the 112 team there in the upcoming laps, but thankfully no major harm done.
Speaking of penalty, one has been applied. It is a 15-second penalty for the 760 for making contact with the 77 in lap 43, plus 2 license points of penalty. So this now adds up to the 10 they already had. So now Jakub Tarasuk has a 25-second penalty for the 760.
And also, unscheduled pit stop by the looks of it for Michael Loeffler in the number 46. Now, I don't remember that car pitting particularly out of sequence in the early stages of the race. So that, I think, is something that's only happened right now. So I have to keep an eye on what happens for the 46 there. I haven't seen them involved in any particular incident, but
I may check quickly.
Yeah, definitely an unusual position for them in this race. Meanwhile, because a lot of the gaps have opened up in the order, do just want to give a little bit of camera time to the man that's been absolutely flying away out the front. 37 seconds between the number 9 car and Vince Nürburgring in the number 49. As this number 9, it's their first race in this series, and what a statement to make, because right now Grantis Crackers has put themselves in an extremely good position. We're about to cross over the first 2 hour mark of this race, 20% of the way in, and Grantis Crackers has been driving absolutely flawlessly, lapping in the 204s very consistently. Not actually the fastest driver in the top 5 though. Vince Nürburgring, Ben Langford, Tim Peachman and Marcin Oliars all quicker than Crackers last time around. Let's see what his lap... Oh, well, there we go. He just sets fastest lap of the race by about 0.7 of a second, right as I say that. So Crackers responding to that pace increase from other drivers. So the Porsche clearly working still very well for the number 9 car. It'll be interesting to see what the pace of some of these other cars behind is over their next attempt at the start-finish line. But yeah, amazing stuff from our race leader, as a battle has started to hot up again between Sir Smoggy and Rizzo, who is continuing to lose some time as Sir Smoggy looks to try to get rid of that car that is between themselves and the Silver Class leader now of the 729. Oh, as the 77 has brought out the yellow flag. That's Ulf Ulfenson right up ahead of these cars then, and I think it's exactly the same mistake that we've seen a few other drivers make on the entry towards turn 3, the back end of the car letting go over that entry curb, and unfortunately that's brought him out in a rather awkward position just in front of some of those other cars, but not compromising things too much. But Sir Smoggy now really looking in a position to pounce.
The 115 is a bit of a difficult situation up until this second, because now that the BMW has overtaken him, the 729 has overtaken the 115, and now even the 189 wants to take himself a spot in well, up ahead of the Audi. And looking at the times, it is quite justifiable, because the Audi is the slowest of his pack. Smoggy is the last of the whole pack of drivers from P17 to P22, and the Audi in the 115 is currently the slowest of all.
Oh, that was very close with the Audi of Rizzo. There was a late move. Oh, that's getting very tricky with the back mark of a 77. I think was trying to get off the racing line for the 115 to get through. Almost ended up making contact.
Oh, contact! 999 and 14 in turn 1.
999 and the 14. I'm trying to find them on
31st and 33rd.
Oh, so a little bit down the order then. Oh, yeah, it's Z-Tech that's gone around and all of that. So let's have a look and see how that played out. So Z-Tech in the Honda was in front of the 999 of Daniel van der Linde. They were pretty close. I was keeping an eye on the Delta for that battle. And then what happens here is pretty safe on the entry. Oh, and the 14 just loses it through turn 1 all by himself for the 999. Unfortunately, just gives him a little bit of a boot for good measure. I'm seeing another yellow flag actually on my timer screen for Z-Tech again. Once we come out the replay, we should get an idea of what is going on there for that car. Driving pretty slowly at the moment. What has happened there? Oh, driving extremely slowly through turn 2 there. Just seemed to come to a bit of a stop. They've got going again now. So I'm not sure why it was that they went so slow for a moment, but they do now have Massier in the 340 car just behind the Flightline GT car that had a bit of an incident earlier on in the race. Is trying to put pressure on those, gone a bit wide in towards turn 6, so maybe unable to do anything for the time being. As yellow flag for Cumbria in the 46 car. So that was the car that came into the pits and dips a wheel into the gravel. Nothing too major, but it has a wiggle through the Schumacher S's and keeps it pointing in the right direction. So not a huge amount of time lost. And I think now our closest battle on circuit is between Diego Zamora and Victor Bow in the McLaren. And just to round off on a bit of a point from not too long ago, Grantas Krekas not losing any pace whatsoever. Last time around he was 1.3 seconds faster than Vincent Nürburgring, so Krekas absolutely flying once again. I mean, I'd say once again, he's been doing it all race long. A 2:03.4 last time around, and the best effort from anyone else was a 2:04.3, so 9/10 faster than anybody else and 1.3 seconds faster than Nürburgring, currently in second place. So Grantas Krekas still absolutely charging on at the moment and giving that number 9 car almost a 40-second lead at the 2-hour mark of this race.
The combo up ahead is also very strong. We have a fast driver with a fast car in the perfect combo in my opinion, because it's a wet Nürburgring. The Porsche is...
Oh, sorry to cut you off there. I think Victor Bow has just made up a move on Diogo Zamora, so I didn't quite catch.
Oh, the curb.
Just looking on the replay at the moment, so Victor Bow is actually fairly far back. So is it a mistake from Zamora?
Oh, Hug is off also.
Which driver, sorry?
The 48 in P16 now. It is Milan Hack for the Race Anywhere SimSport. Has lost the position on both the 112 and Gosselin.
Let's see if we can catch that one on the replay as well. So yeah, it was a mistake from Zamora on the exit of turn 11 that gave that one up. What about Milan Hack? What happened to them? Oh, huge oversteer moment on the run up towards turn 5 there. Massively just lost the rear there. The back of that car not sticking whatsoever. Maybe the tyres really giving up in these changeable conditions in this race with the rain lightening up just a bit. And unfortunately, the rear of that car doing exactly the same and going completely around. That allowed Dylan Gosselin to go past in the process and back up to P15. As meanwhile, closest battle once more on circuit is Smoggy versus Rizzo. But the Mercedes, bit of a wiggle through the Schumacher S's, so unable to do anything quite just yet. But is certainly looking like the quicker car of the two, as Rizzo has been struggling a little bit for pace over the last few laps.
The battles on track have been a bit more calmer in these final minutes, but the problem is now that the race is going to face the second line of pit stops, and the question is if anyone wants to follow the idea of the... Oh, 63 is off! 63 is off in turn 4, seems like it. But as I was saying, the 46 has been has come into the pit not because of any damage, but because of pure strategy. He didn't have any damage, and I really think that the car went in the pits just by sheer strategy. So I'm really curious to see if anyone wants to undercut everyone else, or any car wants to give as many minutes as possible to their stint timers. It all depends on how they have chosen to approach the race, and all the different cars' peculiarity. As an example, the Porsche is very pointy towards the end of the stint, as the front end starts to lower in terms of weight as the fuel disappears. That's basically the reason. While some cars just don't differ by the amount of fuel. We have the example of the Bentley that just...
Sorry to cut you off, Jamie Nuttall almost going straight into the wall. That car has obviously had a bit of a torrid time at points in this race after such an amazing start. Catches the exit curb out of turn 15. Quick hands in the cockpit of that car. They weren't quite quick enough earlier.
Oh, 69 is off!
Oh, which
spin
69 car?
Behind Riccitelli in 12th position is now sideways in the middle of the last corner, and Spoto passes him. And the Honda struggles to start back from the wet tarmac, as the Honda has a lot of electronics compressing the speed of the Honda in from a standing start, and that's a loss of position for the 69 lineup.
Yeah, that car just it got a little bit caught up over the grass on the exit of the final chicane there. That really upset that car. See another yellow flag. I think that was down at turn 1.
Sabio on the gravel while battling for position with Hoofensen, and the Lexus in 36th position has lost the chance to battle for a position in the 35th.
Yeah, went completely understeered through turn 12, actually, and has got now a bit of difficulties because that's some of our leaders. That's the 444 that's right up behind the Lexus. That's getting very, very awkward there, and I'm sure Tim Peachman will be a little bit frustrated with that because they are trying to charge down on the 201 car, their championship rivals. Whichever car finishes in front of the other after today will be your championship leader. They are equal on points at the moment, so Peachman trying to get the job done for his team at the moment. The 666 unfortunately getting a little bit, 888 excuse me, of Sabre getting a little bit caught up in the way there. We also looked at not too long ago the mistake from the 63, and that car running...
13 is off! Onto the grass!
Was that 63 again? Did you say? Oh no, 13. 13 car. So what's happened to Victor Bow then? Oh dear! Just as looks like he's completely lost that by themselves. That is on the exit of turn 2 there. Thankfully keeps out of the wall. A little bit of an awkward rejoin, but thankfully no two cars in the kind of in that area at the time. But yeah, several cars making mistakes this phase of the race. The conditions are very tricky. I imagine for a lot of teams their tyre pressures will be going up quite a bit at this stage of the race. But yeah, that's another bit of a peculiar one. The 63 had damage on their car and was running around with a bit of an awkward moment on the exit of turn 3 earlier as well. Meanwhile, Smoggy really close up to the back once again of the 115 car of Michele Rizzo. Let's go on board with Smoggy. Spray being kicked up now on the charge up through turn 12. And then looking at the chicane. Braking very evenly through there. Hannah fair. Smoggy very cautious through there. Doesn't want to make a mistake. It allows Rizzo to maintain the gap. So I think Smoggy has got the pace, but he's just cautious because he doesn't want to make an error through being a bit blind going into one of those apexes because it's so difficult to follow at certain parts of the lap here. Meanwhile, Rutter almost straight into the back of Luca Ziga, and he's almost got around, and he has got around on the exit of turn 1 there. The number 5 car could lose a couple of positions in the process to Dorr, Rizzo, Smoggy as they look to try to rejoin there and still unable to find a moment. Has to resort to doing a bit of a 3-point turn. But Manuel Rutter then on the braking zone down towards turn 1. Oh, it's Olliars and Langford. Langford, what on earth has happened to Langford? Because he's lost the position to Peachman as well. So Ben Langford then, huge error in towards turn 15, and oh, it's got very difficult. He caught the slide, and Peachman just gave him a little bit of a tag. No contact intended in all of that. I think that's just where he sort of reappeared on the racing line. And then Oliars came alongside in the drag race out of the exit at turn 15 and said thank you very much and took the position in the process. So Ben Langford, who was desperately trying to keep his team holding on to not only just third place in this race, but effectively the championship lead, now ends up dropping down to P5 with 2 positions between themselves and their championship rivals, the 444, that go up into a podium spot. So disaster and drama everywhere you look right now on this Nürburgring circuit.
The 201 needs to keep the concentration because they have the pace to go back into the podium position. They just have to keep it clean until the next round of pit stop, which is I assume could arrive in the next 10 minutes. We can see the first cars coming by, and in the next 20 we should see a complete roundup of cars going into the pits and completing their second run in the pits. But meanwhile, Langford has to cool down a bit their tires because I really think they have a bit of heated up tires for the 201 squad. And Holy Hearts is very happy indeed because at the start of the race he was down even in 10th, if I remember correctly, and now Holy Hearts is 7 seconds away from a podium position, which is more than possible because Fishman has lapped 5.0 in the last lap and 4.5 goals for Holy Hearts in the BMW number 7.
Yeah, so a lot of squabbling there, and yeah, Langford coming out poorly in that one, unfortunately. And with these conditions, the way that they're changing and there being less surface water on the track, it's going to be difficult to try to get rid of that excess heat that will have built up in the tyre, as you rightly say, because you know, whenever you get a slide, anything like that, a flat spot, a lock-up, all of them will add some heat to the tyres. Also, to answer the question in the chat, ironically, it does seem like there's some parts of the circuit where you would think that there was oil down. There's one of the few things that this game doesn't actually simulate is oil being spilt on the circuit. But my goodness, with some of the areas of this circuit where they've been losing the back end, particularly on the run up towards turn 3, turn 15 now as well, has been quite a frequent one. It does seem to feel like that sometimes with this circuit, almost a bit of a Mario Kart banana style kind of thing on track, because it really does send some of these cars into a spin. Again, checking further down the field, so Smoggy 3-4 tenths of a second adrift now of Rizzo, and Mercedes still unable to find a way past. Definitely seems to be the faster of the two overall, but just can't seem to quite get alongside at any point as Philip Ansel comes into the pits in the 660 car.
Getting stuck behind the big marker, and for sits there in the Schumacher, and now the BMW of Langford can really put up an overtake from the outside. A bit difficult of a situation, but the BMW number 7 has to dive on the brakes a bit too late compared to the other BMW, and now the 201 is in front. Nearly contact between the two of them, but the 201 makes back one of the two positions that he has lost.
But Moliars is immediately coming back up on the run up the hill. We've seen it all go wrong here before. How brave does Oliars feel? He's looking towards the outside. Langford trying to hold the inside on the run towards the chicane. And Oliars wisely, I think, backs out of that one. And that one and the BMWs stay as they were after that squabble. But yeah, Langford now up into a crucial P5. A little bit wide, though, through turn 15. That could allow Oliars to start fighting back in all of this. Let's see, how powerful is the slipstream down the start-finish straight? You can see more cockpit adjustments again from the number 7 car, gaining all the time. Which way does he look? He looks towards the right-hand side. Langford, very brave under brakes, maybe a little bit too brave, and he's gone very deep into the corner, and I think that's going to allow Oliars through. Oliars now, as Langford switches back across over to the right-hand side, in towards turn 2, and straight into the gearbox of the number 7 car. That'll be a little bit of rear diffuser damage on the 7, and a bit of the front splitter on the 201. But after Langford regaining that position with a compromised Oliars in all of that traffic, now ends up going back down to P6, and the 444 car of Tim Peachman will be giggling himself silly with all of this, because this is very much helping their attempt to take the championship lead, because now over 10 seconds between them and the car they are battling with in this championship. So important stuff, as well as great action on circuit for us to witness. Very important and crucial stuff in terms of the championship standings, as again, looking further down the order, Corsa, Smoggy looking at the gearbox of the Audi in front for so long, but just cannot seem to find a way past as we go on board the rear wing of Michele Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 car. And that Mercedes... Oh, drive-through. For Blankensteiner, the 169 car in 26th place. So that will be for track limits. So that is very unfortunate for the Aston Martin team, who is going to end up losing quite a bit of time in the process. But yeah, you can see again as we look at the rear wing of Rizzo's car, Smoggy absolutely lurking left, right and centre, trying to find a way through, but just unable to do anything. Well, how's the straight line speed fare down the start-finish straight? It's pretty even. The Mercedes gaining the smallest amounts. It's the closest it's been in a while to Smoggy. Think about a move down towards the inside. He hasn't got the confidence under brakes. And both cars get it stopped pretty neatly and tidily in towards turn one. So the Mercedes does stay behind for the time being. But this battle continuing to heat up.
I really think that Langford against Odegaard has been decided by Langford himself, because I was looking from the helicam and Langford has braked into the wetter part of the track and not the driest line. And that's why also the 201 has gone completely.
Oh, there's a yellow flag. Sorry, who is that for? That is down towards turn 3. Blankensteiner's in the pits. I think, was it for Massier in the 340? And they were around that part of the circuit. I'm just trying to see, there was a yellow flag. It was just before turn 3 there, and yep, that's it. That's a 340 catching that exit curb from turn 2 again. Oh, and almost making contact with both Tim Peachman, the 444, and I think that was the number 5 car. Who is that driven by at the moment? That is Manuel Rutter in that car. Very awkward place for 340. Thankfully didn't tag anyone in the process, but that got very dangerous for a split-second moment. I imagine that Tim Peachman had his heart in his mouth for that moment, because he had to take very quick evasive action there to avoid major contact on the apex of turn 3.
So to see the fact that, talking about Odegaard, the number 7 has now a 9-second gap to Peachman, and before everything happened it was just a 3-4 second gap between the battle against Odegaard and Langford happened. Oh, there's a car off track.
Yeah, there's a car off at the final chicane.
63.
Yeah, 63 again. That's Patrick Toth in the 63 car, struggling, this team today, unfortunately. That car, they've decided not to come in and fix the damage. They're obviously more worried about stint timers than they are the damage they sustain. You can see the front of that car heavily crumpled. Oh, as I've seen a yellow flag for Z-Tech in the number 14. We'll have to have a look at that in just a moment. They weren't actually too far behind. 63 at that point in time, and unfortunately, Patrick, despite creeping his way through the chicane, got a little bit offline there.
Contact between the Honda and the BMW up in front. Samin against Gosselin, 14 and 15th, with Gosselin making contact with the BMW going into the gravel, and unfortunately the Honda has had the worst end of the situation with a spin in the middle of the tarmac.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. The 112 car there, just seeming to have a bit of an offbeat line, and Gosselin just went straight into the side on the exit. So that is disastrous, and that allows Milan Hack to get back through with the 656 dropping now down to 16th position. We didn't quite get to see, unfortunately, what happened to the 14 car and all that. There was a brief yellow flag for them, but yeah, a few cars in the last couple laps suffering just a bit. We're continuing to have lighter and lighter rain. It's easing off very slowly, but it is continuing to lighten up. So, you know, perhaps by the time we sort of reach, I would say, the next hour mark, when we get to 7 hours on the clock out the top of the screen, that we may end up seeing a quite a toasty.
Someone is spinning in the middle of the track in turn 1. It is the spot in the 127. Going completely sideways in turn 1 and nearly collecting someone else. It was in front of Caracas, as I was seeing the leader, and I don't think they have lost any position. But at 69 of wheel spin, he will definitely gain some gap by this situation up ahead.
Yeah, so we can hear that flat six roaring in the background. That was our race leader of Grantus Correcus, and oh, that's a big mistake for Spoto, catching that exit curb, the entry curb on the run up towards turn 1, a little bit of the grass as well for good measure, and yeah, just completely losing the back end. Not the first car to have done that today, but that 127 car oversteer today, and losing the rear of that car seems to be the combo of words that is going with that John and Lacey Esports Academy team. Unfortunately, no major harm done in all of that. They stay in position, but a car that we've already seen have several moments during this race has come unstuck once again. I think there's also been another penalty handed out, unless it's one I missed from earlier. The 991 car, I can see a 5-second penalty for Tobias Marvel. I'm not sure.
No, it's an old one.
Oh, so that is an old one, is it? So a few penalties still dotted around, as a bit of an awkward moment for the 340 car getting out the way of Samuel Spoto there, as Diogo Zamora has come into the pit. So again, we've got a few cars that seem to be doing some remarkably early pit stops, because I would think so they originally pitted at around the 8-hour 15 mark, so then they should be pitting theoretically again at about 7 hours. So there's a few pit stops that have happened.
No, Zamora is obliged. Zamora has to pit, because I was looking at the steam timer and they've reached the 1 hour and 30 minutes, so they can't physically do another lap, otherwise they get slammed with a penalty. So they had no choice but to pit.
Ah, okay. So they were obviously compromised at another point in the race then, and that's unfortunately the Onswoken sticker has Blankenstein now losing a position to Jekotaro Sayuk. I'm not sure how that came about, because that seemed to come about very suddenly with those cars there. The 169 was sitting in front of the 760, and a sliding moment again in that car in towards turn 3, and I think it's going to be a switchback from the 760 cars. Go on board with them. Better exits out of turn 3 as the run towards the right-hand side. In actual fact, the 169 of Blankensteiner then backs out of the throttle and lets them go by into 27th position. So a mistake there.
Fishman is the first of the front pack to go into the pit.
Oh wow.
And let me see if it is for... No, they still had 5 minutes to go in their steam timer, so it may well be an undercut situation, which may work out, because now the track is getting... Oh, someone is off in the chicane, and it was Aston Martin that collided with the back marker, and now Medel makes the position on Steinhauser. In the inside goes, he tries the inside on Steinhauser, but Medel makes the position quite easily on the 22, considering the 22 had to slow down for Lexus going off track. I quite sure the answer of the spin of the Lexus is to point on the Aston Martins, being there, if I was looking correctly. But now the Aston Martin trying to switch back on the BMW. On the outside it tries, but the track is drier on the inside, so the BMW will have an easy time to maintain the position. So Medel is now in track, is ahead of Steinhauser, but remember that Medel has a 5 seconds penalty to give out in the pits. So theoretically, not only behind Steinhauser, but Medel is also behind Alfarano. So this is just a battle for a position, but the steam timer says that the BMW has some minutes yet to spare, and same goes for Steinhauser and Medel on the same tactic. So now if the Aston Martin wants to differentiate the strategy, it is the right time, because Medel will be the driver head, and now the Aston Martin can definitely undercut someone to give themselves as many advantages as possible compared to Medel in the 9-1.
Yeah, without doubt. Unfortunately, it was the 666 Lexus that went around at the chicane and set in motion all of that chaos between those cars. Martel has reopened up that gap a little bit between himself and Steinhauser, up to about a second now. So it looks like on raw pace, 991 is the faster car, although a little bit wide on the entry towards turn 11, but does get it all straightened out in the end. But yes, under the pit stop phase, you would have to imagine that unless they have a particularly poor in-lap or out-lap, the Revolution sim racing car of Steinhauser would come out in front. Meanwhile, Vincent Erbrick in the 49 has come into the pits. That's allowed Marcin Oliars to go up temporarily into P2 in this race. We've also got the likes of Dor, our silver class leader, has come into the pits, which has allowed Sir Smoggy, who still is looking at the gearbox of the 115 car and has been unable to make a move stick so far in all of that. As a drive-through penalty for Taras Ayuk in the 760 car, so that was a disaster for them. I think also our helpful kind of third commentator in the chat, also there was a stop-and-go 30-second penalty for Zamora in the Aston Martin, so that would be for speeding in the pits, unfortunately. So that is a very unfortunate thing for them. But Sir Smoggy again now, he's been in a very good position now because he's trying to look around the outside. It's the strongest position he's been in for a move so far. Can he finally get it done? Side by side, still on the run in towards turn 11, and he has made it stick after looking at the back of that Audi from out the last 3/4 of an hour. So Smoggy now finally gets the position done. Is there anything that Audi can do on the run up towards the top of the hill? I think he's a bit too far away to get it done, and the now silver class leader gets himself up into current 18th place position. But of course there are some pit stops going around, so that may change in due course. But the Mercedes finally getting the move done, and so Smoggy can try to extend that gap away now and pull the gap onto the 115. Also seeing a 25-second penalty for Taras Ayuk, so he just served a drive-through, and that was a 25-second penalty that seems to have been slapped onto that car. So I'm not sure if that's two penalties combined.
No, it's two penalties.
It is two penalties, is it? So, yeah, so unfortunate stuff there for the 760 car, whose day continues to go from bad to worse. Also, just someone who's having a great day, Grantis Krekas in the number 9 car. Fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.9, absolutely rapid pace. Did a 2:03.5 last time around, but that's still several tenths of a second clear of anyone else. And I imagine that they, alongside some other teams, will be looking to come in and do their next pit stop very, very soon.
Currently, the first of the drivers after the pit stop is Linum Anderson in the 49. Obviously, Caracas still has to make the pit stop, but I'm more interested about everyone behind the 49 and the 444, because Farina in 201 has maintained the position over his opponents as it stands. With a bit of penalties, I'm trying to look at any driver that have lost some positions. Carlino is now Farina is off. Farina is off. Yeah, Farina was trying to go into the pits, or no, he wasn't trying to go into the pits because he has made the pits. So he went wide after the chicane and nearly went straight into the pits again, and just by a couple of meters avoided the wall into the inside. So huge moment for the new driver on the wheel for the 201 lineup.
Yeah, just looking at on the replay, and very similar actually to what we saw Dominic Gultz suffer with. Not quite as dramatic in the end, but yeah, very awkward. And then now the 14 car for company on the exit as well, as I think as a few other cars are making their pit stops. There was a battle hotting. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag out for Justin Dykstra in the Race Anywhere SimSport Bentley. So that was the battle that I was trying to look for between himself and Dakuza, just behind in the 728 Honda. So what's happened there for the number 48 car on the run up now towards the Schumacher S's, and it's okay so far, maybe a little bit wide. Gone into the gravel and then has lost momentum in the process. So yeah, digs the left wheels into the gravel there on the exit of the Schumacher S's, and that allows Dakuza to go past, who actually has a wide moment of his own through into turn 10, but still good enough to make the position. And a battle that's also now heating up. Tobias Mardel versus Diego Carlino. We saw Carlino very composed in that car previously, tries to defend from I can't remember who it was he was scrapping with previously, but he kept them behind for a very, very long time. But now the 991 car is looking pretty feisty after the pit stop phase, and maybe looking to try to make a move onto these cars very shortly. Meanwhile, the gap at the front over 50-second now, as the number 9 car, for the first time, Grantis Korekis is out of that car, and it is now in the hands of Mantis Pavlaitis in the Beaver Grease Racing car, which has been absolutely in form all race long. So I have to see if Mantis can do the same sort of job as Korekis did in the opening 2.5 hours, as Mardel now looking very competitive because that Audi's made a little bit of an error going into the final set of corners. Very close stuff between those two. I'm not sure if Tobias Mardel will be quite close enough to make a move at turn 1, but the BMW is looking very, very racy.
It's worth to be mentioning that the fact that nearly in contact between the Audi and BMW, that was close. The number 7 made a position on the 444 lineup. I think the 444 had a penalty, so now the Trafka for 7 BMW finds himself into the podium, but now has to defend against the 444 because it is just 9 tenths between Apple and Trafka, and I'm quite sure there will be a battle going on in the next couple of minutes, but for now I think the closest battle is well, there are a lot of battles going on, to be honest. After the pit stop, there is a battle for now for 7th, Carlino against Medal, with Medal maintaining the position. I think Carlino lost the position to Aston Martin. If I remember correctly, the Audi was in front of Goldst, or at least in the ahead of the 22. But now Medal is closer than ever to the Audi, nearly colliding with it. But it happened, nothing happens of no incident whatsoever. So now the BMW has to decide where to overtake, because it's quite clear in my view that the BMW may have more than the Audi. One is that it is still a lot. There is still a lot of rain falling from the sky. Even if in 30 minutes it's going to be even less than now. But for now,
Joris Appel and Trafka side by side through the final corner. So I think Joris Appel maybe has made a mistake. Trafka now out of BMW trying to go flying on past, and the BMWs does seem to have the legs on the 444 then, and looks to make their way up into 3rd place. But Joris Appel fighting back under brakes in towards turn 1 then. The 444 not wanting to give up this one. Trafka now having to settle. Oh, that was a big move to the left-hand side from Joris Appel. Did not want the BMW going up the inside in towards turn 2 there. But I think a mistake from the 444 maybe through that final chicane. McLaren tends to get a little bit unsettled through that part of the lap, so we now have a battle on our hands potentially for the last of the podium positions. There's that going on obviously, as well as alongside that between Carlino and Mardel. We've got Jamie Nuttall and Kukulov Eugene in the 656 car. But 14 car. That is Rafael Dabal in the number 14 Honda. As I've just missed, unfortunately.
Even Barnard is off in Schumacher S.
Oh, so he is.
The 177 now in 20th. It was in 17th position. With Eugene battling with Nuttall also. There is a huge battling going on with 17th position, freeway situation in the middle of the turn, with Dor losing 2 positions in just 1 corner, with Eugene and Nuttall making the position in 17th and 18th respectively. But now Eugene has to defend hard against the other Honda in the 729, who is actually battling with Nuttall because it's silver class racing with a pro in the middle of the sandwich, with Eugene in the 656 that manages to defend from Dor, and Nuttall that now has to run for his life to avoid getting caught by Eugene. Meanwhile, drive through for the number 1 of Cooper, drive through for exceeding track limits I suppose, but now Eugene is in the slipstream of the McLaren, maybe trying a possible inside. Not really, last the Honda arrives hugely on the brakes, spins nearly, but maintains the car in one piece somehow. It doesn't spin or touch any car whatsoever, but he loses half a second to Eugene. So now the battle is for 17th, just against 2 drivers.
Yeah, so he has he has another moment actually on the run towards turn 3. So that 729 car suddenly just started looking very, very slippery around this circuit, which very interestingly, the rain is continuing to alleviate, and in 30 minutes time we will be going over to light rain. So it's still going to have a little bit of rainfall on the track, but certainly a lot lighter than what these drivers have been dealing with for the earlier stages of this race. And yeah, the other thing is Jamie Nuttall in the 420 car has now made his way up into 2nd place in class. So the 728 of Dakusa actually, because Dorr in the 729 was the previous Silver Class leader, so Dakuza has gained a lot in the pit stop phase, it seems, and Jamie Nuttall in his resurgence through the Silver Class field after that big error has now found his way up into 17th place. Also, to answer the question from Mini Simeon in chat, I did notice this myself. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's anything against it. The only thing that there is against is that there has to be a minimum amount of driver time for each driver in each team. So I don't think that necessarily has to take place in a particular order. And obviously each driver can only be in the car for a certain amount of time before having a pit stop with the stint timer, but I don't think that consecutive time matters as long as the total time isn't exceeded. I don't know exactly what that total time is. I imagine that these drivers will have a little prompt on their screen to monitor that. But so I think that what the 420 team are doing, they're looking at keeping their fastest driver in their car for as long as they possibly can in these tricky conditions.
Off! A bit on the gravel, sorry to have interrupted. I saw yellow flag sparking into my screen. And it was firing a bit off. It didn't lose a lot of time, but it definitely lose a bit of years of age.
I'm not sure if I'm actually looking at the right car, but what I found is I found the #1 car stranded across the pit lane because the Princess Rebel Bubblegum car ran deep on the entry into the pit lane, tagged the wall, and now is sideways across the pit lane entry. I think thankfully they managed to get going again without blocking the pit lane for too long, but the #1 car that was coming in to serve their drive-through penalty now ends up getting a healthy serving of damage in the process as well, which is a disastrous element for them. Meanwhile, as that they've just emerged, actually just in front of the battle that we're now looking at, Tobias Marvel again versus Diego Carlino, 202 versus the 991 car, with BMW again showing very strong pace, 203.7 on the last lap. In actual fact, that was fastest lap of anybody on circuit. I
understood why the game showed me yellow flag for Farina. Farina is basically jumping in the track. So that's why I shouted yellow flag, because effectively there is yellow flag because he is basically going left and right into space and time for, I think, some connection issues. It's quite clear that his car is not having a good time in my screen, at least.
Yeah, we do seem to be unfortunate. Oh, that's a good run for Marvel out of the 6th, although I think he got a little bit caught on the gravel actually at the end there and lost a bit of momentum. But he's continuing to put pressure onto the 202. Yeah, unfortunately we do seem to have a few cars as, now interestingly, Dakuza comes into the pits. So I thought he seemed a bit out of sequence because I couldn't quite understand how he had become the silver race leader. So that will now mean that JP Nuttall, once again, the 420 car has gone from 40th to 14th, will now be back up to 16th and will retake the Silver Class lead. Meanwhile, the man that's in second place in Silver Class is battling still away with the 656 for 18th position at the moment. This is Dorr versus Kulikov Eugene. The two Hondas absolutely nose to tail through turn 2 there, but not changing positions in the process. So these two cars, your closest battle on circuit again, almost pushing him through some of these corners. I've got Mats Lindholm Anderson that's coming up behind them, your current second place car on track for Race Anywhere SimSport. Having a bit of a lonely race. Dorr again very late on the brakes on the run up in towards turn 5 and closing up in a camber of some of these corners. 729 seems to have a lot more confidence there. I do need to check in on Martel versus Diego Carlino though, because there's only a 10 separating them. They've got #1 car on the entry towards turn 1 there. That's very tricky with the Princess Rebel Bubblegum car that is desperately trying to get out of the way. Does a fairly good job and compromises the 991 car a little bit on the run through turn 2 in the process. Not deliberate, of course, just trying to stay out the way. Did the best job that they could, really, but that certainly made it quite interesting between those two cars for a minute. But a few battles now going out on circuit as Dan Solo, as I think just lost the position to the 115 car, of which is now being driven by Donato Porica. So this 189 versus a 115 car that's been going on for quite a while, and Sosmoggy finally got the position done near the end of his stint. What's happened to Dan Solo in the 189 that caused him to lose that position? He's come through a Dunlop curve. Oh, he's just run a little bit wide. seemingly got a huge amount of wheel spin because he absolutely massively bogged down on the exit there. The 115 car almost going straight into the back of him. Thankfully managing to take avoiding action.
Ooh, Medal makes a position maybe on Carlino because Carlino went completely on the gravel in the Schumacher S, and the position has been done by Medal because now goes into the inside and makes the position quite a clear manner as the 46 and 728 are making battle up ahead, and we have a double overtake because both the 46 and Medal in 991 have made a position. Meanwhile, Eugene and Dor are side by side in the middle of the infield section, with Dor making position on Eugene. That's for position overall, but not for class position, as Dor goes a bit wide with Di Gastra completely on the grass sideways. So the Bentley, I think, will face the two battling cars. To impact the Di Gastra covers possibly the overtake from Dor. Yes, it does. So now Dor has overtaken both Eugene and possibly will do the same on Di Gastra in the same in the next couple of seconds, as Di Gastra has possibly some heating up tires. As I said earlier, the wet tires really don't like to have been to go over their working temperature. Now Di Gastra is being attacked by Dor, with Dor in the 729 silver Honda very close to the bad go in the gravel goes, never mind, because now the Honda of Eugene goes into the inside same way as Medal made the position. In the same manner, Eugene makes the position on the Honda 729, so this is for 17th position overall. And now the Pro Driver, 177 is off in the gravel too, and Bernard loses the position on Solo and Peter. So now Solo and Peter makes the position again in Schumacher S, again going to the gravel. Apparently it's already been 4 different drivers that have encountered the same exact situation. As I see yellow flag, but I'm afraid it was still Farina lagging in the middle of the track. Shooter and Cooper making positions switch on the hairpin. The number 1 trying to make a position on the 728, with Cooper trying the best he can after the drive they've received to make back some position they have lost.
Yeah, it's just absolutely manic. We've watched most of those battles and incidents on replay because I've been trying to catch up from one to the next, but suddenly all breaking out into a complete flurry. Those two cars battling side by side, Dor and Kulikov. Eugene also running very close together. Also a message from Ben Langford in the chat. Very unfortunate stuff there for Langford. Apparently his wheel stand actually broke during his stint, and he was having to hold his wheel in place. And yeah, that would have made it rather tricky to get that one done. Meanwhile, Ryan Cooper and Shooter 80 have just swapped positions. Not sure how that took place. Ryan Cooper, the first move I think we've seen down the inside towards the final chicane, hops his way across second apex, and the number 1 car making his way past the 728 there. But yeah, very unfortunate, difficult stint there for Langford, and hopefully he can get that fixed before he is next in the car, because the 201 currently now in the hands of Francesco Farina, and quite a few seconds between them and their championship rival of 444, currently driven by Joris Appel. So have to see whether or not the 201 can bounce back after that unfortunate damage in real life to the equipment. Sometimes software and hardware can end up being the equivalent of the mechanical failures that we tend to see in real life motorsport, and so we do end up seeing it in a variety of different forms. Meanwhile, Hans-Peter and Dan Solo very close on circuit. Hans-Peter looking towards the inside in towards turn 10, but he's unable to do anything about it there. The Mercedes holding on to that position for the time being. Likewise, much says same for Eugene, holding on to 17th place with Dor, although he's very, very close on the exit of the chicane, almost a little bit too close on the entry to the final corner there, as we get a white flag for Donato Carica, but I don't think there was anything too major happening there.
Shooter is off in the gravel, and Schumacher has made contact with a Ferrari. I think it's 500. Dubiel has made completely contact with the Honda, and now faces heavy damage on his front end. In fact, you can see the legs are going on and off completely on Dubiel, so this means possibly suspension damage for the 500, who is now being attacked by Fidelibus, who has received a penalty for making contact with different cars. And now Fidelibus will probably attack the Ferrari without any particular problem. By doing so, in fact, makes the position quite easily, as Dubiel will be quite angry about the fact that a back marker caused the incident on his side. So I really think that he will go into the pits and lose several positions by doing so.
That is very unfortunate for Dubiel. Then heavy damage on the front of that car. We're just trying to catch back up on some of that. There was also a scrap going on between Dor and Eugene. Dor coming out on top in all of that, and then the mistake from. Well, I say mistake, obviously heavily compromised with that front aero damage. Very unfortunate incident there, just kind of caught a little bit in the track, but could definitely be words there to the, I think it was the 728 Honda that went around there for their rejoin, but that is a very unfortunate incident for them, and they have immediately come into the pits, understandably so, with that level of damage. And for the first time in quite a while, we don't actually have sort of too many battles on circuit. We've got a few cars that are sort of moving up and down the order. We've got Dor that is currently lapping quite quickly compared to Justin Dijkstra in front of him. So maybe looking to make a move up into 16th position very shortly, although he's still got Eugene for company, who's gaining a lot on the straight, well, it's not exactly a straight, but on the flat out section up the hill back up towards the final chicane. So Kulikov in the 656 car hasn't given up on trying to reclaim that position, but is certainly not quite in a prime position just yet to make a move. Dor moving over to the right side of the circuit, maybe doing a little bit of tyre cooling, a little bit of braking the slipstream, and in actual fact very similar lap times between himself and Justin Dijkstra just in front last time around, with the advantage going to the 48 car, as again Eugene taking a little bit of a different line to the 729, as Adam Dubiel has just come out of the pits just in front of Dan Solo and Hans Peter, who are having a scrap of their own. That's making it awkward for them. That might allow Hans Peter to get a run onto the Mercedes, trying to search around the outside at turn 2. But he can't quite do anything just yet, and Adam Dubiel coming out in 19th position after that major contact with the 728 car.
Still battle going on for 15th position. Arj Castra has lost several attempts on his last cross of the line, and Dor and Eugene are still battling each other for position, but now there is a back marker in the middle of the way. No, I think, no, it's Aston Martin is the number, not quite sure, but I think it's actually someone behind them. Yes, it is Paul, so never mind then. And now Dor is trying back the overtake on Castra, and unfortunately the Schumacher, he continues to go a bit wide and does losing some time to the Bentley and Eugene in the Honda behind him. But remember, the Dor is not really fighting for a position, as Natal is 8 seconds in front, even if obviously every single position matter. In this case, he should go faster than Natal, who is lapping 3.5. Which is a very good lap. Natal is lapping 3.5, which is at the same time being done by the top 3. So actually Natal in the 420 is lapping the same laps as the fastest cars in the race. But unfortunately he is in 14th place and off synchronization in terms of pit. Meanwhile Dor is possibly trying, well, just thinking about making a move on the Bentley, and now you can clearly see the fact that the track is drying up way more than earlier. There is not anymore the standing water as before, so now they can go more wider line. In fact, the Honda tries the outside in turn 4. No, turn 3, sorry. But can
flag out for
do it?
77 as well. Oh, that's Sven Sheesh that's gone off, I think. Oh dear, it's gone off quite majorly actually. I think that's the Dunlop curve, if I'm not mistaken, so we didn't quite catch what happened to the 77 there. But yes, bit of a three-way fight now, hotting up with the 656, 729 and the 48. But yeah, speaking of Jamie Nuttall's pace, that is just absolutely exemplary for, considering the massive crash that they had with that car when Jamie Nuttall was driving in the last stint. The fact that they reclaimed the Silver Class lead, they have 10 seconds over the next Silver Class competitor, and they are lapping at a pace that would see them, quite happily within the top 10. That really goes to show how much pace that McLaren is showing at this portion of the race. Very impressive.
the McLaren is also a bit slower it's same place for the Audi. The two cars are slightly slower in the wet compared to their dry performance, but nevertheless, as been shown by the competitors here, nor the Audi nor the McLaren drivers are having much difficulties compared to all the other different cars. And manufacturer with Door trying the overtake on the Bentley from the outside, a bit of an optimistic thought, as it was quite impossible to do it from the outside, but this opens possibly the door to Eugene for making a lunge on turn 1 as the Honda's lost some time behind the Bentley. And now the gap between, well, among the three drivers is equal on 3 temps for all 3 of them, but now the number 729 is a bit closer to the Bentley than the other Honda is. The Honda instead, never mind what I said, because now the Honda of Eugene is possibly just behind the other Honda. It's a battle of Honda against a Bentley, and I think it will stay like this for a little bit. The question is when an overtake will happen more than if, because that's for sure something will happen in the next couple of minutes, in my opinion. Oh, the Honda going a bit wide, possibly a track limit violation there, but they have three track limits to be used. Meanwhile, the Honda going a bit nearly on the grass he goes, but Door doesn't face any difficulties by doing so. Meanwhile, goes 10-second penalty, and the reason is to be counted on contact with the 666 on.
Oh, Dykstra wide! Dykstra wide!
Goes wide, the Bentley goes wide, and no touch between the Honda and the Bentley. The Bentley a bit wide, covered inside, tries to defend as much as possible with the other Honda making there, trying to give himself as much speed as possible. And now there is also the back marker just behind the whole queue, maybe trying to get back to give themselves a bit of speed, considering the battle that it's affecting not only the Honda driver but also the Aston Martin. Even if the Honda driver is to the gravel and loses several seconds, so now the position in being challenged is just around. Oh, Porek is off! Porek is into the gravel, on the very same spot.
See if we can catch up on that. That's a terrible camera angle to start with, but just a huge kick of oversteer. Absolutely snapped him in. Snapped on him. It almost looked like he went into reverse when he went sort of during the downshift. I'm sure that can't have been the case unless he did an extra one and it stalled the rear axle. Maybe if he went into first gear or something like that. But a huge snap oversteer in towards the next corner. That was absolutely massive. So dropping him down several positions as well. But yeah, Door's still sustaining loads of pressure onto this 48 car. You can see the 760 Aston Martin just behind that is desperately trying to make their way through. It is a lap down on these cars, so it can't really kind of get itself into the fight, but we're getting very frustrated. The 729 again, almost pushing the 48 along through turn 3 and in towards turn 4. This Honda definitely looking like the faster of the two now. Justin Dykstra desperately trying to keep that car behind. We'll go on board the rear diffuser, just snapping across the front of that Honda, making sure that he can't make his way through in towards turn 5 or 6. But this is a hard-fought battle indeed. But Door right now will be getting very frustrated because he is unable to get past, and Jamie Nuttall, the silver class leader, is running away with it again. Dykstra defending that inside line. He's got a little bit deep again. The 729 sneaking away out the inside on the exit, but again the momentum is in favour of the Bentley. Jamie Nuttall will be loving this because this is very important for the silver class battle. You can see the 760 car asking, can I nicely get through please? I've got more pace than the pair of you and I don't want to fight with you, but you know, unfortunately, that is when you are a lap down on other cars. As Door almost into the back of the Bentley. When you're a lap down on other cars, you just kind of have to let them get on with it. And if you're being shown blue flags, you have to obey them. And but if you're a faster car, even if you're a lap down, you do end up having to kind of give way to it. But again, Door, a huge run on the run up to the hill, and he's now looking around the outside once more, trying to see if he can get past the Bentley. But the Bentley is just so wide, and it's strong enough to stop the 729 Honda from getting by. This is the closest he has been in a while. and maybe able to make something happen down towards turn 1. Squirrely exit for Dijkstra, and here comes the Honda power. I think this may be when the move is going to happen. The 729 gaining in the slipstream. The Bentley's got a pretty good run, but I think the legs are going to be in favour of the 729 on the brakes then. He's gone a bit too deep though, the 48 coming back. The 760 is still having to hang back there, but I think Dory is going to have just enough of an overlap in towards turn 3, and a little bit of contact between Dijkstra and the 760, who desperately wants to get by, and with that little bit of a touch, the Bentley eventually will have to concede the position to Doru, gets himself up into 15th place.
As the battle was going on, I was looking even outside the battle, and Solo, currently in 21st position, has lost the position on both Peter and Porca. The answer is to be accounted on the chicane, because he went a bit wide and onto the grass and lost several seconds by doing so, and now he faces in 21st position, while Dominiak is now in 22nd, making the overtake on Barnard on 23rd, so switch of position between the silver and the pro driver. Doesn't count for class position, but obviously now the 8 is quite closer to the 189, and that would account for class position.
Yeah, also very interestingly, just looking at the weather as well. So we've got light rain, switching over to light rain in about 10 minutes, and then it's going to lessen off again at around the 30-minute mark. So it does look like it may be working its way slowly but surely towards dry running, and that will be a very interesting stage of the race in terms of how all of these guys manage the swap over between the wets and the slick tyres, because the wets will start to burn up. The slick tyres will struggle to get temperature into them if there's too much surface water, and you can get aquaplaning. When we've been on board with a few cars, you can still hear them skimming the puddles that are left on this circuit. They will start to disappear, of course, as the rain lessens off, but that will be an important point in the race, and potentially very... That's a Dijkstra. I think he's lost that in towards turn 15 again. Is it going to be the same sort of moment? He's got Lexus in front of him. That's rather ominous. The 37th car, I think that is the 666 Lexus, who does lift off massively, so it's nothing to do with the back marker. The 48 car through the first apex into the second, then all neat and tidy through there. The Honda in the background actually had an issue, but catches the curb and the grass, gets the car hooked over the exit curb from turn 14, and then as they come off that curb, the back end just rotates around on them, and unfortunately then they are sent further back, and they lose a position over Adam De Beel as well, with that number 500 car looking, trying to recover their way up the order. So a difficult few laps for the number 48 car in the hands of Justin Dijkstra for Race Anywhere Sim Sports.
Porca also in the grass for some reasons.
Oh, did
and he has been overtaken by both the 189 of Solo and Dominiak.
Oh, it's turn 3 again. It's turn 3 again, and it's another Audi that suffered the same kind of fate, just losing the back end on the entry towards turn 3, and I think he's actually lost that quite a bit earlier than normal, but yeah, that has lost him 2 positions, and a battle that has kind of sort of created itself in the process of that is Pavel Dominiak in the number 8 car versus Dan Solo in the 189, who does seem to have been struggling a little bit for pace in comparison to Sosmogi, that was driving that car for the earlier stages of the race after Sam Pleety. And Pavel right now in the past sim racing team car is looking to do exactly that and trying to make a move on the Mercedes very soon. And whilst the Porsche will likely have the better braking, acceleration and cornering performance, that Mercedes is powerful, but he's running wide. That could give an opportunity to the number 8 car, who's looking left and right to try to find a move. And you'll see here the acceleration of the Porsche is very strong, but then that Mercedes will start to pick up speed up the hill. There's just so much torque in that car, and the Porsche can just do nothing about it on the run up towards this chicane. See how they fare through here. Confident stuff for Pavel through there. You can see him really fighting the wheel though. And the Mercedes holds on to that position, but runs a little bit wide. Pavel trying to see if he can use the flat 6 power of that Porsche to get alongside, but he can't quite do it, and now the Mercedes starts to break away down the start-finish straight by a great scrap that's taking place there for 20th position, please, excuse me.
The car in 21st position is either they have either found the issue with their car, or the driver is just faster, because now Dominiak is lapping 3.3, which is a second faster than Solo's team personal best, and is definitely faster than Porreca behind them. Also, needs to be noticed that Porreca is going a lot in the wet surface, because I think they have overheated the tires. In the straight line was clear that the Mercedes and the Porsche were in the more drier section, while the Audi was just completely on the right
yellow
of the
flag,
surface.
the yellow flag for the 63 again, unfortunately. That is the Schumacher S's again. And they're coming out in front of a few cars there, one of them being the 444. It's going to get a little bit awkward there for 63. Hopefully should filter out of there fairly cleanly, although 444 being given a bit of an awkward way past, but they do make their way through, and we just caught what happened there. And again, it's just an oversteer moment through the Schumacher S's. That Mercedes really not having a good time through that part of the circuit. It's a little bit like that we quite often see the Mercedes struggling through 130R at Suzuka. It doesn't tend to do well with fast corners where you lift off the throttle. It's very sensitive in the way that that car pitches around and the way that the axle kind of, you know, sort of stools down from one speed to another, but the aero seems quite sensitive on that car, and unfortunately the balance that the 63 team seem to have as Charles Phillips, or was he just coming out of the pits? I saw a yellow flag for him. No, he was running very slowly actually, and he let by one of the Aston Martins. That's the can't quite, I think that's the 55. Yeah, it's Jean-Paul Ribeiro. There wasn't full position, but yeah, the 340 car definitely lifted off there. As my goodness, we suddenly have a lot of gaps that have closed up, because we have the squabble between Dan Solo, Pavel Dominiak, and now Donato Perica getting involved in this one as well. And also not too far adrift is Thomas Jack versus Dan Barnard, that is even closer through the opening series of corners. The Aston Martin running very, very wide, maybe too wide. That's got now the McLaren through, and Dan Barnard almost losing the car entirely there. And as the 991 signs their way through in all that as well, we've also got Hans Peter now right on the back of Justin Dijkstra. So after we had a few moments of calm, immediately we've got everyone battling with everybody else all over again. And several cars within just a handful of tenths between one another. The number 5 and the number 48 are two of them, and then this three-way scrap between the 1898 and the 115 is taking place as well. So a few tussles to keep an eye on here, but no one as of yet able to make a move so far.
The Porsche is really struggling a lot behind the Mercedes in Solo's hand, mainly because the Porsche is quicker in sector 2 and 3, but unfortunately sector 2 and 3 are the most difficult ones to make an overtake. Compared to is, never mind what I said, because now Solo goes way wider than expected, and Dominiak can make the position just where I thought it was not possible with Solo now losing a position on Dominiak. And Porreca, I think he wants to join the club of the top 21, because it will be for 21st position actually, as Nuttall goes into the pit for the mandatory pit stop, considering their pit timer is off, but the Mercedes is completely off in the graphs. And I think if we lose the position of Porreca, the answer is possibly yes, and in fact it does. And Porreca in number 115 makes the position on the Mercedes, struggling a lot in the last couple of, well, in the last lap especially, with Dubiel. Dubiel is on track, who has made contact, I think, with the Mercedes 63. So Dubiel not really having a good time with back markers.
Oh dear, that's very awkward. Yeah, just completely. I don't think the 63 did too much wrong with there. The 500 did seem to kind of move quite quick on the replay there, but it did seem that the 500 really swiped across the nose of a 63, so that was an unfortunate bit of contact, but losing them some time as Jamie Nuttall has just emerged out of the pit lane. So Jamie Nuttall in the car for a fourth time so far this race, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, obviously he had that first pit stop the second pit stop actually in his stint was to fix that damage, but he now finds himself back down the order again with some work to do to try to clamber up some of those positions, but yeah, several cars getting unstuck as of late. just having a bit of a check-in with our front drivers. We've got Mantis in the number 9 car, still lapping very quickly, 203.3 for him last time around. Wasn't quite the fastest of some of our front runners, but still very much up there. And the point is, he and Grantis Karekas, who have been in that car so far, have been extremely consistent and staying out of trouble. 53-second lead now for our front runners. Mats Lindner Andersen for Race Anywhere Simsport still in second place with that rather crumpled front end of the McLaren just sitting behind them, 27 car. Joris Appel in the 444, crucial for the championship standings in third place with Trafka in the number 7 car. And right now, as we've got some cars moving over to the right-hand side of the circuit to cool down their tyres, and then 6 seconds adrift is Francesco Farina in 5th place. So that would currently hand the championship lead over to the 444 team, heading in towards the final round, but still just under 7 hours left to go of this race, so still a lot that can happen. And also, interestingly, the track conditions now have switched over to damp. The rain is going to lessen up even more. And looking at the weather indicator, I'm slightly confused by it, but I think what it's effectively saying is in 30 minutes time, there's going to get a little bit cloudier with the tiny bits of showers that we've got. So they won't be too worried about the cloud cover. It doesn't make too much of a difference when you are in the car, although the track temperature will likely drop down just a smidge, so maybe a small adjustment on the tyre pressures. But it still looks like there's going to be a level of wet running for at least the next half an hour.
It's a huge problem for every driver, because as of now the Steam timer is showing that all the teams are into the 40, except some drivers. Oh, 66 is off, handles into the gravel, and
oh dear,
it is in the chicane. Yes, it is into the chicane, and luckily it doesn't collect. Oh, some other is off. The mechanic is off. I think the problem is surfacing. All the wet tires are starting to melt with the dump track, as half an hour ago it was completely wet, and now I'm really surprised if no one goes into the pit for trying to change the tire for a better situation, because as of now, if the tire overheats too much, they can lose up to 2 seconds per lap if the tire just destroy themselves, because graining or blister can happen in such situation. Depending on how they have,
dear, this is, sorry to cut you off there, that's getting very awkward and busy with the 340 car with number 5, and I think that's also the 201, and yeah, you can see you're absolutely spot on the money there, Christian, that everyone really trying to cool down their tyres. Fastest lap of the race has actually gone to Jay Fang in 11th place, a 202.6 last time around. So I'm not sure exactly what tyres he is on, but yes, these wet tyres are absolutely screaming at this point in time, and that is going to be rather pivotal over these next 30 minutes, because there you go, 30 minutes time, dry running. Well, at least that there won't be any additional rainfall, so we are entering that crunch point in the race. It's kind of been looming on the cards for quite a while, but we are entering that phase of the race where these teams will have to start to consider what they do in terms of the transition on tyres, because with these wet tyres absolutely screaming, there is going to be a specific point in time where the slick tyres take over from the wets in terms of which one is faster. Neither one of them will be working very well at the time, but if you pit for wets, they're going to die extremely quickly, and if you pit for the dry tyres too early, then you are at risk of those not firing up to temperature, them scrubbing a bit too early on, and also aquaplaning and locking up in various areas of the lap. So very much a crunch point stage and a difficult stage for these drivers and teams trying to manage at this point in the race.
As a driver, I think that J-Team has made the call to put low pressure tires, because looking at the times, it's 02.6 for them, and their next opponent is Zampieri in P10 lapping 4.5, and it's not just Zampieri, it's also Golds. It is a lot of drivers are currently in the race control room. I can see that the times are completely different each other. There are two laps making the same exact lap time somehow. Jay Fang and Dubiel making the same exact 202.612. but a lot of drivers are putting best and worst lap in their session. As for example, Jay Fang is putting 0.2.6, and some drivers are putting 0.3, some drivers are putting 0.2, and it's not just who is in front, who is in the rear, it's just who has put the good amount of pressure in their tires. That's just the reason why some drivers are going faster than others. And if the situation will be worse, which is the situation, it will be worse in the next 30 minutes, they have to decide whether to pit now, because they still have, as it stands, 35 minutes of stint time remaining for some drivers. Some drivers still have half an hour, but some drivers may think that losing 2 seconds per lap is not worth it, and doing the final half hour in more good condition wet tires, or, and that's where my driver mindset comes up, I will put for I will pit for dry tires in the next about 10 minutes, because now it's damp, but with this pace the wet tires are just going to destroy themselves just by looking at them. So in the next 10 minutes I will go with the wet tires as much as possible, and in the next 10 minutes when the rain will be not even enough to maintain the track in a wet situation, because now it's done, but there is still a bit of wet surface. It's clear that it can be seen. In 10 minutes it won't be even like this. It will just be greasy or damp at most. So I will pit for dry tires, take a gamble, and see how it develops. And obviously this doesn't apply for the first 5 drivers. Obviously they have to go with a more safest option, so go in the wet until the very last moment. But if I am in 10th or around there, I will do a bit of a different run, pit for dry, and obviously ruining my life for the first 10 minutes, but then I would be happy with it, because with dry tires will be seconds faster, and we are talking about 4-5 seconds faster, so it's possible to make up the time you lose by going dry, because it's not like completely wet. From Helicam it's quite is clear as that the track is not even withstanding water anymore, because all the drivers are using the last bit of wet surface to cool down the tires, and it's basically ending all the wet surface because they are losing it. And there are 41 drivers, so you can clearly understand how quickly the standing water goes away. So that's, in my opinion, the tactics going on in the driver's mind. Whether to pit now and go with very low pressure wet tires until the very end of the wet stint, go until the very end with the current wet tires, or taking a gamble in 10 minutes, going for dry and hoping for the best, because that's what is going to happen, and dry tire will be surely faster than the wet in any situation. Meanwhile, driving for Hendrix for exceeding track limits, so the driver in P29 will have a hard time, as the drive will happen. And the current battle going on is, well, there are 2 battles going on. It's Eugene against Dubiel in 15th and Bernard against Cooper in 23rd. So these 2 are the 2 battles going on, but I'm sure that as the time passes, especially Jay Fang will be, a lot of drivers will be involved in some battles on track, and it's all up to which pressure they have chosen before the stint have begun.
Yeah, absolutely, and also as we're just kind of looking at that, because that's getting quite compromised for Eugene there, and he's now immediately got Dubiel trying to go around the outside in towards turn 3. Ferrari keeping his nose in on the entry towards turn 4, trying to make his way by very, very close between those 2 cars, but the Honda just about coming out on top of all of that. That was the number 7 car that made it all a bit awkward for them. The fastest lap has been bouncing around a little bit. The 500 car actually shared the fastest lap with the 69 for a bit. Then it went towards Linnam Anderson. It's gone back towards Jay Fang in the 69 car. And yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, the other factor into this is when these drivers were putting together their setups very early on, and they were making choice over things like camber, brake ducts, all of those sorts of aspects of their setup. Those are very, very influential on the amount of tyre temperature you generate. Particularly the brake ducts has a huge effect on how much you're able to cool down the tyres during the race, because the brakes themselves put a lot of temperature into the tyres, so as a result of you cooling the brakes, you end up cooling the tyres. So decisions that they made all the way back in terms of the race setup decisions with that will be very, very influential about which cars are performing better at this point in time. And yeah, absolutely, the kind of the way in which they'll have to be arriving at these decisions for trying to work out what is the best strategy to go down is likely to be taking place very, very shortly when we're entering transition phase, because you can see we're not even getting any kick up or spray off of these cars any longer. If we go on board with Adam DeBeal, you can see whilst there is rain falling on the windscreen that there is an absolutely marginal amount of spray being kicked up from the Honda in front. When we think back to what we were seeing in the onboard shots from earlier, there was a huge amount. So these tyres will be screaming at this point, and I would imagine, as you've mentioned, that we would see some pit stops taking place very, very shortly. Adam DeBeal continuing to sustain pressure onto the 656 of Kulikov Eugene, but unable to do anything about it so far, as also Pavel Dominiak in the number 8 Porsche has closed up to the back of the number 5 BMW of Hans-Peter, and is looking particularly feisty in the opening sector. We know that's where that Porsche is very quick, so maybe able to make something happen depending on whose tyres are doing better in these conditions. So a couple of scraps going on at the moment, and the 660 car still hasn't chosen to serve their drive-through, so they will have to do that within 3 laps of it being issued, but so far for the time being they haven't blinked to do that yet, but at least
I was right.
Penalty.
Someone is taking what I said. Fedele into the pits.
Oh, now that is very interesting. That 127 car has had quite an up and down day so far. Mostly down, unfortunately, for the 127. They've really been struggling with the back end of that car, and I wondered if it was a car that was leaning towards a dry setup, and hence why it was quite nose bias in terms of the way that it seemed to rotate. So maybe they will be thanking their lucky stars for these dry conditions coming in. You can see a lot of scrapes along the sides of that car, so we'll have to see. I would imagine that if they are pissing at this point, they will definitively surely be going for dry tyres with the upcoming conditions, and we'll have to keep an eye on how they make those work. And I imagine that so will other teams, a little bit like you see in Formula 1 whenever somebody is the first to put on a different tyre compound, everyone starts to monitor how that driver is getting on, and we'll have to see what the pace in that car is. But meanwhile, closest battle on circuit is still with Adam DeBeal and Kulikov Eugene, but the Ferrari unable to make anything happen just yet.
Contact in P30 as Riviera and Palauch made contact in turn 1, with the 55 staying in front of Palauch, who was trying the outside in turn 1, a bit of an ambitious move, but definitely with these conditions it is now possible, as the wet line doesn't exist anymore, it's just dry at this point. And as the BMW passes by, so the battle is currently on hold. Stop and go penalty for Fedele for speeding into the pit lane, so
oh, no.
Whichever tactic was in their mind is now to be thrown out of the window, as the 127 team lineup will need to serve a stop and go 30 seconds for a penalty. So they were already trying a gamble, but now it will be very hard to claim it back, as they were in P12, and after the stop and go I think they will go about P19, about around there theoretically.
That's absolutely disastrous there for that team. They've been having a bad day already, and I was just thinking maybe this is the point in the race that they can turn that around, and that unfortunately is just a complete opposite. That has just sent them further down the field, so very disappointing stuff there for the 127 car. Meanwhile, Adam DeBeal, the closest he has been in a long time, right on the gearbox of the Honda. But you can see the straight line speed in the Honda, even with the slipstream all the way up the hill. There's nothing that the Ferrari can do, showing his nose up towards the inside, trying to put off Eugene in that Honda in front, but he can't do anything about it. The Honda a little bit wide on the exit of turn 14 there. Ferrari closing in on the brakes. But again, look at the Honda just absolutely power away. Both of them aiming to try to cool down the tyres on what little surface water there is on these circuits. Meanwhile, new fastest lap of the race goes to Joris Appel. Actually, an identical time. We've had this happen twice now. We had a share between the 69 car and the 500 for fastest lap, and now we have it between the number 9 and the 444. It's very, very unusual to see something like this, but to the thousandths of a second, they did it both on the last lap as well. Both teams did a 202.287 on the last lap, which was the new fastest lap of the race. Unbelievable stuff from some of our fastest drivers on the grid at the moment. But so both of those cars still enjoying, well, maybe not enjoying these conditions, but managing these conditions very, very well at this stage in the race. And that is allowing the 444 actually to close up quite nicely towards Mats Linham Andersen in the 49. Still 14 seconds between those two cars, but 1.1 seconds faster on the last lap. So that is going to favour the 444 to some degree, as a new fastest lap now comes in from the previous fastest lap holder of Jay Fang in the 69 car, 202.252. So a few people sharing fastest lap honours as we make our way through these conditions, as Fideli just emerges out of the pits for a stop and go 30-second penalty and is down in 21st position. So disastrous stuff for the 1-2-7 team.
I'm really curious now that I think Fedele and his team went for a dry choice. Obviously, as I said earlier, it also depends on the setup. And I think the Audi was running with a dry setup because they were doing some odd mistakes in the wet. So I really think that they weren't running with a wet setup, more with a dry setup. So the second they saw that the track was drying up, they finally saw the sun. Until the very second they crossed the pit line exit, where the stop and go has been submitted. But if they've chosen dry tires, a lot of teams, as I said earlier, will look at them. And I'm very curious because I didn't make it in time to see if they have or not went for the gamble. But in my opinion, it's possible, as currently two battles going on. It is Peter against Dominiak, with Dominiak getting very close to the BMW in front of him and lapping a lot quicker than the BMW in front of him. Fideli boosts into the pit for a drive-through for exceeding track limit.
Oh, no.
I thought it was a gamble for the pits. In fact, it isn't. It is just a drive-through for exceeding track limit. And as I was saying, Dominiak going 3.1 in the last lap, while Peter went 4.1. So this is now the chance for the Porsche number 8 to get another position on his sleeve. And the 115 is off. Porca is off into the wall. He goes completely onto the wall. And the day is definitely not the brightest for the Audi lineup. Now in 21st position, losing several spots, now in 22nd, as Fidelibus comes out in 10th position, just up ahead of Jay Fang, who is currently having the fastest lap of the race so far. So it is quite possible that we'll see an overtake happen between Fidelibus and Fang.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the move that what happened. The 115 car, very strange instant. They were coming up behind a back marker, and the Audi, that's one of the Lexuses off just in front of Jay Fang and Fidelibus for their battle for 10th place now. But they looked one side, looked the other, and then...
Oh, Eugene is off track! Sorry to interrupt you, but 656 has lost the position, going sideways into last corner.
Yeah, just looking at on the replay now and coming off the exit curb at turn 14 again and losing the back end. There's also been a swap of position between Pavel Dominiak and Hans-Peter. I'm going to see if I can try to quickly catch that one. Oh dear, Hans-Peter very wide on the exit of the chicane there, so in the end, quite an easy move for the number 8 car. So all of a sudden, two cars making up positions. But yeah, the instant for the Audi, the 115 car.
For 20 making another position on Bernard. So the first position silver driver is now in a position of relevance to get more positions done, because he is lapping a lot quicker than the other silver drivers.
Yeah, just gone past Dan Barnard there, has the 420 car. Currently now in the hands of Logue, and I imagine we may not see Jamie Nuttall back in that car because he has been he has put a lot of hours into that one already. I imagine he will be approaching. Oh, it's a yellow flag for Gaultz. Dominic Gaultz off, our man in 6th place. What's happened there to Dominic Gaultz? Loses the back end on the entry to, I think that is turn 5, and manages to just about keep it pointing. Almost rejoins straight into the side of the number 5 car of Hans Peter, but thankfully keeps it out of making any contact. Meanwhile, fastest lap has moved over to Joris Appel now. You can see again that all the drivers trying to find every single inch of track they can to cool down the tyres.
Something happened to Povilatis, because they've lapped 06.8.
Also, they have. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to catch what happened there. They've got a car not too far behind them, whether or not they got stuck in some very poor traffic. I can't see any damage on that car, but yeah, but the oh, can you see some damage?
No, I said me neither.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure if it was a difference in rendering at each end, but well, thankfully for the number 9.
A lot sideways. Yeah, I think that I found the problem of the Porsche. It doesn't have a rear anymore. It is sliding left and right, especially in Schumacher S. I really think the pressure of that car are completely up off the roof, and I won't be surprised if we will see the Porsche diving into the pits as soon as possible, because it's quite clear that they are not having a good time with these tires.
Sorry to cut you off there. We've got Dan Barnard going around the outside of... Oh dear! He's going around the outside of Perico, and he's completely misjudged. That's right in front of the number 9 car. Thankfully, safe rejoin by the looks of it for the Aston Martin. But Dan Barnard getting past Perico, who was coming into the pits anyway to try to repair the damage from their heavy impact not too long ago. But yes, I think you're absolutely right. It was just we had a bit of an onboard with the Porsche. We'll go back on board. We'll see if we can kind of keep an eye on the steering inputs for that car and how he is having to fight that car at the moment. You see squarely on the exit once more in towards turn 2. Not looking, I mean, the Porsche is always a car that's a little bit twitchy to drive, sometimes very twitchy to drive depending on how that car is set up, but you can see really looks like he is having to feather all of his inputs and is very unsettled. Admittedly, last time around he was back on pace, 202.7, so it was definitely a kind of a freak lap that seemed to be the one that was problematic. We don't know quite exactly what happened on that lap. But the pace still fundamentally with that car as much as it is with everyone else on the grid at the moment, it seems. But everyone just desperately trying to hang on as long as they possibly can before going for those dry tyres.
They're trying overtake in a bit of a different spot compared to the usual, because Aston Martin in front of him is going absolutely slower than the Honda, and it is quite clear looking even from the onboard that the Honda has more. It just has to brake to avoid making contact with Aston Martin in front of him. But it is, I think, just a matter of time of when the overtake will happen, with a lot of oversteer into Schumacher S, getting taken into account perfectly by the Honda driver, while the number 3 is going way slower than the Honda, and possibly now it's just I think the chicane is a possible out spot for the Honda driver, considering that I really think they have managed to get the right pressure. Even if the right pressure here, I think it's a bit of an optimistic way to say they are not that bad. But now the Honda completely on the slipstream of the Aston Martin, maybe thinking about doing it, but a lot of tire markers in the tarmac, just to be clear about how little wet, standing wet there is on the tarmac. And now the Honda is completely glued to the Aston Martin in front. The Aston Martin will not go into the inside, so the Honda has clean air to make a pass on the Aston. This is 4th position. Into the inside he goes and makes the perfectly executed overtake on Fidelibus, also with a 10-second penalty, so I suppose there's also not to battle so hard, just to not lose any more seconds for their current plans. I just wonder how much time we will need to wait until we see all the drivers diving to the pit and changing for dry, even if they are waiting until the very last second it doesn't rain anymore. I really think that some driver may go for a chance right now with Fang that has now clean air to make as many seconds as possible on Zampieri. Currently 13 seconds ahead, but I think it's quite possible that those 13 seconds will go down to 10 or less by the end of the stint.
Yeah, without a doubt, much more confident at this point of the race. Also found that if you go on board the front splitter of one car, that you could just about see whether or not there is tread for the car in front. Jay Fang actually coming across a little bit of traffic. Oh, that's very awkward with the 340 car. It's Charles Phillips desperately trying to get out of the way the best possible way he can, and the Aston Martin of Fidelis having to make his way through as well. There was a battle going on with Charles Phillips and Sven Šiš not too long ago, but that is going to open up, especially with that additional mistake from Charles. But yeah, this is a very crucial stage of the race. Also, interestingly, looking at the lap times, 203.6 for our race leader, 203.1 for Mats Lindholm Andersen in the Audi, 202.5 for Joris Appel, so they're still running quite nicely. Tobias Martel, 202.6. So a few cars still running quite nicely.
Fideli was into the pits.
Fideli into the pits?
Yep. Fideli.
Oh, Fidelibus. I was looking at the wrong. Fideli name. But yeah, but number 3. You're right. You are absolutely right. Into the pits. Crucially, Antonio Fideli, that we do believe is on slick tyres at the moment, because they seem to make that pit stop and then switch over. 202.3 on the last lap.
Dry. Fidel is definitely on dry tires.
Yeah, so those tyres are lapping around a similar sort of pace to the fastest wet runners, which, if you consider the fact that you've got the fastest drivers versus a team that's been struggling a little bit today, and the fact that they're on that sort of pace, it does look like the dry tyres are starting to come into their window of opportunity. Slowly but surely, they are making themselves more competitive, but the front runners won't want to pit onto them too early in case they end up scrubbing off too much of the tread from those tyres. But the slicks do start to look like they are on a more competitive kind of front. The best indication we'll probably get will be the number 3 car, as we would presume that they are onto the slick tyres now, and seeing what they can do, because the Aston Martin very good in changeable conditions, and this car, remember, was leading. Was sitting in second place for a very long time. And Fidelibus has just emerged out of the pits with the 760 car and 48 around them, and they will now set off and charge on those dry tyres. But Leonardo Porco now in that car, who drove very well in the Aston Martin and has clearly got good pace for the virtual racing teams. We'll have to see what he can do with the dry tyres on a damp track, and that might give us an idea of how strong is the switchover right now between those two compounds.
I want to be in April's and possibly even Gold's shoes, because they are lapping their personal best even with these conditions, so they probably want to go into the pit, but they are looking at the time and they are obviously saying we have good times. So now it's a bit of a mental chess where to understand whether it's a good idea to pit or not. In fact, you can see now
201.8.
Fedele making the fastest lap of the race so far, and now I really think that everyone is going by thinking what is the best idea to put out. Meanwhile, Cooper making the position on solo, possibly on the inside of the hairpin he goes, and Cooper in the number 1 makes the position on solo. That's for 20th position, so it's a bit of comeback run for the one lineup, as Fedele made an overtake also for 25th position after stop and go and a lot of problems. I think it is now time for them to, it's a bit of a redemption day for them, well, not day, more hour, redemption hour, as they are finally back at a competitive speed, not very competitive, but they are the fastest car around track, unless the free gives us a lap just now, and in fact it does. Oh no, it was still the out lap, sorry. a bit too early from my side.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see what they do when they next hit the line. But yeah, right now, the slick tyres on that 127 car, they're building up temperature. They won't be at their peak, but they are clearly better than the heavily worn-out wet tyres that will be screaming more and more at this point. The only trade-off is about running the slick tyre too early is whether or not when you're scrubbing the tyre compound when it's not quite at its optimal temperature and pressure, whether or not that ends up losing you more time at the tail end of that dry stint. As now Thomas Jack comes into the pits as well. So we've got more people coming in. Diego Carlino, that's another one of our front runners. That'll be very interesting to see compared to the likes of the number 3 car. Porco is in a position to try to make up a move on the 656. This is an on-track battle or kind of an actual battle for position, but of course these two cars are in very different stages of their race. And the 656 car, I imagine, won't be putting up too much of a fight to Lux Porco. Let's see as they go through Schumacher S's. Still actually fairly even, sort of in terms of grip levels through the high-speed stuff. So it looks like that the main pace is probably under braking and acceleration. The high-speed cornering is actually fairly similar between both compounds, but the initial turn-in and bite under the slow speed corners and the capability under the brakes, that seems to be where the slick tyres are working a bit better. As again, Eugene pulling over to the left hand side almost seems like a rather useless feat now, because there just seems to be almost no surface water on the track. He's gone wide on the exit of the final chicane, wide into 15 and almost an Aston Martin in the gearbox for good measure. Leonardo Porco desperately trying to find a way by in the next couple of laps. Joris Appel has come into the pits as well, so that's another one of our front runners. Leonardo Porco, 202.5, so not quite extracting the same pace as Fideli just yet, but maybe taking a bit more time for those tyres to come up to temperature. But the slicks definitely looking faster than those worn out wets, but it's just, is it still the right time in terms of the long run advantage? Oh, that's a dive for the number 3 car, bit of shoulder barging through turn 3, but I imagine that will be the move done then into 4, and it is. And they make the way up into 14th place. But whether or not it's still a little bit too early for those slick tyres, we'll only really know when they get to the tail end of this stint.
I think now the car to be seen is the one with clean air in front of him, because Porco had a lot of traffic front, and the 202 is the... No, it's actually... Yes, it is... The 202 is on a lap, but he went off track. So it will not be a valid lap, but I really think that it can still be used by other teams to understand whether the wet tires are still a possible... Oh, I think the Audi will go in contact with the Audi. The 202 was nearly getting hit by a back marker behind them. I think it was... Can't you see the number from here? 660.
Yeah, just checking on the replay. Think... Yeah, it got pretty close between them. Thankfully, all seemed well in the end. But yes, as more of these cars are doing their pit stops, we're ending up with more and more cars that are kind of out of sequence with each other now in terms of drivers, the stint timers, the tyre compounds, all of it, you name it. It's all starting to make it very complicated as Mats Lindholm Anderson comes into his pit stop as well. So curiously, the number 9 car has stayed out. Now they are probably doing this because they want to wait until it is definitely right for dry tyres. Reason being is because they have about a 53 or
oh, contact with the 202 and the back marker. Sorry to have interrupted you.
Just trying to find them on my screen. A 63 car has brought out the yellow flag. I'm not sure if that's the back marker that was involved in that. So this is Luca Alfarano then in the 202. We've got the 55 Aston Martin just up in front of them. That's the run on the way towards turn 5. Flashing of the lights there for the Audi. That's very awkward. Oh, and they're not going to be happy about that one. 660 ended up sort of capitalising on that a bit and almost went into the back of the Aston Martin themselves. Meanwhile, the 63 car brought out a yellow flag briefly. We've got Parika all over the back of the 760 of Marek Paluch. We've got Philip Ansel now in the 660 putting pressure onto the 55 of Zamora. But I think Parika is the one maybe on a move, is he? Down the inside in towards the Dunlop curve for the 115, and that's an easy move in the end for Parika in the Audi. And that is looking to put on a bit of a hard charge at the moment. How about Philip Ansel looking up the inside in towards the final corner? He can't do anything just yet, but the number 9 car has come into the pits now, so now they're happy to come into the pits. They've sacrificed presumably enough of their lead and will be going through the slick tyres now. Meanwhile, Ansel in the 660 again looking up the inside of the 55. It's more committed this time on the entry towards turn 1, leaving each other just enough room. The 55 though wide on the exit. 660 of Ansel now trying to sweep across the outside in towards turn 2. That's giving a bit of a headache for the 202. Now watching all of this from behind, he wants to get through and lose as little time as possible. Already kind of caught up in this traffic once, and now it's getting very tricky with the 660 offline, and then drops back anyway. But Luca already showing the lights on his car, understandably, to try to get that 660 out the way, although the 55 has just run off onto the grass. That's an awkward rejoin. 660 has to drive off into the gravel. The 202 says thank you very much. The 660 somehow gets the position done. I thought they were going to get bogged down in the gravel trap there, and everything restores order. And meanwhile, Leonardo Porco, a 2:0.9. We are now starting to approach sub 2-minute lap times with these dry tyres, so it does look like the slicks now well and truly are the tyre to be on.
I'm looking even at the gaps, and a lot of drivers that went just a couple of laps earlier are now in close proximity of the drivers who they were trying to gain as much time as possible. An example, the 444 was 12 seconds behind the 49 before the pit stop, and now it's 6. Just because of 2 laps of difference in the wet tires. Well more than 6 seconds has been gained. And now, in fact, Bernd has lapped 0.2.0, while before the fastest personal best of the 49 was 0.2.4, so it was nearly 2/3 seconds per lap. Marano making the position Madden that has just made a pit. And if I remember correctly, Madden was...
Sorry, Leonardo Porco actually, I think just lost a bit of ground to one Lexus. Yeah, Porco went completely off the road. Very strange incident there. That was on the run, I think, up towards turn 11, if I'm not mistaken, and a mistake there for Porco. So he's pushing very hard on these slick tyres, now making his way past the Lexus that just got past him in all of that. But Porco, well, see how much time he lost on the last lap from that mistake. Yeah, he lost about 3 seconds to his previous best, so not what he would have been wanting in that team's sort of charge back on those tyres. And yeah, getting very tricky. So still even on the better tyre compound now, which I'm sure these drivers will be enjoying a lot more than the wets that were screaming for so many laps. Still tricky to extract the best performance out of those.
I went noticing why the 49 has lost so many seconds. Oh, 22.01 is off! No, it's really off. Okay, it's not lagging. Finally. The 201 has effectively went wide, so I'm not doing a bad show. And I think it is time for the dry tires to give them a bit of time to get used to the track, because it's not entirely dry, it's greasy. So it's way less than green in terms of grip. And some drivers are probably pushing it too hard, or they have the wrong pressures, because there's also a possibility. With a greasy track, the pressures are not yet into the right window, will never be there, because just the track is not completely dry as the Ferrari comes out of the pit. And so some drivers may force to match the tires and possibly commit themselves into a mistake of some kind. Meanwhile, I think that... No, okay, it's all good. And if I remember correctly... Oh no, new fastest lap of the race, it's sub 2:00, it's 59 flat, it is in
I came up with Duke Novicius for that one. I'm not 100% sure if it's correct, but that was my best guess. It is definitely one of the more complicated names. But always it gets a wiggle on the AstroTurf on the exit of turn 2 as Alt trading fastest lap. So now it's over to Leonardo Porco once again as he goes flying past the Celtic Bromance Aston Martin, 58.9. So the first man into the 58s, and despite that other kind of little instant that he had, still charging on very nicely. We're seeing a lot of cars now break their way into the 59s. But yeah, interestingly, just kind of, as you mentioned, in terms of the changes in some of the gaps, as that's the McLaren of Leon Burns having an issue through the chicane. Again, that second apex launching that car over the curb, and that's lost them about 2.5 seconds. I was just going to say that, you know, with the gaps that changed from about 16 seconds to what was 7, it's now up to 9.5. Interestingly, the number 9 car that stayed out on the wet tyres, the longest out of these top 5 drivers, I believe, actually maintained their gap at around 53 seconds in all of that. So,
found the reason. The reason is Linus Andersen making a 5-second longer time in the pit lane. Not entirely sure why, and that's also why the 444 gained so many seconds. Apparently the 49 has lost 4 to 5 seconds just by braking maybe too early or making a mistake into the pit lane, or whichever reason it is. Possibly even making a wrong pit stop, making the car a bit too
sorry, that's a huge moment for Dylan Gosling. That's a few drivers now. So it seems that there's water still being held, potentially in the very kind of, with the curve. Although he's got a huge run onto the Ferrari, contact between the pair of them, and he won't be very happy about that one. My goodness, he's had an eventful few corners, and the 500 car of Jarzbowski giving him a little bit of a nudge, well, a bit more of a nudge actually, towards the grass there.
Was oversteering so much.
I didn't quite catch which car that was with that, but there's a BMW diving down the inside of one of the Lexus. That is Lord Nem in the Lexus with the, I think that's the 999 BMW going past them. The Knops battling for position though. As new fastest lap, Leonardo Porco a 57.7, so we are seriously getting into some very quick territory. Unconventional line actually through turn 3, really sort of used the curb to pull them around there. But it's all starting to get a bit feisty. Thomas Jack now close up to the back of Milan Hack, that's had a little bit of a tough time with the traffic, and the McLaren trying to see if they can get their way past the 48 Bentley. Hasn't quite been able to close in just yet, but now that we're in the dry running, this chicane is becoming more problematic for these McLarens, and I imagine the Ferraris as well, that are not coping with that part of the circuit very well. As new fastest lap briefly went to Willem Carson. It's now over to Neil Schroer in the 991 BMW, so it's moving around all over the place. And I say that is now in the hands of Christian Steinhauser on the 57.3. So these lap times are absolutely tumbling, and I think the next one's going to come in from
Triple Eight is off track onto the wall.
Oh dear. The Triple Eight, yeah, let's have a look and see what happened to them. All the exit of the Schumacher S's lost it by themselves, and yeah, just tagged the wall there. So some front end damage on that car, nothing too major, thankfully, but not what they would have been wanting. And interestingly, now that's something they've got to be careful of. The number 9 car would just set a time that would have been fastest lap of the race, at 57.245. However, it wasn't officially counted because they must have invalidated it somewhere on lap, so they do need to be careful. They've got such a large lead, they really need to be careful not to throw it away with a drive-through penalty, as times flurry again, now going to Joey Thiessens in the 112 car on a 56.9, so it is really starting to dry up now, because as you can see, the track condition has gone too fast. So in a matter of a few laps, as Mats Lindholm Anderson, as again Leon Burns caught out by the chicane again. See the McLaren wide on the entry, tags that curb and sent onto the grass, and that is really harming the 444's chances of getting anything higher than third today. But with the track drying up,
the number one's back in his combat zone, as the one lineup is trying the best they can to regain all the position they've lost. They are now approaching the 420, who was once the silver leader. Now the silver leader is in 13th position, so I think the 729 really had one hell of a chance.
Oh, it's yellow flag for 27. That is Alistair Baldwin. Oh, and there is major damage on the front of that car. Oh, we didn't get it during the incident though. That was a facial rework that was done earlier in the race that the 27 car already had. We've sort of got a battle of the wounded cars here, because we've got the 63 that's running with some damage on the front bonnet as well, and the McLaren just coming off the curb. Does he keep out of the wall? Barely, just about, but through the Schumacher S's, the number 27 car coming unstuck there, unfortunately. But let's check back in on that battle that we saw building up with Lucas Ziga in the number 1 and Logue in the McLaren, because diving down in towards the inside of turn 1 is the Princess Robot Bubblegum Honda, and they do make their way up into 21st position. And yeah, that 420 car now in the hands of Logue. We did see it at Suzuka as well, that Logue didn't quite seem to have the same level of confidence in that car as some of the other drivers in that team, Jamie Nuttall namely, and they do seem to be dropping a bit of pace at the moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Giuseppe D'Anna has now got the fastest lap of the race on a 56.3, and another battle that is heating up is Joey Theisens versus Ada Wilspin in the 69 Honda for the final positions just outside of the top 10.
The thing is now that we need to understand who has the dry setup and who has the wet setup. We are now in the 6-hour mark, and it's quite possible as a lot of drivers have went for a wet setup, and some drivers went for a dry setup. Now it will be interesting to see if even some may have gone for a sort of midway between the two. But either way, it will be quite clear as the track
dear! Sorry to cut you off. A huge incident between the 55 and the 660 car. 660 into the wall, I think. Oh my goodness, it's happened again. We saw this sort of sideswipe maneuver. These two, we were watching them as you were talking.
Oh, the one has been in contact with the Audi 2, and the one is off. The one ball.
Oh, unfortunately, I'll have to catch that on the replay in just a moment, because I've gone quite far back on this one. So it's a drag race between Philip Ansel and Diogo Zamora, and Zamora just squeezing him over to the left-hand side, and the contact sandwiching the two together. And the Audi, thankfully, did actually keep out of the wall by just a couple of feet, but a huge contact between those cars. And now let's see if I can go back to Lucas Ziga then, see if I can catch what happened to them. Oh dear! And that was with the 660 car. See why that all kicked off. And on the second part of the apex with the chicane, you have a number 1 car that just have made up the position over Logue, now dropping back, and is got a bit of damage on that car, as Dakuza has now brought out the yellow flag, trying to see, waiting for the replay to end on that front, so if we can see what can happen, or what happened to the 728. It's going to take a while, I think, for us to be able to get there by the looks of it. Whereabouts was that? We have caught it too late, unfortunately. So Dakuza seemingly has some sort of incident. I think, by the looks of it, maybe just ran a bit wide through the Schumacher S's or something like that, because it seemed to be quite a minor moment that was over and done with quite quickly, as Fideli brings out a white flag for a second, but nothing too dramatic. Giuseppe D'Anna, fastest lap again on a 55.9, as we go and have a look at Joey Theisens absolutely hassling the back of the Honda in front. Maybe think about a dive towards turn 7. It won't happen, but he's always almost into the gearbox of the Honda, but he can't do anything just yet. But right now, it looks like that the Audis have immense pace in the dry, and yellow flag for the number 5. Oh, it's all kicking off at this stage of the race, and Felix Dressler has had an incident right before the chicane, as we get the world's worst camera angle. What on earth is that? That is useless. Unfortunately, we've missed the entire incident.
Contact between the wheel spin and Theisens into turn 12, I think it is, and now the BMW is in front of the Honda. 69 Honda is now trying to switch back what he can, but they are approaching the chicane, which is not really the best of the spots to try to get back a position, but the BMW makes a lot of gap in the chicane, possibly the BMW having a more dry setup compared to the Honda, and now Hisense makes his way past the Honda of Wheelspin, and now the next target in is the number 3, who is lapping actually quite fast compared to the rest of the pack. Porco is actually lapping 6.3, while people like Alfarano and Bernd are lapping 7.3. So it's going to be quite interesting to see. That's what I was saying before. Who has the dry setup and who has the wet setup? And I think that, in my opinion, we are going to see who exactly has the wet setup in the very next minutes, as the track will diverge to optimum, and the lap times will go even in the 55 or even 54 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing quite a diverse range of times as we see to Wheelspin making a little bit of a mistake there on the entry to turn 6, and it does seem like there's more of a diverse range of times being run by a lot of these drivers now in the dry conditions than there were in the wet. So the wet really just seemed to kind of even out the playing field, despite those that maybe had a setup that was leaning more towards the wet conditions. I see Tadas Uknavicius has got an improvement on his lap time. I think this will set fastest lap of the race for our race leader, if I'm not mistaken, and it does a 55.6 for that car. So the number 9 Porsche still lapping very, very quickly on their tyres. And I don't think, looking up and down the order, that anyone else is going to challenge that on this lap around.
It is. Dana is currently lapping a second faster than his sister car. And I really think this is an example of one car going for a wet and one car going for a dry setup to get the best outcome possible. And I really think we know which one has the dry setup and which one has the wet setup. And I think the 03 has more than the 02. And possibly we'll see the overtake happening in a quite peaceful manner between the two sister cars. I don't expect any dive into the inside or any contact. I hope. Now that I said it, I fear for my life.
We did see, actually, if I recall correctly, these two very same cars. If it wasn't these two cars, it was the SBQ Racing Team BMW and one of the Audis that they've been running got very close to one another in the opening laps at Suzuka. So yeah, we'll have to see how they play it here. But yes, one would hope that they always have the yellow flag for the 666 again. That is the Lexus further down the order. That is Lord Nem. Or that's actually just where our drivers just passed through. And he's lost that on the exit by the looks of it, of the Schumacher S's once more. So that is very disappointing for them. And that car, Giuseppe D'Anna, now there we go. That is the liftoff for the 202, allowing the sister 203 car that is showing great pace at this stage in the race through. And probably the most straightforward overtake that Giuseppe D'Anna has had so far. In actual fact, Luca Alfarano coming under a bit of pressure from the 55 Aston Martin. That is not for position, but they seemingly are running quite quickly at the moment. Our next closest battle on track for position seems to have developed between the likes of Piers Stockton and James Holder, and the number 46 McLaren very quick on the last lap of 55.9 from the 46 and carrying so much pace on the exit of the Schumacher S's, trying to launch out the inside. Holder giving a little bit of room. That turns into the outside, heading in towards turn 11, and he chops across the front of the Aston Martin and drives that McLaren away up the hill. But a 55.9 for the 46 car. That car down in 26th place at the moment. But other than our race leader, no one was lapping faster than that. So that is extraordinary pace from Piers Stockton in this 46 car for Rising Panda Racing. They've had a bit of a traumatic session so far, but if anything might bring them back into it, it's pace like that would allow them to shoot up the order. So maybe not all over and said and done with for those drivers just yet, as Milan Hack and Dylan Goslin squabbling for 16th position, but the Bentley having to stay behind for the time being.
And just some meters up ahead, there is also the battle for 5th position between Marano and Schroer. which they're trying. Oh wait, Marano is into the pit. Never mind then. Marano goes into the pit.
That's unexpected pit stop.
Yeah, because they have just reached the 20th minute on the stint timer. So I'm really thinking that they have forgot to put fuel in the car.
That's yeah. I'm not sure. There's not too many reasons that I can think of that would be answering that, but yeah, that is disastrous for our joint championship leaders, because if that is a mistake, that really does cement the 444's position potentially in trying to snatch the championship lead. So disaster potentially for the 201.
I'm not entirely sure, because looking at the times, it's in average they are not lapping like seconds fastest. It's not like they have underfueled. I'm not entirely sure. It may also be a technical problem, because we saw in the last couple of races that some drivers had to pit because their driver was just not able to deliver the car until the very next lap. So it may be anything. In my opinion, the most preferable option is effectively the underfueling. Even because Marano is now in 12th position, so a huge loss of position for the Italian driver, and possibly now even for the strategy, because with only 20 minutes on the stint timer, all the strategy may have been messed up completely, and I suppose they will end the entire race with a pit stop more than everyone else.
Yeah, that is a very potentially quite crucial stage of this race, and maybe even of this championship. It's been very up and down for some of these teams so far, but that 201 that's brought them out in 12th position. So I have to see how that all plays out for them later on. Meanwhile, we've just dipped under 6 hours left to go in this race, so 4 hours in, and it has been an absolutely manic race so far, up and down the grid. So much action everywhere we have looked. The gaps have all settled down for just a moment. Closest are the sort of three-way tussle between Jarzembowski, Dylan Gosling and Milan Hack, but nothing too much more dramatic than that. 55.3 for Tadas in the number 9 lead Porsche on the last lap. Other drivers in the 55s were Giuseppe Zana, unleashed by the other SPQ Racing team car. 55.9 for Joey Thiessens in the 112. And then, how is the 46 doing? Oh, there's a yellow flag for the 888 briefly. Oh, and that's a lot of damage by the looks of it. I think that's another moment for the Lexus on the exit of the Schumacher S's. Unfortunately, we'll see them charging up there in what was a rather creative livery car. Just catches the curb, completely unsettles the car, and unfortunately that's straight into the wall. Bonnet pops up, and that is a lot of damage, as Jordan's actually on circuit nearby the 63 car, which has been running around with some heavy damage on the front end of that car as well. So don't know, we may see the 888 coming into the pits, and we do, but that is very unfortunate for that team there. As we are, though, at this stage of the race, as just checking in on a team that I did want to see the lap times of. 56.1 for 46 last time around, so not quite staying in the 55, but still very impressive pace from them. This has obviously been a rather kind of up and down bit of endurance racing that we have had so far, and we've seen how these drivers have transitioned through the mixed conditions and things like that. From your perspective, do you like these mixed conditions? Obviously they make it very entertaining for us in terms of watching, but when you're looking to drive in these conditions, do you feel like you thrive in kind of those greasy territories where it's not quite slick, not quite wet tyres, or do you like it when things are a bit more straightforward in terms of the choices?
I think I talk for everyone, and it's so cool to see the changing, the weather changing, like going from wet to dry. The problem is that not a lot of drivers have the time to create a setup and create their racing line and everything in between for completely different settings. So like many drivers prefer having a steady condition because they can just focus on one condition. Completely wet, completely dry, completely grazy, completely damp, even if I hate damp condition because they are useless. The thing is that it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You love to see different conditions in your race, but you also have to remember that you have to practice for those different conditions. So you have, at the end, you may end up with like 3 if the things go so wrong in the possible timeline, even 4 setups for every different possibility of weather. I'm not a driver that creates multiple setups, honestly. I'm more a person that if it's a pinch, I will just raise the car and adjust the camber. That's it. But I know that some drivers really need a perfectly created setup for the perfect conditions. And some drivers just can't do it because of real life problems. Some drivers have I won't say they are lucky, but they just main one car only. So they have all the different setups and possibilities for their car only. And obviously if you main a car, it's quite easy this condition because you can just push the car and you should have all the different possible setup that you should need. Also, endurance races always give you a lot of chance to play with style. You can go with 6 hours with dry setup or wet setup. As the battle comes up in 15th position, I was saying there that Jarlowski is losing a lot of time behind back markers, with Gosling trying a possible overtake, with Hack making an hazard, trying the attack on the Honda. So this battle for 15th position is actually the current longest one, but it's still steady. As I was saying, the problem comes also when you make setups and you may do something wrong, and in that case you can't just put back the setup or going back into the pits. It's just too late, so you have to adapt to the fact that your setup is wrong or there are some problems. Obviously I love endurance racing, even for this it's always an unexpected experience. I didn't do a lot of endurance racing, but the ones I did they were beautiful in some cases and terrible in others, but it's just endurance racing. You happen to be in a situation where you don't like the situation, or you're in the best possible situation you can ever hope for. Talking a bit about the race, I went back checking the pit stop from Mancuso, and he changed the tires. His pit stop was 35 seconds long, so I'm not really sure what was the problem. There was definitely a problem, but it was not fuel related, otherwise it was definitely shorter.
I can only imagine that maybe did they accidentally apply wet tire pressures to the dry compound, or they found kind of, it was either that, or maybe they felt that they had really strong graining on the tires, so they decided to kind of ditch them early and try to bounce back later, because yeah, it was a very peculiar unscheduled stop.
No, the practice was in wet, so it's not possible, because I was thinking if the tires they've put on the car were used once, but they haven't used dry tires in practice, so it's not that good. It's possible, it's pressure, it's the only thing that comes to my mind. They have put wet pressure. That's the endurance thing. After some hours you just get tired, so you may do some mistakes. It happens in sprint races also. In sprint races where you are driving, you need to do everything. You may have a teammate saying what you have to do, but in the middle of the zone, also in Nürburgring, where you don't really have a lot of time to think about yourself. You are always turning, or with all the back markets, there are a lot of things going past your head. So it also, the thing about endurance is even this, you have to be focused all the time for all the hours, and a single mistake will cost you a lot. And this is the example. They may just have put the wrong presses, and they have noticed it way too late, and they had to do another pit to make back what is possible to make back. Obviously, I'm a fan of endurance races, especially in real life. In my opinion, it's better than sprint races of any kind, just for a multi-amount reason. Like, you don't have to stick to the race, you can just see the race, go out, return, and staying back in the action. In my opinion, is one of the best thing in racing. Meanwhile, in P18, there is a battle as the sun comes up. I'm not entirely sure which battle I want to check out because there are multiple battles going on. There is currently, I think, it is Mancuso making the outside on the Honda. But there is also the battle for 18th position. I'm not really sure which one I have to pick. You have to tell me because you.
Yeah, I'm looking between the pair of them and simultaneously, but it looks like the closer one at the moment is that between the number 8. It's so difficult. There's been so many scraps going on in this race, but it has given us plenty of action to enjoy. The number 8 Porsche not quite managing to pull that one off. Will the 201 fare any better? Doesn't look like it just yet. Speaking of the 201, as we get our regular invasion from the bots in the chat, unfortunately Ben Langford has just given us a bit of another report for their team that one of their other drivers has got faulty equipment, as 201 again looking towards the inside. Saw this on the last lap. It's a lot more committed this time around though, trying to make the move onto Ada, who's fighting back on the run up towards turn 2, side by side. The 201 has a championship to think about with all of this, and the 69 car stays ahead then for the time being, despite the pace advantage clearly being with the BMW. But that team unfortunately having both a driver with a broken wheel and now another driver with broken pedals. So unfortunately really suffering on the hardware front, and like I say, sort of does, I think I've always found that the best way of treating it. Oh, that's Jablowski. Jablowski through the chicane. The Ferrari, I said about them being more unsettled, as again very similar to the McLaren, just being booted.
This side goes on the Honda and the hairpin, and the one is off. Too many things going on at the same moment. Mancuso makes the position of wheel spin as the one crosses the grass, and I think even the gravel, going a bit off the track, but Mancuso is down in 11th. And now there is a battle going on between Hack and Gosling for 15th position, not anymore 16th, as the Ferrari 500 had to go with a bit of rallycross situation there in the chicane.
Yeah, I'm just looking back on the replay between the 201 and the 69 car. So the 201 finally managing to get that move done. We'll switch back as Piers Stockton puts in a new fastest lap of the race, a 55.2. Very impressive pace from the McLaren team, the 46. Further down the order at this stage of the race. Milan Hack, yes, only just a couple of tenths adrift from the car right in front of him on the front splitter of that car, very close to the back of Dylan Gosling, who's gone a little bit wide into the Dunlop curve, but he tried to sneak up the inside. Oh my goodness, that was a gap that was disappearing very rapidly, but thankfully no one makes contact in all of that. We've also got a scrap between Piotr Kajuski and as Jablowski's made a mistake and he has gone wide through the Schumacher S's. So the Ferrari driver of the 500 struggling, has a wiggle in the entry and then has to straight line the gravel after that. So that team unfortunately seemingly struggling with the dry running pace of this car, but now we've got 3 fights all separated by 3 tenths. We've got Milan Hack versus Dylan Gosling, Piotr Kajuski, oh my goodness, Piotr Gajewski in. That's a huge jump for Milan Hack over the chicane. That's probably the biggest one that we've had so far. And that has lost him a chunk of time to Dylan Gosling. So that rules out one of the 3 fights that we were looking at. And then we've got number 8 versus number 13, pretty close between those 2 drivers still as well. And then also the next battle down between Logue and Felix Dressler is heating up a bit, and as Logue actually makes a small mistake. So there's a few scraps that are taking place on circuit at the moment. The closest one now in the hands of the number 8 versus number 13 car, as Tadas Yuknavicius in the leading car has been leading this race so confidently for so long, does a 55.0 on the last lap of the race and sets a new fastest lap. So very competitive time there from him.
I'm honest, I'm a bit sad about the 46. The 46 is lapping, if not quicker, on par by timing with the leader. Unfortunately, the 46 is in 26th position and the leader is, well, in 1st position. But they are lapping the same exact lap times. For a moment, the 46 also had the fastest lap of the session. The last lap time was just a tenth of Juknevicius. I know I spelled it wrong. I know it's perfect. So that tells you a lot about the fact that Kwiatkowski and Jack are currently side by side now. In the Schumachers are not anymore side by side, but they were really close each other. With the Porsche maybe trying what he can in. I think the last sector is the best one for the Porsche driver, looking at the times at least, because that's where the Porsche has the most of the traction, second and first sector. As a lot of drivers are engaged in battles. As I said, it's 15th, it's 18th, and it's 20th position now in a battle of their own. And I think the closest one is this one with the Porsche. The Porsche going a bit on the grass, not anymore. The Porsche completely goes on the grass. Luckily, it doesn't lose any more speed than just the 10th he has lost in the last meters. In fact, 56.7 for the Porsche driver, 56.5 for the McLaren driver, so they are on par on times. And it's quite astonishing to see that a lot of drivers are faster than others, but in completely opposite sides of the leaderboard. And with this pace, I'm really not sure who will be where by the end of even the hour with this pace, considering all the pieces.
Sorry, Logan, Dressler now side by side. This battle's been heating up for a while, and now McLaren absolutely locked onto the gearbox and the run down towards turn one. Their drag race between the pair of them, the 420 car trying to make their way through hard on the brakes towards turn one, and beautifully done there by Logan, that car, as they make their way up another position then, and they've now got themselves no other main cars between themselves and the next silver class car, but it is about 35 seconds, excuse me, up the order, and it is that Porsche of Piotr Gajewski. And thought about it a bit more at time in terms of the surname. Piotr in the number 8 car, moving up the order, trying desperately to get past Thomas Jack, but unable to do so for the time being. But Logue, one of our 3 battles that we've been keeping an eye on, brings that one to a close. Still Milan Hack versus Dylan Gosselin for the battle for P15, and Thomas Jack versus Piotr Gajewski in the Porsche to try to close this one out as well. But yeah, still lots of scraps going on. Also just had a little bit of a couple bits of information. Piotr again goes very wide through the chicane, so that allows that gap to open up. And in actual fact, it's the one of Milan Hack that's gone the other way. A couple of pieces of information. One is that the 46 team apparently appears, we've also got confirmation of just how fast he is, but they apparently had 2 very big offs in the opening part of the race in their very first stint, so that is why they are so far down the order relative to their pace. So hoping that in the second half of the race they may be able to work their way up. Clearly a long time left to go in this race to try to make up for past issues. And someone has unfortunately had a dislocated finger from an incident at Silverstone, and they've just had it relocated. And I can imagine that the hand's probably feeling rather delicate at the moment on that front. So I wish you the best with the recovery on that front, because that is never a nice thing to happen. And any incident on any racetrack is scary. I think I tend to have a bit enough of fear factor when it's happening in the sim, let alone in real life.
Oregon inside on Mac, that was for 24th position. The Italian driver really trying to make back as many positions as possible as Mac goes in the countryside for how much he went on the brakes. And the position has been done quite easily by the 115 for 24th and 40. The Beauty Driver Alliance team is really fast compared to where they are, even for them. 46 and 115 are the 2 cars that, in my opinion, don't deserve to be so down the grid for their pace. Only for some mistakes that have been done. They have to make back as many positions as possible in the next 6 hours. So there is more than 50% of the race to go. Not over yet anything, obviously, but it's going to be definitely a staircase in their point of view compared to what it would have been if no mistakes would have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Also just checking in on Piotr Giewski versus Thomas Jack once more. Than Porsche really closest they have been in a while. It is going to get interesting though. Oh, as he takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside of turn 1 though, and actually drops him back a little bit. They've got the race lead of a number 9 car looming up behind them very shortly. And just checking in on lap times once more. 55.3 for our race leader, 55.6 for our second place car, the 49 car. Next car in the 55s is the number 7, which is only 3.5 seconds behind the 444. And that is good news for the 201 that has had a little bit of a difficult day, because the 444 is their championship rival, and based on the pace difference we could be seeing a scrap for the last podium position just a moment, although the battle we've got right now is Piotr Giewski in the number 8. Oh, huge dive towards the inside in towards Dunlop Curve, a little bit of shoulder barging. The number 9 car will be hoping that this doesn't get too busy in front of them, and that was a very bold move from Piotr under brakes. I wonder if Thomas Jack will have anything to say about that one, as the number 8 car finally makes up the position, but not without a little bit of pushing and shoving through all of that. And meanwhile, in all of that chaos, Milan Hack has started to close in once more onto Dylan Gosling for the battle for P15. Doesn't look like you can do anything up the hill just yet, but the Bentley again looking very competitive for trying to snatch that position away from the Honda.
The Bentley is currently trying the best they can, as Milan Hack is looking at the time, and the Bentley is, I would say, odd in the lap times, because give me a hint. The first sector is astonishingly faster than the Honda, and then it all comes down to the final 2 sectors, as the Honda is a bit quicker than the Bentley. So I really think that the Bentley really has 1 sector to decide the position, or to wait until the next lap. Obviously the Bentley lineup can still go with a Porsche kind of situation, where they have to dive bomb as to make sure to make as many as many time as possible with as little time lost in exchange. The Porsche understood that there was just a chance to do it, and it was the hairpin. And I think the Bentley really has to make sure where to do it and make it stick, even if it's risky. Obviously, when there is just a sector where you're faster, you have to make it all or nothing, otherwise you will stay behind your opponent until the very end of the lap. And it's not really a situation where the Bentley has a good view, in my opinion, because the Bentley suffers a bit from dirty air compared to the other cars, in my opinion, because it really doesn't have a lot of front air to play with. So the little one that comes up,
999 has brought out the yellow flag. That is Harrison Graham in the BMW. It's allowed Zamora past. What on earth has happened to the BMW there? Coming through into turn 5 then, all well and good through that part of the lap. Turn 6 was seemingly okay, but it looked like oh dear! Oh, that is a very unusual way to lose it. On the exit of turn 6, the car just completely over-rotated for the 999 there, so a rather peculiar mistake for the 999 there, and that costing them a position. Also a little bit of front aero damage on that car now, imagine. But also Trafka absolutely flying in the number 7 car, 1.7 seconds quicker than Leon Byrne up ahead, and there is now only 1.2 seconds separating them and a podium place. So this has been a huge surge of pace from the number 7 car, and the 444 seemingly really struggling in this phase of the race. We've seen that car have a lot of issues and incidents over the final chicane, the second apex in particular, chucking that car up and into the grass on many occasions. But right now, Trafka, with the pace that he is showing, could well and truly be on for challenging for 3rd place in just the next couple of laps.
The thing is that with the current pace, the McLaren, I don't think will give any chance for an overtake. Looking at the sector, it is quite clear that the problem is especially in the 1st and 3rd sector. It's 2 sectors up for the BMW to make a possible attack, so not really the worst situation for the 7 lineup. The problem is that in the first sector there is not really a place to do it except taking risks. So it really comes down to the first, and the first is very narrow in terms of making an overtake in all safety. So it's going to be definitely a situation where the 444 wants to give the 7 as much battle as possible. The problem is that Trafka is faster, and by a lot. Last lap was half a second quicker for Trafka. In fact, not only it was quicker, he is now in the mirror directly, because Bernd can see even who is driving the BMW for how close he is. And not only, I think we are close to see exactly all the little pieces. If we go to the bumper of the BMW, you can clearly see all the bits of the McLaren for how close they are. So I really think the overtake will happen not in this sector, as I said. The second sector is a bit more in the McLaren's hand, but more in the third if anything happens. Or we can still see a dive into the inside for the BMW and trying to get as much time as possible with losing as little time as possible. Even because taking the McLaren in the best sector will mean getting a gap in the third and the first sector. So it will be the best to make it in the second sector, but obviously we've already passed it. No, we are into it. And the McLaren should be faster here, but we're very close to the McLaren. Going into the outside, McLaren covers the inside. The BMW stays there and stands that the McLaren has a little bit more than the BMW, and it all comes down to possibly the chicane, as the BMW can have a very good exit speed. In fact, the 7 has it a little bit, but it definitely is obvious that BMW is faster in this situation. The BMW on the inside, it tries on the chicane, dives into the inside, late braking, clean as sky, and completes the overtake without any possible problem, and completes the overtake for podium position. And now the 7 has the first sector where the BMW is a bit stronger to put out a gap and conclude the fight in just a lap.
Yeah, fantastic overtake there from Trafka in that number 7 car. There was just nothing. Oh, a little bit deep on the brakes as well for the McLaren and Leon Burnt. Just had nothing to fight with, but beautifully executed by the BMW. Meanwhile, the other scrap that we've had going on for quite a while now is also hit the wrong car, because Fideli's come into the pits. Milan Hack in the 48 car again, looking towards the inside of Dylan Gossett, but that Honda's so fast in a straight line, and the Bentley just continuously hasn't been able to find a way through on the Honda. That's now our closest battle on circuit, because I imagine that the fight between Leon Burnt and Trafka will open up in due course, because the pace Trafka has shown over his last few laps. I'd imagine that will be a done deal, and Milan Hack has actually made a little bit of an error in the opening part of the lap, so they've lost some time as a white flag for Joey Thiessen. So I think he maybe went a little bit wide. He did on the exit of the final chicane there for the 112 car, but nothing that would jeopardise their current 10th place position. But yes, interestingly, Antonio Fideli into the pits now. Of course, that was one, I think, well, that was our first car that was into the pits for the slick tyres. Of course, then had the drive-through penalty on top of that afterwards, which was rather disappointing and put pay to such a great charge from them. And they've had to pit perhaps a little bit earlier than they would have liked, due to combating some graining from the earlier pit stop that they ended up making. But not, I think, too catastrophically out of sequence, though, in terms of the grand scheme of things, although a little bit difficult to tell with still 5.5 hours of this race to go. But the track is now dry and optimal, and the temperature's also coming down a little bit as well. So we're now starting to see the track cool down, I think, for the first time so far today, which should make managing these tyres a little bit easier, and also give the drivers a little bit more grip to work with during their stint. So a lot of things still on the table with the final 5.5 hours, as Milan Hack has to hand over to the number 9 car that is lapping them, putting another lap on that car. and has a 56.3 second lead over the 49 car. So Tadas Juknavicius in that car is still lapping very, very happily and consistently. 55.6 on the last lap. Neil Stroher in the 991, another car in the 55. So was Marco Mancuso. We know that car's got new slick tyres on that one though, and Marco should be maybe looking to make a move in towards the top 10 on Jerry Thiessen's in the upcoming couple of laps. And then the only other car on circuit that is in the 55 is again Piers Stockton.
Moto makes contact with the Mercedes. Somebody's Moto and Lank in the 189 have made contact in the hairpin, in the last hairpin, and now the Honda, the Audi makes the overtake quite easily over the Mercedes. And I think this is also Porreca making it on inside the goals, so it's a double loss of position for the Mercedes lineup. And the
dear! Oh, I was on my screen for a second. The Mercedes seemed to just launch into the shadow realm towards the right-hand side.
For me, you went into the back room for a second.
Yeah, thankfully that wasn't quite seemingly what happened. But yeah, my goodness, I thought that was going to go from bad to worse there. But yeah, the Mercedes, the 189 car, losing 2 positions then in the process of all that. Didn't quite unfortunately see the contact that happened a little bit earlier on that sort of led to that scrap. But yes, it was quite an easy pair of overtakes in the end at turn 1 for the 2 Audis.
It was a bit of a bumper ramp in my opinion, but obviously, if anything, the steerer will take it into account. Meanwhile, I was looking a bit of the stint timer, and it was a mandatory pit stop for the Audi 127 because the stint timer was due to end, so they were obliged to go into the pit and serve the pit stop because the 75-minute timer was ending. But luckily they are not in a bad shape, considering everyone else is basically just 20 minutes more than them in terms of stint timer. There are some drivers with 25 also, and some little exception with also 30 minutes. But nothing too exaggerated. I really think that at the end of the race they will just end the race with in terms of pit stop made on tie, but remember that they had to do a stop and go penalty, so effectively they had to do a stint more than anyone else. Also they faced a lot of difficulties in basically the whole length of the wet stint of the whole it was a hack going a bit on the gravel of the whole wet stint, so I think it's a bit of a good moment for them to try to get back as many positions as possible. I suspect they can get up to a top 15 with this pace, because they are definitely faster than well, they are definitely fast enough for getting a top 15. The problem is that they can't make a single mistake, otherwise they will have a lot of difficulties to make it. Same goes for the other driver who faced a lot of difficulties in the pit stops. It is Mancuso in the 201, who is now in 11th, but I think their pit stint timer is about to be close to... No, the 201 lineup is actually the one with the lowest stint timer. They are just 32 minutes into their stint, and I will be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe they went earlier than anyone else. For just, I don't know, I didn't do the count of minutes, I may do it now, but if there are like 30 minutes extra, you could put a 30-minute stint whenever you want, effectively. You could put it literally in every single hour of what pleases you the most. So, in my opinion, maybe there wasn't completely a wrong quiz. Maybe it was effectively a way to differentiate the strategy, but by doing so, I think they put themselves in the traffic. So, either it was a tire problem, or it was a way to differentiate the strategy in some way, but by doing so I don't think it was the most advantageous one, because now the 201 is about to make an overtake on Hisense on the 112. It's a battle against BMWs, and it is hometown for these two cars. not hometown, but more home country. But now is the 201 getting the most out of the 112, as in terms of tires there is 20 minutes of difference between Thyssen's one and Mancuso's ones. So I'm really looking forward to see an overtake by the Italian driver in the SPQ Racing team lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just trying to do the maths in my head, thinking about those stint timers. So in a 10-hour race, oh, dearest Mancuso makes a rare mistake. He's obviously trying to put pressure onto Joey Thiesen's. I'm actually going to check back at Milan Hack, who maybe finally has the run that he needs down towards turn 1, trying to make a move on the Honda of Dylan Gosling, who breaks late, gives him some room on the inside, and the Honda still holds on. So Milan Hack has been staring at the back of that Honda for a very long time, still unable to make anything stick on that part. But if my maths is correct, that I think that for 75 minutes you can get exactly, so eight exactly 75-minute stints would then cover your entire 10-hour race. Obviously, though, due to the way that kind of the cars and everything land, they would end up, they can't do that. You can't time it to go into the pits exactly 75 minutes every single time. So there's going to have to be effectively 9 stints, and effectively almost a kind of a full stint's worth of flexibility in that regard. So yeah, I think you're right potentially that the 201 car may be playing it around a bit in terms of trying to see how they can change the cycle of the tyres during the race, as Milan Hack, who's actually been caught up by Jarzembowski in all of this, makes a bit of a mistake through the Schumacher S's once more. That maybe they're looking to make that change, as you rightly say, to kind of shift whereabouts they are in their pit stop sequence. So and they've just decided to do that so they can get themselves out of traffic, maybe trying to counter that graining process that a lot of these drivers maybe have been going through with these slick tyres when there was that transition phase. So who knows, it could actually end up playing out quite well for them, even if for the time being, as that was a huge jump for Dylan Gosling over the second apex of the chicane. Keeps it all pointing in a straight line remarkably. But yeah, definitely not the line he would have wanted through there. But yeah, an interesting phase of the race and an interesting strategy for 201. We'll have to see how that plays into effect later on. Also,
well, as you said, in the transition phase, effectively they could have played with. Okay, I was looking at the Ferrari. They could have played with the fact that the tires were struggling a lot for the temperatures. So maybe they went in the greasy surface with high pressured tires, waited until the tires were just made to be thrown out of the window. So 20-minute stint, literally enough for just giving the best possible outcome out of the greasy conditions. And then as soon as the green condition went out, so basically the fast, because green to fast was so quickly I didn't even notice, put a new set of tires and eventually maybe tries it, putting a new set of tires with the correct pressure and going asynchronized effectively, but maybe gaining those little few seconds that may have gained them a little bit of time. Obviously now there is the problem that there is Thyssen's in the middle of the way, but if there wasn't Thyssen's they would have had complete free air. So now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't just a mistake, it was just made on purpose, as the Bentley used the fact that the Honda went a bit on the gravel on the Schumacher S. Honda on the inside, Bentley on the outside, tries everything that is possible to cover as the Porsche number 9 is off! The 9 is off! The 9 is stopped on the track! Completely stopped on the track for some reasons, as Hack and Gosling made the overtake for 14th position. Now the Bentley is in front of the Honda, and I don't think there will be a counter-attack by the Honda in short time. Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe the Honda makes the inside, in fact it does, goes into the inside, onto the curb, onto the wall he goes, and the Ferrari passes by with Gosling on the wall, passes by Jack, and loses not only the position on Gashvisky, but also on Jack and Jarzembowski. So it's a net loss of free position by trying the attack on the very last moment for the 6x6 lineup.
That's how disappointing is that. They were defending for so long from Milan Hack, and then just a bit of desperation there from Dylan Gosling in 6.56, and losing several positions in the process and getting a chunk down in that very awkward placement, unfortunately, with the wall as well. So, yeah, clearly not the way that they would have been wanting that to go. Also, I saw the yellow flag, I think, came out for the 340 car of JD Ranger down in 35th position, somewhere in the opening sector, but with all of that four-way tussle going on, didn't quite catch.
The 9.
Which car, sorry?
I'm sure it was the 9, because the 9 was stopped on the track on...
Oh, and they lost. They did lose 10 seconds as well. Sorry, I think I was looking at the wrong yellow flag, because I did see definitely a yellow flag marker pop up for 340. But yes, you're absolutely right. Ugnavicius then having some sort of issue on the last lap. Unfortunately, I haven't quite caught my on screen. Oh, this is a yellow flag for Luca Ziga, who's going very slowly on the exit of turn 1 there. It's come to a complete halt now off the line. Almost started rolling back down the circuit and has jumped to the pits. So what on earth there has happened for the number 1 car? So on the run through, oh dear, is this a technical issue? Oh, that is a technical issue. I think their pedals have gone. Or that I can't imagine that they would have, because the fuel, when you lose fuel in the car, it doesn't happen quite that rapidly. So that to me looks more likely that could have been a pedal issue of some sorts that has brought them to a stop there. So yeah, that's very unfortunate for the number 1 car, that has retired to the pits, and Ugnavicius has come into the pits then.
Yeah, I think it was a technical problem for him, because he was stopped on the track, and I think they went into the pit to change the driver, because it was so odd. The Ugnavicius was also losing a lot to the Audi of, I think it was Danna or Alfarano, but one of the 2 Audi for sure. And I think it will be a change of the driver altogether. Luckily, the stint timer says that they had 15 minutes more to play with, so it's not the end of the world for the Beaver Grease Racing UKR number 9, but it's definitely a problem if the problem is the driver.
Yeah, without a doubt. So yeah, could well be a technical issue for those guys. We've got a bit of a scrap going on in towards the final corner with Piers Stockton in the 46 car trying to make a move on Kiki Mack. We know that this McLaren has been absolutely flying over the last few laps, as they've got the 340 McLaren on the right hand side. It's going to make it tricky on the run down towards turn 1 there, but here comes the McLaren late on the brakes. Is Piers Stockton trying to get past the 177 car, and I think he's made it stick. This McLaren has been travelling very, very well over the last hour or so with Piers in the car. It's been loving these dry conditions, and with just over half the race left to go, could still climb up the order quite nicely, potentially. Now in 23rd position, and immediately is onto the back of Premisal Lank in the 189 car, currently sitting, I think, 4th in silver class is that car, the 189. But that Mercedes has also been lacking a little bit of pace as of late as well. So I imagine Piers Stockton may make rather light work of the Mercedes. Just keeping an eye. They have changed the driver, so it hasn't quite appeared on the graphic. There we go. Mantis is now back into the car. So the number 9 then has been switched hands. And thankfully, as you say, that whatever issue we think they've maybe suffered with doesn't.
I went checking it, and the car just turned it off.
Oh dear.
The car completely turned off while going in 5th, and then it was like I'm not entirely sure, because the car completely shut off. It seems like an electrical issue in real life, and then they made ultimately very slow lap. So I think there was
oh dear, sorry to cut you off there. Stockton flew around the outside of the Mercedes of Lank, who then just completely stopped on the apex in front of Kiki Mack, and that's right around our race leader that we're just talking about coming up to all of that. Must have been very concerned when they saw all of that taking place in front of them. Mercedes really came to a very hard stop indeed. Admittedly, obviously wanting to avoid contact as now Kiki Mack. Oh, I thought he was going to try to overtake the race leader then. That's always a dangerous thing to do. But the Mercedes now losing 2 positions in all of that. Yeah, really did hit the brakes a bit too harshly. But yeah, what a weird issue then for the number 9 car. I can only imagine then that that's a wheel issue as such that then, like I say, has left the car switched off. And you know, I suppose if that is the case, they probably very thankful that they only lost seemingly about 10 seconds and all of that. So be interesting to see what they do later on in the race if we see that driver back into the car, or if that will be the end of Uknavicius's day for the number 9. He's already done, I think, 2 if not 3 stints in that car so far. So he's obviously racked up quite a bit of seat time already in this race.
Oh, Jarvisky in the...
Almost.
Very close to the Bentley, literally getting inside the Bentley. And luckily there was no contact, but the Porsche definitely is happy about this thing here, because now the Porsche is directly into the mirror of the Ferrari up ahead. And now Jarboski in the 500 has to cover and not anymore to attack, because the Porsche is definitely faster than the Ferrari, and it's quite clear by timing, because the Ferrari is constantly losing a bit of timing from the Porsche. Just a tiny bit, but enough to make the number 8 a quite enormous car in the mirror.
Ooh.
And now the pit stop is going to appear.
I think that's just Eurospel coming out of the pit. So I saw a yellow flag for the 444, but that is just Eurospel now in the 444 car coming out of the pits and losing a couple of positions, unsurprisingly, in the process. Interestingly, Mancuso hasn't been able to get past the 112, so despite that surge of pace on those fresher tyres, and was initially all over back of the 112, has not been able to execute an overtake. In actual fact, has dropped back to just over a second. So the 201 car not quite having the day that they would have wanted, and it'd be interesting to see where that all places them with that sort of slightly different timing on the stints. With where the 444 falls into that, because again, remember, it's the 444 and a 201 that are fighting in the championship to one another. Leonardo Porco in the number 3, if I can find that car. Oh, it's actually now Francesco Fidelibus in that car. So that is the team that are 3rd in the standings, and they are a bit further down the order as well. And I say that Mancuso couldn't get an overtake done all of a second. He's 0.2 of a second behind the other BMW, and is now looking to put the pressure back on again. So I think maybe a mistake for the 112, and that SPQ Racing Team car is now all over the back of the M4 once more. Slightly wide line on the entry for Joey Thiessens as Luca Alfarano comes into the pits then. And Joey Thiessens under a great deal of pressure once more. Half a second faster was Mancuso on the last lap. I'm not sure if he'll do anything down towards turn 1. He shows the nose. He's kind of keeping his car half in the middle of the circuit, but the 112 of Joey Thiessens is wise enough to that to not unnecessarily defend and hand over the positional compromised lines through the next sector. But definitely a battle to keep an eye on, as we see a few more cars starting to come into the pits as we approach the halfway mark of this race.
I think a lot of drivers will encounter a lot of spots to be gained in the pit, because now a lot of pits are very asynchronous compared to each other. Compared to at the beginning, everyone was just pitting at the same extra lap. And now, one lap after the other, 2, 3, there are a lot of asynchronous pit, and I'm not entirely sure who is where. I'm completely confused by the fact that 444 is so far behind. I can't understand why it is 1 minute and 32 behind the 9, and both the 9 and 444 have made the pit stop, and it wasn't this much, the gap. So I'm not entirely sure why the 444 is so much behind. Like, he is 1 minute and 32 behind the 9, and I'm trying to check what happened. I can't see any problem in the pits.
I think it could just purely be on race pace. The 444, the last driver in that car, I think, which was Leon Burnt, if I remember correctly, had quite a difficult stint. He had several offs over the final chicane. He generally wasn't extracting kind of the same level of pace as the likes of Joris Appel and Tim Peachman in that car as well. So I think combine that with the likes of Mancuso having fresh tyres and going for a bit of an undercut strategy is perhaps why that's played out in the way that it has. So I think that is just an accumulation of kind of slower lap times, unfortunately, for the 444 car, which has put them in a bit of a compromised position, although I still think they'll be net ahead of the 201 based on what we understand to do with the pit stops and strategy on that front. But yeah, it is difficult to tell at this point, because we do have a lot of drivers now where there are teams that are pitting out of sequence with different cars. We've also had cars that have served penalties in their pit stops and things like that. It makes it a little bit difficult to track who is where in the net standings of things. The 49 car just served their pit stop from P2 and have emerged just in front of Christian Steinhauser. It's now Mathieu Heiler in the 49 Race Anywhere SimSport car, as more cars are making their way into the pit. So we're seeing a few swapping of positions driven by that. And I think in the next 10 minutes or so, we will see the remainder of the main pit stop. But again, it's Mancuso. Oh, as he makes a bit of a mistake though on the run in towards, I think that was turn 10. He was a couple of tenths a second behind Joey Thiessens and was looking to make a move once more, but then had a bit of an issue and has now dropped back to about a second, and looming in his rearview mirrors is that bright blue McLaren that those two teams are battling alongside each other in the championship so half full.
Apple really is really liking the car. The fastest lap of the team has been done by Apple in the very first lap that Apple has made his entrance into the car. Now 55.9, so just a few tenths away from his personal best. But I really think you were right about it. And now Apple is definitely putting back the car where it belongs to. Full pace, even because their effective opponent is not the number 9. The number 9 is now just 40. It was 48 plus seconds away, obviously. But it is Trafka. Trafka in the 7 still has to make their pit stop, and the pit stint timer is about 5 minutes to go for the 7. So it's going to be quite interesting in the next 4 laps. Yeah, 4 laps, where effectively the 7 will be, and if Apple can make back a bit, not completely all the time obviously, but some of the gap that has been lost during the earlier stint, and well, the phenomenal stint by the 7, because the 7 was definitely lapping a lot quicker than most of the drivers, if not possibly average. It was one. Ooh, the 8 passes the Jaworski, because Jaworski went to the pits, that's why.
We did. We have got at least another overtake to place on the screen between Felix Dressler and Samuele Spoto in that recovering 127 John Lacey Esports Academy car, and the M4 just going a little bit offline and make up position. Just checking in with Mancuso again though, 3 tenths of a second away from Joey Thiessens on the last lap. You can see visibly really close. Oh, and a wiggle for the 112, and maybe that's the opportunity that Marco Mancuso needed. It's the first time he's been alongside the 112. Oh, he's trying to slot back into the slipstream. Very, very close stuff between the two BMWs. The 112 now over towards the inside line. Mancuso sent towards the outside. Joris Appel rubbing his hands together, seeing if he can get involved in this one as well. Come back for the 201, now trying to go around the outside in towards turn 2. That's going to turn back towards the inside. I'm not sure if he can get down towards the inside of turn 3 though, and here's Joris Appel lurking in the background, and that 444 McLaren looking very feisty indeed as this immediately turns into a 3-way fight. The 112 car has given a little bit of a block to the apex through turn 4 for the 201, whose now rear view mirrors are absolutely full of the blue and orange front end of the McLaren then in the hands of Appel, and this is going to get very, very feisty between these drivers very quickly.
the problem is that T-Sense was quite clear in the straight, has a lower wing setup, and it's quite hard to get a car in the straight when your car is effectively lower.
Oh dear!
Oh, contact between the 444 and the 201, with the 444 having the worst of it, as the 201 was a bit wide into the hairpin, and the 444 was following behind, and then making contact with the 201 of Mancuso, and now the 444 has to make back 4.5 seconds since the contact, with Ayla making the fastest lap of the race up from nowhere, considering that the 49 lineup didn't make up it yet. But now T-Sense and Mancuso are yet on a battle of their own for, effectively, I'm not even sure which position at this point because of the asynchronization, so for a position I would say, but for now it's the 5th. Mancuso possibly with some rear damage. I'm not sure if it will be heavy enough to be compromise a problem for their performance, or if it's just some scratch in the wing, and I really hope for the second. But as I was saying, T-Sense is quite clearly faster in the straight because of a lower wing situation, so Mancuso has to make the overtake mandatorily in the turns, which is, we've seen how difficult it is in the Nürburgring track. It's not impossible, but they have to make it clear in their mind. They can't make it in the straight. T-Sense will always recover from it, so they have to make it, especially in my opinion, in the first sector, because it's the most technical one.
Yeah, there's also just complete chaos taking place in the midfield because we've got a battle between Adam DeBille and Justin Dijkstra. We've got one of the SBQ Racing Team Audis, it's 203, trying to make their way through the traffic. There was the Revolution Sim Racing Aston Martin, currently driven by John Pally, that not too long ago was trying to put pressure on Ada Wilspin. We've had a drive-through penalty for the 420 car in all of that as well. So the Silver Class car that's had a very up and down day so far.
I saw some of it. Also, there was the drive-through penalty for, I think it was, I think it was the 728. The 728, I think he had a drive-through. I wasn't entirely sure about that.
As the 46 car that was pushing hard there to try to get onto the back of Michele Rizzo has just clipped that rather ominous second apex curb with the final chicane once again, and just chucked that car over to the side and has given them a bit more work to do. And yeah, just checking in on lap times once more, 54.7 for Maciej Heiler in the 49 car, so very, very competitive stuff there from here. 1.3 seconds faster than Trafka and 2.1 seconds faster than Mantis Povelatus.
Oh man, and T-Sense goes into the pits, so this leaves Mancuso with a bit of free air. It's going to be 20 minutes of free air for the Italian driver, I suppose, but it's going to be enough possibly to make some spots. And also, yeah, Haila has made the pit stop. It's my mistake for saying that the 49 didn't make the pit stop yet. It is the 7 that didn't make it yet, not the 49. I'm actually quite impressed by the number 8. The number 8 was behind Dubiel, and it is now in 16th place, 2 seconds ahead of the Ferrari 500, and now chasing the number 5 up ahead in 15th. The lap is actually in the Porsche favor because, well, not the last, because I can't really physically see it, but the personal best is a 55.7 for the number 8, while the BMW personal best is 1 second slower. So I really think the Porsche will get into into fighting mode in about 10 laps, so about 20 minutes from now, as Giacomelli side by side with T-Sense, but gives the position on the BMW driver 112. So Giacomelli is now in 11th, and T-Sense has to stay behind the Audi driver currently in 11th.
Yeah, there was nothing he could really do there on the exit coming out of the pit lane and also with all the well, I say lap traffic, the faster cars that were lapping the likes of Trushko and De Biel and Dijkstra, that all closed up a little bit. So Simon in the number 8 car has got the company of the 500. Down the inside goes Adam De Biel, wasting no time at all. The Ferrari launches an attack down the inside of turn 10 there, and here comes Justin Dijkstra, almost looking up the inside in towards turn 11 as well, but unable to make anything stick in the process. That has all got very busy amongst those cars, much like the battle that is heating up between John Papali and Ada Wilspin for the battle for P7. In actual fact, as Ada Wilspin goes into the pits, so that will bring that one to a pretty quick close, as again the Bentley all over the gearbox of the number 8 car, as there's a yellow flag out for the number 63 again, unfortunately. The Mercedes, but I do want to keep an eye on what this Bentley can do down the start finish straight. The number 8 car didn't get to the inside in time, and here comes a race anywhere SimSport. Bentley's got to be careful of the Ferrari, but just about pulls it up in time, and thankfully manages to make the move stick. But I imagine that Adam De Biel had his heart in his mouth for a second when he saw the bright green Bentley barreling down towards him, but thankfully everyone making it through there safely in the end. And I think that perhaps with that scrap over and approaching almost spot on the halfway point in this race, it would perhaps seem like a good time to make the switch over for part 2, because I think Tim is already with us in the comms box. Tim, how you doing, buddy?
I am indeed here. I was sat letting you two go to work on it because I didn't want to interrupt any of the battles, but fantastic work from you two. But speaking of pit stops, I think you two have both earned a seriously good pit stop. There's been some amazing commentary from the pair of you today. I've sort of jumped in as much as possible. Christian and John, amazing work. But yes, you've earned yourself a rest. So as John was saying, we are going to have to take a little break, and we will be switching across to our second stream, which is part 2. It will be on the same channel. Then will be maybe just a moment or two of downtime between streams, just so we can make sure there's no overlap. But yeah, stick with us. Part 2 coming up. It's in the Apex Online Racing YouTube. I'm sure that there'll be links to it shared on our Twitter and also inside the Discord as well. So yeah, stick with us. But yeah, I think you guys have definitely earned a break. But any final words before you make the switch?
Well, for me anyway, it's yeah. I mean, the opening part of this race, as I will just quickly, I think we've had a yellow flag out for the number 1 car that has unfortunately had further issues. Oh dear, I think that was actually with the 729 car. That's been a bit of an incident with, but can't quite catch what has happened there, and they seem to have kept it parked alongside the track. So far, this race has had absolutely everything. It has been incredibly busy action non-stop, and it's looking for a very tasty second half of the race as well. And I imagine it'll be interesting to see how weather plays out on that front. It's been absolutely glorious in terms of how it's transitioned from wet to dry in the opening half of the race, as I will see one final battle by the looks of it, because Michael Loeffler going over down the inside of Michele Rizzo, got a little bit wide on the gravel on the exit of turn 11 there, and the 46 McLaren making up another position in their great comeback. So it'll be interesting to see how that car fares in the second half of the race as well. But yeah, for me, it's been a very exciting opening half of the race, and commentating with you, Christian, for the first time as well, has been an absolute pleasure on that front. And yeah, anything from you, Christian?
It's a bit sad to end all the commentary while there are so many things going on with Riccitelli now. I have to stop. I know, but Riccitelli is now trying the overtake of Papal. A bit of unlucky for Szymanski, because Szymanski made the fastest lap of the session and then has been making contact with another car, so they had to retire the car currently. I'm not sure if they will go back in track or if it is an effective DNF for the one lineup encountering some incident. But it's definitely been very fun nevertheless making this commentary, and I really hope our voices really had made this race way more comfortable to hear, as our beautiful voices are I'm trying it. I can't lie.
It's yeah, no, it's been an absolute pleasure. Brilliant coverage then of the first half of round 3 in the endurance series. I have posted the link for part 2 in the chat, and where you will be brought the second half of the race by Tim Lund, and also Chinson will all be on the way very shortly. So give them loads of support as well as they look to embark on the next 5 hours or so of this race. And interestingly, just as a fun fact to leave till the end, number 1 car is the fastest lap of the race, currently seems to be retired in the pits, but on a 54.3, so they've got that as a commiseration prize, if nothing else. But yeah, that will be it then from myself and Christian Romano for the first half of the race. Do head over to part 2, and in a few minutes that will be up and running with Tim and Chinson very shortly. So thank you everybody so much for watching up till this point in the stream, and enjoy the rest of the race, and we shall see you very soon again in the future. But for now, from me and Christian at least, it's goodbye.
See ya.